usgs.gov. So if you don't have access to email, that's okay. We'll try to get everything, and if we're missing something from your poster, then we will try to come and find you before the end of the day tomorrow. Okay. And now this is Chris Kilburn to talk to you.
I've never been introduced like that before. Thank you. Well, let me tell you a story. No, thank you. So we'll start today's session. We're moving on from the topics yesterday to focus on protocols for use within observatories. We have 3 talks before the next break. So without further ado, we'll start with Seth Moran, who's going to talk about how much monitoring is enough, and presumably only 15 minutes worth, right?
Good morning, everybody. Could I have the first slide? Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, my name is Seth Moran, and I'm a seismologist and also right now the scientist in charge at the Cascades Volcano Observatory. And I'm giving a talk that was originally scheduled to be given by John Ewart, who is one of our USGS colleagues that was not allowed to come down here. So this is a talk that's a combination of both contributions from John and myself. And first place to start, the question is, how much is enough? And this is a difficult question to ask scientists because none of us, if we're being truly honest, feel like we have enough. And in fact, it's sort of a dangerous question or dangerous thing to say, we have enough, because by definition, you're limiting the scope of all the scientific inquiries that you can do. So that's sort of one end member. Another end member is the reality that observatories face, which is that we're resource limited. And for those of us who are funded by governments, not only are we resource limited, but we're also, the resources are dependent upon things like which administration has power, and the resources can come and go. So that's sort of another end member, and that there's a definite tension between those two. And the point of this talk is to sort of describe the efforts that have happened in the United States to push us a little bit further away from the thinking about things just from the limited by resources perspective, and pushing to at least be a little bit further down the scale towards the more science side of things. So that's what that bullet just says right there. So for monitoring, there's 2 basic functions that monitoring networks serve, and the first is for forecasting and prediction. This is sort of the long-term perspective. This is more kind of a peacetime role, and in that role, things like deformation monitoring, seismic monitoring, remote sensing, gas flux, all the things that we do to pay attention to give us a sense that a volcano is waking up. And then the second thing is when the volcano is woke, then you have a detection and alerting function, and more things come into play, including direct observation, video, Lahar detection systems, lightning, kind of whatever you can throw at it that seems to have worked in the past somewhere. So the scope expands quite a bit. The way that monitoring has evolved over time has gone from purely reactive and to, as we go on, more proactive. So the obvious problem with reactive is if you wait for a volcano to wake up, you have to do a quick install, and you have missed out on some of the early signs that can lead to disaster. Marta was telling us a story yesterday about Naval del Ruiz in 1985 that was not monitored before it woke up. When it erupted the day of, it was monitored by a 4 seismic station network that were all portable. So there was no real-time sense of what was happening. And so that can result in things that are missed. Also, it can be dangerous for scientists to be involved in the catch-up. And that message from me was brought home personally with the Mount St. Helens eruption of 2004. When Mount St. Helens reawoke in 2004, it had a 13-station seismic network. They were all short period, they were all vertical component, and it turned out that was not enough. We also only had 2 GPS instruments, one of which was in the crater and it wasn't working. And the first thing that happened was a very significant seismic swarm, and we very quickly realized that we needed to know what was happening in the crater to be able to tell if this was a seismic swarm, just a regular one, or if there was actual magma moving. And so about 5 days later, a scientist, a geologist, flew into the crater and put batteries into that site, reactivated it. As soon as they turned the switch on, we saw that it was moving away from the vent at a rate of about 5-6 centimeters a day, which was a lot. And then 3 days later, there was an explosion, and that wiped out the site where that scientist was. And so it was a relatively near miss. This is a picture of a couple of us. That's Andy Lockhart, for those of you who know him. On that day when the first explosion happened, so this is Mount St. Helens, and we were in the process of trying to install a broadband station, and this explosion happened. And what you see here is scientists scurrying to figure out what things we're going to take as we evacuate. And that was our protocol that day. There was a graduate student here, Rebecca. Just lost her last name. And it was her first time on the volcano. But she was up there to bring strong ground motion into the picture. And so these are the kinds of things that when you're trying to sort of play catch up, weird things happen and you don't get the data that you need. So, obvious goal is to have the resources to install in peacetime the kinds of things that you need to have, and what we need is a way to increase those resources. So, in the USGS, we've gone through, for the last 15 years, a process to sort of systematically identify the volcanoes that need attention and then figure out what those volcanoes should have. So the first step in the process is a systematic assessment of what we've called the volcanic threat, which is the same thing as risk, it's just a different word, and it's the combination of hazard and exposure. And then the second step was to go through and define monitoring capabilities that were needed for different threat levels, and then a systematic assessment of the monitoring capabilities that we have, and then finally doing a gap analysis of identifying the volcanoes that had the biggest gap in monitoring and having that be one of the ways that we prioritize the resources that are available. So I'll step through each of those more slowly now. So the volcanic threat assessment, this is something that John Ewert led, and Tom Murray was a co-author on the initial efforts. What it did was it took the hazard and broke it into 15 factors. Things like explosivity, eruption frequency, hazard types, unrest, and either gave a binary score or some gradational score. And then the second component of threat or risk is exposure, and there were 10 factors for there. That included things like how many people permanently live near a volcano, what's the transient population, which includes things like people exposed as they're flying through volcanic airspace or people that are visiting parks. Also past impacts, like have people been killed at that volcano before, and presence of infrastructure. So those two factors, the scores are tabulated, they're summed up, and then the threat score is simply the multiplication of the two sums. Totally arbitrary, but it does give you a way of comparing in a consistent way different volcanoes across the US. So John and his co-authors applied this to the 160 plus volcanoes that are considered to be potentially active in the United States, and came up with this diagram which shows the scoring from highest scoring down to lowest scoring for all 160 plus volcanoes. Have scores ranging from 320 to 0. There's absolutely zero meaning to the actual score. It's only important in a relative sense. And so if this were something that were done around the world, almost for sure, some of the volcanoes that are popping up in our very high threat category would not pop up in, say, the Indonesia category, because there's different ways of, it's a different kind of comparison. But you can see that on this curve, there are some natural breaks in slope that made it relatively easy to sort out and put into categories. There's 5 categories, very high threat, and so on. And so this is what that looks like on a map for all the 160 plus volcanoes. Triangles, they're color coded in a very familiar color code scheme. And there were, out of the 161, there's 18 that are very high threat, 37 that are high threat. These criteria that were used turned out to be fairly easy to explain and to be understood by non-scientists. And that in turn has played a really important part in our communicating about the need for resources and the degree of threat. And it has happened a number of times that Mount Rainier is one example. It's a volcano in the Cascades that's under our observatory, and it's number 3 on our list. That makes headlines every so often in the news. Mount Rainier is the 3rd most dangerous volcano in the United States. That's an actual headline that's popped out. And there's a little bit of danger of fear-mongering in that, but it definitely has captured people's imaginations in ways that if this had not been something that we'd done, might not have happened. So it's important to recognize that there have been similar efforts around the world. There's 9 different countries that are listed here. Some of these happened before the US threat assessment, which is under something that we are now calling the National Volcano Early Warning System, or NVEWS. And then also others that have happened since then. And then there's also other efforts that are ongoing right now. So that's step 1. And then step 2 is to come up with some answer to the question of what is enough. And so for the US, what we did was we brought together a panel of 11 scientists, USGS and academic as well, spread across the full range of disciplines that are important in monitoring networks. And the goal was to determine the number of widgets, instruments, whatnot, that are needed to enable a capability that has been shown somewhere around the world to be important in detecting unrest, to detecting magma, to giving information important for forecasting. And then, with that capability, how many instruments do you need? And that forms the justification for saying we need 12 broadband seismometers. So what came out of that is a report that was published in 2008, and it is very dry. It has a lot of citations. It was basically a literature search. There was some modeling that went into it as well. But it's given us a fairly firm foundation to say we need X number of stations for this volcano because of its threat level. So this is, don't expect you to read all this, but this is one of the tables in that report that shows for different threat levels, low, moderate, high, the different instrumentation levels that enable the capabilities that we felt were important for those different categories. And so for seismic, for a very high threat, 12 to 20 seismic stations. A fair amount, but there's justification for that. Deformation, same thing. Going over to hydrology, some continuous sensors would be nice, and for gas, where there's gas coming out, ground-based stations, as examples of the kinds of things that we're pulling out. The kinds of capabilities for level 4, this is the very high threat, so this is these are the volcanoes where we feel like we need the highest capabilities. The kinds of things that we identified as being important to be able to do were things like hypercenter migration, detecting changes in source mechanisms. Are there volumetric sources? Locating tilt sources, locating deformation sources, detecting changes in SO2, CO2, H2S, other kinds of gas signatures, and so on. And so to get that, this is what you need. 12 to 20 seismic stations, broadbands mostly within 20 kilometers, 12 to 20 GPS stations within 12 to 20 kilometers, 5 to 10 borehole, 2 infrasound stations, and so on. It's a lot. But if those of you who remember the talk yesterday from Mount Etna is a level 4 network. And that's the kind of thing, it's beyond level 4, but that's the kind of thing that for volcanoes like Mount St. Helens, like Kilauea, like Mount Rainier, that's where we're aiming for. So that's step 2, what is enough? Step 3 is how are we doing? Looking at the capabilities that we have right now, where are the monitoring networks? And so I just have a Cascade-centric image here to show where we're at in the Cascades. These colored triangles correspond to the varying threat levels. Red is very high threat, blue is lowest threat. And I've pulled out the network capabilities for the 8 very high threat volcanoes that are in Washington and Oregon, and you can see how we're doing. We range from Mount St. Helens, which has got a pretty darn good network now, to Glacier Peak, which is almost as explosive as Mount St. Helens, erupts a little less frequency, maybe once every couple hundred years as opposed to once every 100 years, but it has just one seismometer. And so that's a pretty clear place where it's not quite where it needs to be. So the last step in this is a gap analysis, looking at what we have, looking at where we want to be, and what do we need to do, how many volcanoes do we need to be moving, and to get there. So this is a table that shows the threat level on the y-axis and the status of monitoring right now on the x-axis. And what you should see on these boxes going down the diagonal is 100% very high threat for level 4, and for high threat, 100% for level 3, and so on. And this is where we're at across the United States. So this is a broad assessment for 161 volcanoes. And this is a pretty synoptic, really useful synoptic way of looking at how we're doing in our country, and something that you can bring to stakeholders, to legislators, to help them understand the situation. And the obvious goal is to move all of these over to here on the very high threat scale. So just again to bring it down to the provincial level for the Cascades, we have a fair number of gaps, and the one I pointed out earlier, Glacier Peak, it's a gap of 3. So this is a way of prioritizing our resources that come to CVO, whatever those are in every given year. We have to keep our eyes on the prize at Mount St. Helens because that's the most likely volcano to erupt, but Glacier Peak is one that we are actively thinking about in terms of how do we fix that situation. And if we were going to get all of our volcanoes to where they need to be, this is what we're looking at. 42 additional seismic stations, 54 GPS, lots of stuff. And we need more people because, roughly speaking, you need about 20, 25, 30 stations per person. And beyond that, you start stressing people out. Okay, so last couple slides. Another point to make about this kind of analysis in volcanoes is that this can be done for other things besides monitoring. Can be done for hazard assessments, can be done for knowledge of eruption history, for community preparedness, for outreach materials, and observatory preparation, like do you have your checklist yet? Which we're getting there, Chris. Okay, so the last question, or the last slide is some philosophizing about this enough question. What is enough? And it depends on the context. So it might be what an observatory needs to do the job and be credible about it. It might be what you need to do to not have your scientists and your staff exposed to hazards when the volcano wakes up. So you focus on the close in, and maybe you deal with the further away sites, the places that are safe to work when the volcano wakes up, as a way of parsing out your resources. Or maybe it's enough that the observatory can sustain, including analysis, including data processing, including all of the things, and that's enough. Or it might be the science thing, that you've really prioritized the science question, and in some instances that's appropriate. So the real answer to this question of how much monitoring is enough is it depends. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Perfect timing. So we have ample time for some questions.
Thank you. I'm interested in understanding a little bit more about the threat. It means that is a product between some sum of hazard and the sum of exposure. I guess that maybe, depending on the metric, you can give more emphasis to the hazard or to the exposure. And so, what is your feeling? What is the component that you are weighting more? Is the hazard or is the exposure?
Yeah, so that's a really, really good question. And off the top of my head, I don't know how John answered that question. But think there's an attempt to be equal on the weighting. And one of the ways that comes into play is with population. So population is not a binary, do you have people or not near, it's how many. And so there's a logarithm that was, scale that was used for that. And the same thing for aviation. You have to figure out what's the fudge factor for how do you treat, you know, you can say we have 100,000 people transiting the airspace, but how long are they there? So there's a lot of fudge factors. And in the end, the important thing is it's a relative comparison. And there were for sure iterations to, you know, does this make sense? Do the answers make sense? And so one iteration, the first iteration, Kilauea, was not in the very high threat area because lava flow hazards had not been weighted in a way that was necessary. And our colleagues in Hawaii objected to that very appropriately and brought that in. And you know, Kilauea 2018, you know, surely showed that. So it's an iterative thing to come up with the right scaling, and it went through review. So there were plenty of opportunities for people to object and wade through. But that's an excellent point. And so this is the kind of thing where different countries, you might have a different way of weighting things.
I read your report some years ago. It was really good. I used it a lot. And we used it to try to start mapping our monitoring system in Iceland to see how well we did according to your ranking. And all of them were under monitor. So it didn't give us any resolution. So our enough is what can be sustained. And also we needed a ranking system that allowed us to have some resolution so that you see one volcano is better monitored than another. So I think your report was extremely valuable because it was sort of a guideline towards how we should approach this, and also realizing the other types of monitoring. We mostly have focused on seismology, seismic stations and GPS, but it was really valuable. But this enough just depends on how much money does a nation have. We are very small. So we have to just make do with how much we can.
Very, very clearly. So were you able to take that analysis to stakeholders, to funding agencies? Did that hold any weight?
Yes, we've continued it on, or some other people have also stepped in. I was initially involved in this much more than now. But it is sent to the ministry, and it's this is the basis for discussing with them how much we need. And it's also the basis for our work in Eurovolc that is being done. Sarah has that in her work package in Eurovolc, to have the other European countries that have volcanoes map their systems into a system that we are trying to decide what is enough, what is the minimum system needed to detect unrest, and what is the optimum that gives you scientific data.
And the tension on the scientific side of things is it's not just an academic tension. It's also about credibility. And so if the scientific community, broadly speaking, doesn't feel like we, the observatory, are doing a good job, then what we say about what's happening is not going to carry as much weight, and they may be more talking behind our back and going to authorities and saying these folks don't know what they're talking about. So it is an important thing to keep in mind that we want to be scientifically credible as well, and that's obviously a hard thing to.
Exactly. But that also, in Iceland, it translates also to funding opportunities, because if we have good stations, good data, then we get access to research projects, and that brings in money.
Yes, I'm just wondering, very nice presentation, thank you. I'm just wondering, does the observatory have a structured way of assessing new technology as part of its monitoring program? So, I mean, things are changing very quickly. So I see, for example, you have for Mountain Helens up to maybe 25 broadband seismometers, which is tricky to put in and to maintain. Well, one could imagine, let's say, maybe 10 broadband seismometers and then 30 short period instruments that might be installed by a drone or whatever, the way things are changing. Do you have a structured way of approaching and assessing the evolution of new technology and how you might adopt it?
Sort of feels like we should have a checklist, but we don't. There is a new effort that within all the U.S. observatories to redo our 2008 analysis of what is enough, and that will for sure have new things in it like arrays as something, at least as a response tool, instead of having it out there for sure. But it's been obviously proven to be very important when to be tracking tremor and other things. There'll be infrasound as a higher emphasis. There's new technology on the gas side of things that has made it a lot more feasible to do ground-based monitoring. Things are always changing on the satellite side of things. INSAR has become much more so. There's those kinds of things, and that's really sort of the role of science is to test and establish, and then it filters into the observatory at some inexact point when you decide it's mature enough, it's reliable enough, it's robust enough. The same thing goes for new seismometers. We're not on the bleeding edge of putting things out. We waited at Mount St. Helens in 2004. We put out our first broadband. That was 10 years after seismologists had installed the first broadbands on volcanoes. So we waited for a long time for that to be established as an important thing to do, and also for the price point to come down to the point it was feasible. So it's a tricky balance.
Just one. Well, I'm quite reluctant to ask questions, but now I have one inspired by your last slide about what is enough to define a monitoring capacity. So my question is actually is zero to order question, okay? What's your definition of observatory? Because I feel, that's my feeling since yesterday, that first of all, what we miss is a common definition of observatory. From my point of view, an observatory is an ensemble of scientific equipment and networks such that we can make repeated observations of some phenomenon and then provide a phenomenological description or even a theory or at least some models, such that what we do can be classified as a second level of science from the Galilean perspective. We cannot reproduce the experiment, but at least by means of repeated observations, we can provide a phenomenological description. So, everything that allows us to accomplish this task is an observatory. But in the end, or better, on the bottom line, what's our common definition of observatory?
That's a good question.
Otherwise, any other question doesn't make any sense.
I just wanted to make also a little comment. It's very useful to have the possibility of evaluating a little bit what is a need and justify it for the politicians to be able to give us the money. However, for equipment, it's not that difficult as much as it is for people. And get job position is way harder because it's an investment for a much longer time. And we need some objects, some more arguments to be able to do it. So what I would love to see in this kind of a gap analysis is how to evaluate the number of people to run the network that we are trying to develop. And so I think it's a limitation right now that exists, and we would love to see slightly more development on that aspect.
Yeah, that's an excellent point as well, and it's one that we struggle with. I think it'd be nice to have a number like 19.5 per seismic station or per site, but it varies depending upon the context. It varies depending on the country, how easy is it to move around, and in the United States, there are sites that in the Aleutians that are very difficult to get to, take a lot of resources to get to. In our world, we have a number of places that are in very sensitive land areas where we're not allowed to use any kind of machines to gain access. So we can't drive, we can't fly, we have to hike 2 days, 3 days. And that is a big time factor in there as well. So it's a really important thing. You have to make sure that it's in the whatever funding equation you're providing to the funding agencies. You're not just saying this is how much we need for instruments. You also have to factor in people. And it's not just on the taking care of instruments and installing them and maintaining them. That's also the IT side. It's the software side. It's enabling the capabilities that you say these instruments are going to give you. You have to actually be able to do the things you want to do with them, and that's a lot of software analysis. And don't forget the scientists. So it's a really important inexact point. Yeah.
Thank you, Seth. I think we have to call that session to close. So thank you, Rich, again. I'd like to invite Varna Marzocchi to tell us more about how we make the transition between forecasting and decision-making, I think.
Thank you. The aim of this presentation is to share with you some thoughts that I had in the last years about the connection between scientist, decision maker, if it is important or if it is not important to make such a kind of distinction. So, at the beginning, is it really necessary to make this distinction? Is something important, or we can have some sort of fuzzy scheme between scientist and decision maker? I would say that, well, in some case, I would say it's not so important to make this distinction. Here I make an extreme case, but it's not impossible to find in some volcano. When I have a clear threat that is coming, like, for instance, Marta showed, I have a lahar that is coming, I don't need to make any sophisticated risk assessment. I just have to say, move, go. So in this case, the hazard is strictly related to the decision making. I think that in this case, there is no problem. And this may work for different volcanoes in which the hazard is enough to suggest some rational decision making. Well, but this is only for some volcanoes. In some other cases, life is not so easy in the sense that we can never predict exactly what is going to happen, and uncertainty are pervasive. I don't know if you know this guy that talk about uncertainty. At the beginning, I thought he was joking, but it's much more profound than I thought at the beginning. Make a lot of distinction between different kinds of uncertainty. We have several kinds of different uncertainty, and we have to handle them. For example, what if we evacuate 1 million of people for an undefined time period and nothing happened? Or the evacuation area is smaller and the area hits by the event, or during the evacuation someone dies and no eruption occurs. So there is a lot of things say, oh well, we have to clarify who is responsible for what, and which is the level of responsibility. More in general, this is one of the key points that I try to share with you. How can we justify that wrong decision retrospectively? Decision-making under uncertainty means that we cannot be always right. We have to have this point clear in our mind. We cannot be always right. That's impossible by definition. So, at the beginning, I would say that there are no right or wrong decisions. There are only decisions that can be defensible and rational, and others are not. I think that one of the biggest enemies of this point is the Hollywood. Who knows, see Dante speak. Dante speak, there is a USGS researcher that do their own work, not very exciting, but they do proper work. And there is one maverick, usually handsome, like Pierce Brosnan, that feels something, and nobody cares. But at the end, eruption occurred, and the people look at retrospectively, think, oh look at the dumb researcher that didn't believe to that maverick, because he was right. The scientist was wrong. I think that this view is really dangerous. Decision-making, look at the head. They have to make a decision before things happen. You can't judge the decision-making after the fact when you already know the solution. This is really unfair. But this happens always, always. Also, every time that we think about something, we look at it retrospectively. We should try to avoid this kind of problem. The decision-making process is multidisciplinary. Some people have already said this, and I do believe that this is a very important point. And there are many competences that are well beyond our volcanological background. We need to clarify role and responsibilities of each partner in advance. We need protocols, checklists, whatever, which may be effective communication tools because they say what is going to happen. If this happens, we do this. just before crisis, in a way that you have, if you want to criticize the protocol, you have to do it before, not after the fact. And during the during an arrest, you have just simply follow the protocols. That's it. And this will protect you, because this is not actually matter only of culpability. It's matter of preserving our competences. I'm a volcanologist. I'm a scientist. I'm not a decision making. I don't know many things related to the decision making. I don't want to be. I can't be responsible for that. This is not only for volcanologists or for seismologists. There are a couple. Here I just reported a couple of papers published in Nature a few years ago, when they simply clear that they say the decision maker, they need to interpret the probability to make rational decision, or science can't solve it. So we can do it by ourselves alone. So actually the hazard risk separation principle is something that can guide this kind of separation in a clear way. I think that anybody knows the difference between hazard risk, but I will show you that sometimes this difference is not very well appreciated in volcanology, not only in volcanology. On the left side, you see the hazard domain, where all of us feel comfortable because we are just simply trying to forecast what the nature is going to do. On the right side, outside the red box, you have you have different kind of risk assessment. Again, the hazard is just one, or at least the volcano do one thing, but the need of different end user is completely different. So for this reason, I think that, for instance, an alert level can't fit everything. Depending if I'm an insurance company, if I'm managing a nuclear power plant, if I'm responsible for evacuating people, I would need this information, and I will handle this information in a completely different way. For this reason, we say we have to define a risk metric, we have to define a set of options, and we have to make a decision. And every single end user would do something completely different. But why they are outside our domain? For instance, I just make a few examples. Defining the metric. For instance, societal versus individual risk. Just this choice has nothing to do with science and is really critical. Risk means that if you have the same hazard close to a small village or to a big city, the societal risk is completely different. The individual risk is the same. What is the right one? If I die alone or together 1 million of people, for me it's the same. For society, it's not. So just choosing this, again, I wouldn't do it. Or at least there is nothing to do with volcanology. The second one, what is a set of feasible mitigation action? I don't know, because I don't know the logistic, the difficulty to do something. So is outside the volcanological domain. The third one, when the risk is high enough to do something, because I estimate the risk, fine, what is high enough? I have to compare with some sort of acceptable risk. Who defines what is acceptable or not? Again, it's nothing to do with volcanology. So the presence of uncertainty drives us to rely on probability. That is just one continuous number. When is it high enough to do something? Again, probability, it means that you are doing science, you are continuous numbers 0 to 1. When there is a magic threshold to say, okay, here I don't do anything and then I do something, there is no justification for making this kind only from a scientific point of view. For instance, just make a very simple example. 1% is a small probability. Just give you your own answer. I would say that this question does not make any sense, because if I just simply say, okay, 1% of get out without umbrella, 1% of getting rain, okay, I can take this risk because at the worst, I get wet. But on the other hand, if I have 1% to have a flight accident, I would never fly. And I think that most of us will do the same. So small probability does not mean anything. It just if the risk associated to this event is important or not. So just a few points from now. As a risk separation principle may guide to distinguish role and competences. Every single box has its own competences, and again, require different competences, so require different kind of actor. Volcanologists can stay inside the red box, and other people, engineers, decision makers, have to stay in the other box outside the red one. And science has to describe what may happen in the future. Probability is never high or low. This is also some very important to say, oh, now the probability is high, low, medium, doesn't mean anything, believe me. You have just to say, we had this kind of problem in Italy, when some people say, oh, there is a high probability of an earthquake. And the Prime Minister called this major risk commission, say, what does it mean, high probability? It means 50% or 1%. Because if it is 50%, I will evacuate the city. So if you don't give a number, it is very difficult for the decision maker to make their own work. Decision making establishes when probability is too high or not for a specific risk reduction. Again, for each specific risk reduction, I have cost benefit. I have to evaluate all of them to decide when it is worthwhile to do something or not. The whole decision making has to be described in a protocol. This is, again, I cannot emphasize enough this point. During a peace period, we have to collaborate one to each other to say a checklist for each partner inside the box of that I showed you before. So everybody knows exactly what has to do and what is their own responsibility. Is it respected in volcanology? I would say no, or at least we are improving, but there is still a lot of work to be done. For instance, choosing the worst scenario. This is something that also in seismology is the same. I would say that sometimes it could be very unethical to do something like that, and it could be also not rational to do something like that. At first, I wouldn't say that is it possible to define the worst, because we can't really define the worst. I mean, of course, in the past we can see the largest eruption, but we can't say that this is really the largest, or that we can't have something even bigger in the future. The biggest problem is that we can reduce the risk. We can never set to zero all risk. And we have a limited amount of money that we have to spend for different kind of risk. So the situation is pretty complicated for decision making. Let me make some example about why it could be unethical. For instance, I do the example, in example one, I do the example of seismology. A magnitude 6.5, like North earthquake, is it possible under London? So London do not have any retrofitting rules. So according to the maximum credible event, I should retrofit the whole city of London. Is it fair? I mean, of course, if they have a limited amount of money, they have to spend the money to protect from the floods of the themes, in particular if the climate change is something real. Again, the amount of money is limited. You can't set all the risk to zero. And we know only our risk, not all the risk. So for this reason, we have to be very careful when we go outside our red box. Example one is about the evacuation camp of Leray. The worst scenario is the Campania Indian Bride. I think that it could involve more than 10 million of people. Should we evacuate all of them? I think that nobody would do that. And this is, okay, so just summarizing, there is no room for maximum credible event. We have to provide different scenarios, and somebody has to define which is the scenario more reasonable for making some action. And again, this choice has nothing to do with the science. We should produce all the possible scenarios, but we shouldn't choose the right one for decision making. To me, it's very dangerous to do that. Okay, I can skip that. Okay, just to make a very simple example. In Wauwauko, we have been invited to participate in Wauwauko, that experiment that was a reactivation of the Auckland volcanic field. And at the very end, there was some sort of probabilistic calculation, but at the very end, the civil protection decided to evacuate this area, the dashed white line. But if you just run a very simple cost-benefit analysis, you should have evacuated something like that. So what does it mean? That if you evacuate this just by good feeling, if something happened outside this area, you can't justify your choice. You can't. If you don't do any simple but credible risk-cost-benefit analysis, you can't define why you decided only to evacuate this area and not the other one. And here, one of the biggest issues probably here, I'm not a fan of volcanic alert level. And I think that in some cases can work, like at the beginning, the first slide. If I have an hazard that is coming down, I can use a very simple alert level, say, okay, people go without making any sophisticated risk assessment. But in most cases, this is really dangerous because every time that we set an alert level and we provide 4 different colors, of course, any decision maker will attach their own action to each level. What does it mean, this? They don't have to make any decision. They have just to say, it's green, I do this. It's yellow, I do that. All responsibility is on the shoulder of volcanologists. And I think this is very dangerous because they can't say why they move from one level to another one. It's completely subjective. Weather forecasting community has the same problem moving from a watch alert and something like that. They don't know exactly when, and different people could do different things. I think that you can't justify very easily this after the fact. It's something we go on. Just an example, for me, for some volcano in particular, when you go to the red level for evacuation, it's too late. It's too late because, for instance, sometimes volcanologists think, okay, in the red level, I want to be almost sure that an eruption is going to occur. But for instance, for the city of Naples, this could mean few hours. You can't do anything real in a few hours. You need more than 1 week. So, again, I have a lot of problem to understand how this can be used in a credible way, in a defensible way for high-risk volcano. For instance, for volcano very close to big, large city. This is exactly what is done. What is done in Campi Flegrei. This is the alert level scheme for the Campi Flegrei. And what happened, for instance, during the recent exercise for Campi Flegrei, I think that Laura is going to talk a little bit more about that. INGV provide the probability. This probability has been given to an expert panel. Expert panel received the probability, say, oh, well, do we need to transmit the probability? So what is our role? They change the probability just by good feeling. And they give this new probability to a major risk commission, still made by scientists, that has to decide at which level they have to go. They can't do that. I mean, they just simply made by good feeling. There is a clear disconnection between the scientific information and the way in which this is transmitted in terms of alert level scheme. On the other hand, I have to say that they have made several steps ahead with respect to the area to be evacuated. In particular, in the last document, this is Campi Flegrei, just to know that the city is just inside the volcano. So it could be really dangerous to understand exactly. We don't know exactly where the next vent is going to open. And of course, even a small eruption can create a lot of damages. More, Naples is downwind, so it could be very, very bad problem. So what they did is we don't define the worst scenario. At the beginning, there was some attempt in the past to define the worst scenario. Now they say, well, we don't define the worst scenario. We define a reference scenario, the landmark event. Landmark event means that you have a 95% probability that the next eruption will be inside such a landslide event. Landmark event. So they define some sort of acceptable risk. This has been done not by scientists, at least this is what I hope, because it's really dangerous to define why 5% is an acceptable risk. But if somebody outside our scientific community say that, okay, we can provide different kind of scenario, and you can take the one that has 95% of probability to contain the next event. And this can be made. The burden here is not on volcanologists, but is here on who decided 95% is acceptable risk. It could be reasonable, I don't know. But again, because to define this number, you need information that are not volcanology, that are not in the background of volcanologists, are something not related to science. So Just point to take home. The other separation principle is essential to separate and clarify role and responsibility. Everyone can see I work in this box, and in the whole reduction process. Against, VALs don't do that. VALs, volcanologists decide what has to be done. So the decision maker had just to follow what the volcanologist said. It could be very problematic, this. Again, not for all volcanoes, not for all eruption. For instance, Marta showed that in some case, it could be worthwhile to say, okay, again, the lava is coming, just move. We don't need to make any sophisticated risk assessment. Such a distinction facilitates the interaction of different experts in planning transparent reduction protocols to define some sort of common language between people with different expertise. I think that has to be made, of course, during quiet period. And please remember, don't talk about right decision, wrong decision, or even successful decision. Because successful decision is not a decision, I call an evacuation and eruption is occurred. This is not the only successful decision. Sometimes a successful decision can, I call an evacuation, nothing happened. It could still be successful because it was the right thing to do in that case. The principle is very important for governmental institutions to define their mission and for each partner to protect the integrity of their special assessment. Again, I want to be responsible for my knowledge, not for something that I don't know. A scientist can wear different hats simultaneously. I mean, a volcanologist can act also as a decision maker. Sure, he or she can. But the most important point is that she has to be aware that to be a good decision maker requires a lot of competences that are well beyond volcanology. So if you want to wear different hats, please be aware of this. Be aware of this. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Wagner. Again, perfectly on time, so we do have opportunities for questions. Over. There's an embarrassment of the microphones, is it?
Let's see. So, Werner, I think what you're advocating for, correct me if I'm wrong, is that instead of volcanic alert levels, we use probability to convey information. Is that correct?
Well, in the ideal scheme, you have to provide the risk in the ideal scheme. If you want just to communicate hazard, it could be much better to communicate the probability. Because, again, to move from one alert to another, you have to define threshold. Thresholds are not related to the science, are related only to what you want to do with this kind of information.
So I'll just put forward a thought experiment, which is that to me, there's so much uncertainty in all the probabilities that we calculate, estimate, really, that giving specific numbers implies more certainty than we might have. And that in the volcanic alert level scheme, we're actually building in uncertainty by saying it fits into, you know, some probability bin, another probability bin, and then you give more specific, say, spatial information by being more detailed in your alert level announcement or something like that.
Yeah, you have two options. Yeah, you have two options. For instance, it is true that that probability could have different kind of uncertainty. With the bad code, for instance, we deliver this kind of information. Otherwise, we can decide, okay, I just simply discretize my level of probability. But again, it must be very clear that the green one means the probability is between 0 and 25. So in any case, you have to provide numbers, because I can tell you, a lot of people say 0 to 25, I want to evacuate now. I don't want to evacuate when it's 95%, because 25% the probability to be hit by pyroclastic flows, for me as a citizen, it is too high. So when you see the probability, I think that the people that attach action to that alert level could start asking themselves a lot of information, say, well, I want to do this in the green one, in the yellow one, in the orange one. But if you don't give probability, people say, okay, well, I do this. So there is no connection. In other words, you can discretize, but you have to provide numbers with some sort of level of uncertainty.
So just maybe to bring a slightly different angle to that particular point, the difficulty of cost-benefit analysis is that it requires a lot of data. And some countries are really ready for that. So this is how decision-makings are made around which road to fix. For instance, you look at societal risk, how many people get killed in that area, you attach a figure, a dollar figure or euro figure to that, and then as a government you made a decision. Is it worth fixing or not? Are we happy to take that risk? But all this requires data of form, whether it's exposure, whether it's the cost of an eruption affecting infrastructure and people. Some countries are ready for that. Some others, we are far from that. And I think that's where the debate comes and goes between the usefulness of simple tools for decision making versus more comprehensive risk analysis and probabilistic approach. And I think we just have to be super conscious of where we are on that journey as a country for each one of us, and hopefully, migrate there. But I don't think there is a one-fits-all solution. Perhaps that's what I'm getting at.
Well, thank you very much, because I forgot to say, this is some sort of final goal. Of course, you can't say, okay, I do this tomorrow. That's impossible. But I think that if you just set some kind of guide in the long term, some sort of aims, in the long term, I want to go there, it is a big success for me. Anyway, I thought the same about cost-benefit analysis. Some people show me that it could be very easy to be done, but again, there is nothing scientific behind. It is only very simple. Okay, let me make an example. I read recently a document that has been released after 50 years after the Second World War about the decision of delivering a nuclear bomb. And it was a cost-benefit analysis to say, okay, what is the forecast? How many Americans will die invading Japan? And people say 1 million. Okay, what is the number of people that will be killed by nuclear bomb? Few 100,000. Okay, is terrible. Has nothing to do with science, but this is exactly what happened. And in some case, this is what the decision maker do. But again, it's their job. They have to be responsible for that, not me.
Hello. Yeah, I thank you, Warner, for this presentation. This is very instructive, and I completely agree with these points. And from our experience in Ecuador, we have seen several times when what you have shown is true and can be useful when properly made and properly developed. Something which is important for volcano observatories, I think, is that what you have been saying. We are providing information for both cases, but in different circumstances. For example, if we want to do a decision-making process, it can be something that requires a lot of information, just like you said, but this is the way it should be done. In the case that we are facing what you said, the lahar coming down, then the volcano observatories also have to be present with what we call the early warning systems. This is when we cannot make a decision, or the decision needs to be made very immediately because there is a immediate threat or phenomenon occurring. So this is something that we also need to consider, what you had mentioned. It's early warning systems is for when decision making requires too short time, and the rest of our work is only useful when we have time or enough resources to do, or enough information to do this kind of other decision-making process.
You can define that in the protocol. For instance, again, I repeat myself, when you have a LAR that is coming down, the probability is 1. So there is no uncertainty. So it means that you have to move. You don't have to make any sophisticated risk calculation. So an alert level inside the volcano observatory may work perfectly. This is an extreme case. The other extreme case is volcanoes inside Naples. There is a wide range in between. Anybody has to decide what is the right.
And another example is in Ecuador. We have this scheme of alert levels that are supposed to be equivalent with decisions and actions that need to be taken. But it was obvious, for example, Tungurahua volcano erupted like so many times and never ever was in red alert. Never. There were evacuations that were made, there were procedures that were taken, actions that were decisions made, and it was never in red alert. So these schemes are not flat, are not direct. It's not possible. This decision making is a much more complex process.
I'm very intrigued by your arguments of, I would say, the nature of alert levels. So actually, if you put an alert, if you set thresholds, you are doing decision making. That's your argument. But from the point of view of a scientist, could be, I would say, part of the experiment or part of the phenomenological description of your experiments. Okay. So I need an analogy and to see, I mean, to listen to your answer. You know the history of Schrödinger, who put a cat with a bottle of poison into the box, so there is a 50% of probability that the cat was alive or dead. When you open the box, and there is the collapse of the probability function, when you open the box, is that part of the experiment, or is that decision making, in your point of view?
What we test is not the alert level. We test the probability in the best case. Again, if I have continuous eruption volcano, I can test if, for instance, most of the time eruption occur when the probability is high, but not always. So again, you can test probabilities. You cannot test an alert level. Because, for instance, I don't know what red alert means. It is above 80%, is above 90%. Some people want to be sure and set the alert level red when it is pretty close to 1. It means that it's useless, yeah, at least for most of volcanoes. So, but again, you can test the alert level simply because it's not a scientific. You can test the probability. So, of course, this can be done for analogous volcano or something like that. You can do it. It is hard to be done, but it is potentially possible.
Well, thank you very much, Wagner. So we come to our final talk before the break. Heather Wright, who will be telling us a lot about various tools we can do for assessing eruption possibilities.
Okay, so I'm going to talk today about use of event trees. I'm going to focus on the application, the methodology that we use in our group in VDEP, but what I'm hoping is that some of the lessons that we've learned are applicable to other uses of event trees and Bayesian frameworks for estimating likelihoods of eruptions as well. Okay, some basic, I'm going to kind of hurry through this first part. I think most of the people in this room have seen event trees, and certainly all of you have thought about eruption forecasting. There are many different questions that we would love to answer within a forecasting exercise. Will there be an eruption? How big will it be? How far will the products go? And of course, there's lots of uncertainty involved in this process because unrest leading to eruption doesn't behave monotonically. We can have lots of variations, plateaus, and increases in geophysical parameters. This cartoon here shows some of the examples of cases where unrest has progressed in different ways. And we also know why forecasts are important. They're important on the long term for the ideal case of land use planning, for which we've seen very few cases where that's actually had an effect. But in an ideal case, something like a hazard map could be used for land use planning, and then in the short term for evacuation and an exclusion zone. Event trees as applies to eruption forecasting. I'll show you a graphic in the next slide that shows the framework of the event tree as originally put forward by Newhall and Hoblet in 2002. It's a logical framework for walking through different scenarios that could happen within a given period of unrest. Where if we start on the left-hand side of this figure with some period of unrest, we move through mutually exclusive scenarios for, in the first case, the cause of that unrest, or sorry, what the unrest leads to, either eruption or no eruption. And then we can move through, as we move towards the right, we can move forward in time and more specific in degree or in description of where and what and how far traveled the phenomena produced might reach. Chris Newhall mentioned that this can extend all the way out to risk. The figure that I'm showing here does not go out that far. You can see we can include things like vent location. We can use some sort of proxy for eruption size. Here I've chosen maximum VEI within the time interval of interest, but you could choose another measure, say magnitude or volume of eruption here. On the left-hand side of this tree, the scenarios are mutually exclusive, but then once we reach the phenomena, of course, you can produce multiple phenomena in any given eruption. So you can see here that the unrest may lead to magmatic eruption. Perhaps that will be at the summit. It could produce a VEI3 eruption and simultaneously, or at least within the same eruption, produce tephra, a PDC, and a debris avalanche, for example. I also want to point out that the data used to inform probabilities of these events, the data sources change depending on where we are from left to right on this tree. On the left-hand side, many of these nodes or branches within the tree are informed more based on monitoring data, but as we move to the right, this is based more on eruptive history and global data. And in the middle, it may be a combination of both, although there are different applications and methods for combination by different groups. Okay, so in VDAP's application of this event tree process, we use this framework. Perhaps I'll go back just one. We use this framework not only as a method for trying to estimate probabilities of different scenarios, but also to as a tool to motivate discussion, to get all the relevant scientists on the same page in terms of interpretation, pulling multidisciplinary data all together, and at the most basic level for framing what the scenarios might be. So the very first step would be forming this tree for your specific volcano, choosing what are the relevant branches, what does the structure of this tree look like, and that might even change during an eruption, and I'll show you an example of that in a few slides. So importantly, the forecast or the probabilities are estimated for a stated period of time, and then consecutive forecasts, that is updates to the tree, are prompted by changes of any particular type, maybe changes in the character of eruptions after they've already started, change in the character of monitoring data, or perhaps at some regular time interval. The time interval of choice can be also informed by operational significance, where more and more people are incorporating very long-term event trees into hazards assessments during peacetime, but we can also create short-term event trees that are much aided by having those long-term trees available over short terms, more appropriate for evacuations or rapid decision-making. Okay. This is a simplified version of a event tree that we worked on with CVGHM during the Agon crisis. Debbie mentioned this in his talk yesterday. We move from the current status here on the left. In this particular case, the eruption, the unrest had already progressed for some time. There were, trying to remember exactly, I think eruptions had already started. Yeah, eruptions had already started here, so we knew an intrusion had been in place. The next note is what to expect next, where we have two numbers on this tree. The lower one is the conditional probability. Oh, this label is wrong. Conditional probability. Here you multiply 90% times 100% to get the cumulative probability. And as you move through the tree, again, the data sources vary. And I'll show an example of what I mean by that. So what are some of the data sources? Includes an eruptive history of the volcano, also global databases, analog volcanoes, which have come up a few times, and maybe I'll talk through some examples there. Okay, so in the VDAP process, scientists gather data, so that includes both local data and global data, before we get together and sit in a room to try to talk about probabilities. What kind of data? This includes local and global data, so for instance, hazard maps, some representation of the eruptive history, where in an ideal case, you'd have a list of all of the eruptions of import, their volume, their explosivity, column heights, pyroclastic flow transport distance, all sorts of relevant information for estimation of hazard. And then from that list of eruptive history information, you might come up, for example, with a VEI distribution that of course is the VEI distribution of the history, where history certainly informs the future, but is not a pure representation of the future for reasons like poor preservation in the stratigraphic record, the possibility of unprecedented events, things like this. We also include a conceptual model, which might include your vision of what the subsurface looks like, the magma reservoir geometry, a list of analog volcanoes where you choose analogs for different reasons, that is to answer or to look at different questions. And you might have a different set of analogs to think about the possibility of Lahar travel size, but a different set of analogs for instance, the seismic behavior pre-eruption. Scientists then come together with all of this information and discuss the eruption scenarios to try to come in our method to a consensus about probability of all these different events or scenarios within the tree framework. Importantly, we always plot, this was mentioned in a talk yesterday, all the data on a single timeline to try to come up with a multidisciplinary interpretation of what's happening in the system. Ideally, this discussion happens in person, but sometimes it happens remotely. Back to the point of analog volcanoes, importantly, we have increasing databases that provide us opportunities to supplement our sometimes very sparse eruptive records by looking at analog volcanoes from around the world. And I show this figure just to point out the VEI distributions for different subsets of volcanoes. This is just a few different cases meant to show that there are different VEI distributions for different subsets. For example, the purple and black here, black is stratovolcano eruptions. These are all the data from the Global Volcanism Program. For stratovolcanoes, you might, I'll come back to this one in a minute, you might choose a different subset, that is all volcanic eruptions from distributed volcanic fields. In that case, the distribution looks a bit different. Even more different if you just looked at the distribution of, and this is maximum VEI, of eruptions in dome-forming sequences, and that looks most distinct from the stratovolcano case in general. If instead you wanted to look at non-dome forming, non-dome formers, andesitic volcanoes that don't make domes, you could see a different distribution. And then finally, perhaps you can add even more detail. Maybe we're thinking about a system that has formed a caldera, and you want to know, well, what's after the system's been reset, well, what's the global distribution of VEIs after that process? Strikingly, you'll notice that it's very similar to stratovolcano eruptions in general. But anyway, we can choose different subsets to try to draw strength from other analog sets. So a new thing that we've introduced, partly to address one problem that we've had, which is the problem in these discussions of the loudest voice. Sometimes in a group, there can be a dominant person, one person that's louder than the rest of the people in the room and dominates discussion. So we've added these online forms. This is just a Google form that allows the group, after we've had discussion, to put their own estimation of probability. We can record that information, come back together, and discuss again to see if we can move towards consensus. We then do that individual polling again after discussion. You might think that after we'd reached discussion, it would all collapse down into a single value, but it doesn't. Scientists maintain some of their diversity of opinion even after consensus building. We then use an Excel sheet to record all the information we've used to inform these event tree probabilities, and we increasingly try to document some measure of uncertainty. So this is one improvement, one best practice that I'll talk about at the end as well. How do we incorporate uncertainty into our estimation? One additional thing, we also use this as a platform for highlighting which questions remain even after discussion of all these different data sets. What other monitoring data do we wish we had? What questions about the system or questions about interpretation do we wish we know the answer to? And we put this all in a single file. So as an example, I'm going to kind of breeze through these. I'll talk about a few different small pieces of event trees we've created for a few different places. I'll start with Sinabung in Indonesia. You can see a timeline along the bottom here starting from 2013 with the alert level shown in the color code down at the bottom. The arrows point to times at which we created event trees. I'm just going to focus on two different event trees within this sequence. The first is from the 12th of December from 2013. Again, I'll breeze through this, but during this time period, there was a predominance of regular hybrid seismicity. And this is an extract of a very condensed version of what was in the event tree documentation, where here the most likely scenario was for VEI 1 to 2 eruptions, and that pyroclastic flows would stay within 5 kilometers of the summit. At this point, no dome had appeared in the eruptive episode, but there were fractures opening radial to the northeast crater, as well as other fractures in the upper cone and summit area. There's the new and dominant occurrence of hybrid earthquakes, strong indicators that magma is very shallow. So although this is condensed, one of the important things here is to include both some description of the data and interpretation of what it means. Let me just skip forward a little bit here and show that at the end, so repeating hybrids are an indicator of extrusion within a period of days to weeks at other volcanoes. Here's a list of other volcanoes where this kind of behavior was seen, but then note here it says, need additional data to evaluate the reliability of this indicator. So again, pointing out questions or things we'd like to follow up on to reduce our uncertainty on interpretation. In comparison with observed behavior after that event tree, the eruptions that continued over that time interval, it was a two-week forecast, were VEI 1 to 2 eruptions and pyroclastic density currents that traveled up to 3 kilometers from the summit. And a dome appeared just a day later. That was on December 19th. So we found success in the way that it helped highlight questions that we had. We also found success in that the outcomes were similar to the highest probabilities that we assigned, but as you'll see, we also had some success in highlighting some low probability scenarios. So here's another tree. This is from January 10th of 2014. Here we changed the framework. So remember I said that the structure of the tree itself, that is what are the scenarios of events that might happen, is one of the most important parts. Now we're not estimating is there going to be eruption, but is the eruption going to continue? Is that eruption going to get bigger or smaller? And now the additional scenario that because there's a dome at the summit, that dome could collapse, and that itself could trigger different outcomes. So here is a portion of the tree. It says large dome collapse that exposes the top of the conduit. We've now added this little blocks here, which encompasses the range of expert opinion, not only the consensus, but also the range. This is a very crude estimate of uncertainty. We've also, I'll just point out here, added a scenario that includes lateral blast. Based on the position and opening of fractures, it's a low probability, but what does low mean? And but it was highlighted in the communication of the results of this tree because even a 1% total cumulative probability of a blast has high consequence for population. I think I'm going to skip that. What actually happened after that event tree, here's a comparison. Prior to January 10th, the summit looked like this with pyroclastic flows traveling down. But after this time, there was a very large en masse collapse that destroyed the whole dome, produced pyroclastic flows that traveled up to 4 kilometers from the vent. Importantly also, though, just a couple of weeks later, on February 1st, there was a small blast, which had a fairly low probability, but was communicated in the results of the tree. And so there also we felt like there was some success in the utility of having that in the scenarios and also in discussion of probabilities, despite the fact it was a relatively low probability. Okay, again, very quickly, just some other cases. Raul mentioned that we have been doing event trees at Fuego in Guatemala. One of the real benefits of event trees there, in a totally different system that was an open system where eruptions have been, as Raul mentioned, going on since 1999. Discussions of eruption cyclicity and more discussions about VEI distribution within a long-lived eruptive sequence, where now the maximum VEI of any sequence is not applicable to this kind of framework. Instead, we need to think about the more specific record of what events happen within a long sequence. So we talked about eruption cycles, different conceptual models, and what might indicate a paroxysm. And so I think this process, we're here again, the framework is now, is activity going to increase, stay the same, or decrease over some interval? And the questions included, what are some desired data streams that we wish we had, and are there any precursors to paroxysm that might help signal a larger event to come? And this also highlights something that these event trees usually always lead us to, which is what would the trigger points be? That is, what are the thresholds in the combined set of monitoring data that would lead to some larger event that might also prompt some decision making? I think I'm going to skip that, but just head on to some of the conclusions, which are, I'll start with the biggest value points for our team in the use of event trees, and then I'll lead to the best practices. So the value that we see in our particular application of this process is that it elicits effective communication and debate amongst volcano scientists with expertise in different disciplines. I think any application of this kind of method leads to the same thing. It also provides a structure to help reach consensus and to logically combine and weigh the meaning and predictive value of all these different data streams, the geophysical part, the historic record, any models that might be used. As I was sitting here this morning, it actually strikes me that the event tree process, or the framework, is almost like a checklist for forecasts in and of itself, because you need to fill in each node, you need to fill in the data stream interpretation, and so it's almost a form of a way to check boxes to make sure you're applying similar methodology. It enables evaluation of uncertainty through variance of opinion or variance in model outcomes in our application. In other applications, there's more direct uncertainty estimation and extrapolation between monitoring thresholds that might be applied. It also documents the rationale for forecasts, either as numerical probabilities or in more general terms, or in a likelihood estimation. You might say 1 in 3. You might also say 33%. You might also say a low likelihood but high consequence. I think the more ways you present information, the more audiences it reaches. It provides a logical framework for discussion with decision makers. We've had a lot of success in presenting this information with partners in talking about hazards assessments. It helps decision makers and emergency managers understand the process of what we go through to get to a forecast on our side, and that helps them have more confidence in the presentation of forecast information. There's a lot left to be done in our method of how we apply uncertainty, so there's certainly a lot of room for growth. But our final recommendations for event tree use: to create trees in advance of the crisis, to document all information, to include relevant scenario information in the tree structure, so change the structure itself, to incorporate multidisciplinary data and involve experts from many different disciplines, to recognize the problems inherent in group elicitation, so loudest voice, things like this, and then finally, to frame your forecast in terms of changes to the current activity level once an eruption started, document the duration over which the forecast is valid, document uncertainty, and then cater the way you communicate the results to the stakeholder group in question. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Heather, once again, third talk perfectly on time, so we have time for questions. Barn is...
Thank you. I have just one information. I see that you are collecting the case when event occurred and you see the probability. I'm suggesting you to collect also when nothing happened.
Yeah.
Because, believe me, next time there will be an extreme event that will occur 1% of probability, people will say, oh, your model was wrong, forgetting that 99% of the time, when you give the same probability, nothing happened.
Yeah.
So it means, well, this is exactly what to expect. So I'm just suggesting to collect also the negative one.
For sure. So actually, on this point, because, well, the number of forecasts we have in total is very small. So in order to evaluate success, failure, you know, N is too small to get at a really robust assessment. But we're starting to use Breyer scores, which is essentially a way to look at all the different scenarios and then look at outcomes and evaluate success both in terms of the low probability events and the high probability events.
That's perfect. And the second one is about the expert opinion. In real expert opinion in the long term is pretty easy, except the fact that you have to take into account many bias due, for instance, loud voice and many other. And but during a crisis, I don't have huge experience, but in the few experience that I have, it takes time to meet the people. It takes time to make a consensus, and at the same time, the volcano could have done something different. So you have to restart again. So you are always on late. For this reason, for instance, in Italy, Campi Flegrei, in Vesuvius, Laura and other colleagues have made some sort of expert opinion about what you should see before things. In the sense that during peace period, the expert elicitation, it is much easier.
Yeah. Okay, so a quick response to that is it always takes the most time for discussion the first time that we're discussing a particular volcano. And then after that, two things. One, we've introduced these online surveys, which are a pretty quick way, they can be a pretty quick way to get information even without discussion. And sometimes it comes back, all the experts think the same thing. Oh, it's all changed. We think now the probability is quite high. Other time, it really highlights some disparity that, in the case of Kilauea, for example, there was a big variation in probabilities that experts assigned. And it turned out that that was a completely different conceptual model being used by two different groups. And that was great as a way to highlight, okay, why is there so much difference? And why is it a group here and a group here? Finally, the thing that we are calling trigger points is essentially your point of coming up with some criteria that maybe if you saw that would lead somebody to say, okay, I'm going to make a decision or change something even without gathering all the people together.
So my question is very technical. So in the event tree, the output of the hazard is single, but many times so some hazard are multiple. For example, pyroclast flow, ash fall, and later lahar simultaneously lahar may happen. But in your view cartoon, so it's very difficult to illustrate everything. And in addition, some the eruption create a new other event. So what do you deal about that?
Okay, yeah, so most often, so we're not usually working directly with stakeholders because we're supporting partners. But in the cases where we have worked with stakeholders, we're not showing the tree itself. And so instead, to your first point, where you can have multiple things happening at the same time, that's part of what's necessary in the communication of the results. So, hey, this is the most likely scenario, and these things could be produced reaching these distances. Here's a less likely, but also possible and much higher consequence series of events. Let's see, your second point was, things change through time. So in that's like the Cinnabon case, where then once a dome appeared, we changed the whole structure of the tree to create a whole nother scenario of what happens as a result of destabilization of the dome itself that might not have anything to do with a summit eruption. There are other cases. I think the Japanese framework of event trees to always include sector collapse as another branch is another example of where you can include different kinds of scenario information that aren't all eruption.
So, if I understand well, you view the event tree as mostly for internal use, but are you aware of any experience of communicating the event tree to the public? And what was the reception in case somebody tries?
Of communicating the whole event tree.
Yeah.
No, I can't think of a case.
So nobody has
But
tried
there
to.
are places where the event tree has been communicated to some civil defense partner. They've been shown, here's the framework, here's what it all looks like, here are the probabilities. And they're published now, in hindsight, but after the fact. Not during the crisis, yeah.
It strikes me that most of the stuff here, what you're talking about, has been internal to the observatory, but we've also talked about scientific advisory panels and experts outside. And just what just kind of hit me was that maybe the event tree is that mechanism or the framework for those groups to be interacting in with the observatory to making suggestions. Either science could be going there. We've also said what other monitoring, and that's really the, like I said, the framework, the methodology, the technique, or the language that information gets back and forth. That's just an observation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it serves as an excellent communication tool, not just to partners, but also to colleagues, perhaps. As more people incorporate event trees into long-term hazards assessments and bring other scientific colleagues into that process, I think that can help the scientific community understand how the process might work enough that maybe that could be then extrapolated to within crisis use, as long as people understand the process first.
Well, I would like to say that event trees are good just to figure out what may happen. Just looking at the very basics of you know, analyzing a volcano, what scenarios are there, and that's the sort of the starting point. The other issue of signing probabilities, in most cases this is almost impossible, at least in the long term, unless you have lots of data, and in most cases we don't have, because the stories are so short, and the really big events, they happen in each volcano not very often. So we don't really have the data, but I would still say that just the event tree, to have an event tree, is very important for any volcano, because an observatory that hasn't made an event tree hasn't really analyzed the possibilities.
Yeah, I think that's confirms our experience. We actually just had an exercise within the USGS to try to start moving towards long-term event trees for some volcanoes, for which the preservation of deposits isn't complete, for sure. And so there's a lot of discussion motivated and kind of modeled after an exercise that was done in New Zealand that Mark Bebbington published on in 2018, which was taking the eruptive record, both historic and prehistoric eruptions, and trying to extrapolate from that record to some future behavior using analog data sets to fill in the VEI distribution. So making some sort of estimation, what percentage of small events do we think are missing from the record? And of course, every field geologist has a different way of interpreting how much they think is lost from the record. And so expert elicitation is useful even in that part, partly for homogenization within any observatory, for method, for understanding the process, and just for thinking about conceptual model of, you know, the case of the caldera, post-caldera analog set actually came from this exercise we just did a couple weeks ago, talking about Crater Lake, Mount Mazama in the Cascades, where a caldera-forming eruption happened 7,000 years ago, and there were a series of small eruptions right afterwards, and then just one eruption after that. And so there's a lot of discussion about, is the system capable of doing, or what is it capable of doing now that it's been totally reset? So, yeah.
This is a reflection on your comment that this could be a checklist. And we have meetings maybe once a year at CVO, where we spend a day focusing on one of our volcanoes, and we try and bring in stakeholders to those emergency managers that are working with that particular volcano. And the end of those, those end with a probability tree discussion, and sort of starting that Heather often leads. And the comments that have come back from the emergency managers is that they're really glad to see that we have a process for thinking through some fairly inexact questions, and that they find it reassuring. So even though in the heat of the moment we might not show them the event tree itself, it's, in our experience, been reassuring for them to know that we have something like that, like a checklist.
Okay, okay. okay. Okay, okay. Sí, bueno. Ok, ok. Ok, ok. Uno, dos. Sí, sí, ok. Uno, dos, uno, dos. Ok, ok, uno, dos, uno, dos. Ok, ok. Sí, bueno, bueno. Sí, sí. Sí, bueno, bueno. Sí, bueno. Sí, 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 bueno. Sí, bueno, bueno, ok. Sí, bueno, uno, dos, tres, sí, bueno, ok. Sí, bueno. Sí, bueno. Ok, ok, uno, dos, uno, dos. A ver, ahí está.
Testing, testing, test, yeah.
Ok, ok, uno, dos, uno, dos.
First.
And the others are perfect. Can we all just... yes, that's right. The emergency exits are here, and there you go. Excellent. So we're going to start the final session before lunch. That's always the most exciting session. And we will start with Francois Baudicel, who will be talking to us about real-time magma flux quantization as a tool for crisis management. Hello, how does this work? Yeah, no, there's an arrow, but it's not fitting in. Might be too.
Yeah, just okay, okay. So it's okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I will talk about a project that started maybe 5 years ago in the framework of the collaboration between France and Indonesia. And so there is many colleagues, and French, Indonesian, and also from Japan for Merapi. I will talk about an application on 5 different volcanoes to estimate magma flux from GNSS. So just a general things to start. We said also yesterday that to forecast eruption we need short-term and reliable parameter, if possible quantitative parameters. So as you all know, geodesy and mechanical modeling combined with mechanical modeling have a natural capability to estimate and to locate source of deformation and could quantify volume variation. So we don't know what is the source. It can be magma, gas, compressed or not, but if there is a volume variation at depths, we can measure deformation at surface. For 20 years now, we have developed the WebOp system at IPGP, and it offers an environment to develop tools for real-time processing in observatories. So this is an application of the WebOp system. So we made a full automated chain of GNSS processing from the acquisition to the time series of unsupervised model. So the word unsupervised is important because as we process data in real time, we cannot control all the parameters, and we must produce modeling results without supervision. So I won't go into detail, but the idea is to take the data every hour from the field, to compute the GNSS solution, to compute time series, to assess the problem of the tectonic trend, try to correct atmospheric and orbital residuals, and then make a source grid search using a simple complex source point, including the topography. So I will enter into detail in that model. This model is actually validated and operational at some volcanoes, including Merapi, Agung, Soufrière, Piton-la Fournaise, and Mayotte. So just a small word about the WebOp system that you have seen in the Jean-Christophe talk yesterday. The main features are to manage all the observatory needs into one single tool, and it includes a near real-time data processing and modeling, multidisciplinary. That's the main point. And I used to say that this is a tool as a frontier between research and monitoring, because this is a tool for monitoring, but researchers may develop new things inside this system. So this is actually presently installed at 15 observatories. So let's back to the GNSS tool. So the main things to process the GNSS data is to remove the tectonic trend and to deal with residual of orbit and atmospheric. So this is an example. I have a pointer. Okay, an example at Merapi Volcano. This is the raw data in absolute regional reference. So this is ITRF trends. And when you remove it, you have the residual at Merapi, and with very small, more than 100 order of magnitude of difference between the trends and the volcanic signal. So we compute velocities using trends. Trends, it means that we cannot use the daily solution, but we need to integrate sometime, at least few days of period of time interval to compute trends because of the noise due to GNSS solution. And also we include a small, I won't explain that, but we have a tool to try to remove some non-final orbit problems, because if you process that GNSS data in real time, as you know, the last 2 weeks you don't have the final orbits. So you have to deal with that if you want to use GNSS in real time. Okay, so we compute at several time scales, and we have a millimeter per year sensitivity. Okay, for the modeling, we use a very simple one, essentially because on most of the GNSS network we don't have enough data. So with, for example, at Agung, we have only 5 stations. So in the 5 stations, we cannot make a complex model. So we just deal with 2 types of model. One is isotropic one based on the Moggi equation, and the other one is a compound dislocation model. I will explain that in the next slide. The idea is to use the expression of this model in volume variation and not in pressure. It means that it becomes independent from the elastic parameters, and we use the well-known Williams and Wedge topography approximation. And then we explore all the model space, which means that we don't look for the base model, but we explore using a grid search to be sure to look at all the solutions. And then we make something that is readable for the monitoring, which is a color plot showing the probability of the model in space. And with this scale, I'm sorry, Warner, it's a low and high probability scale. And this one is also a combination between the probability and also the sign of the volume variation, the deflation and the inflation here. And we also developed recently a method to model the residual and to look for a secondary source. Okay, so just one quick slide about the PCDM, the compound dislocation model. I believe it's a small revolution in the field of deformation analytic solution, because it's a very simple equation. Some 100 lines of code of equation, but it's full analytic, and it's able to reproduce isotropic, dike, vertical pipe, or oriented seals, or any ellipsoid shape. So we can use this model instead of all the previous models that have been developed, like Moggi, the Davis one, the Bonacorso, and so on, in one single equation. So we have developed the code. So the code is made by Medinico, but we also rewrite the code to make it usable for inversion. It's available here in the IPGP site. Okay, so let's start with the first one. The first example of volcanoes is Piton de la Fournaise. Piton de la Fournaise has a quite large network, GPS network, about 30 stations. And this is the last 6 months of baseline from the GPS. This is a screenshot of this morning. With, as you know, we have many eruptions at Piton de la Fournaise. So it was a good place to validate and test first this tool. Okay, so what is the result of one example of eruption? It's the eruption of June 2014, at the time that we installed the system in Piton de la Fournaise. And I will just show you some screenshots per day, not all the day, but we start with this one. So this is a representation of the probability of the source of deformation, and it shows homogeneous colors. That it means that there is no significant source. A few days after, we start with a deep source, and the shape is a seal at 5 kilometers of depth, and this is a volume variation associated to it. 2 days after, this source has progressed to the surface, and the shape is now a vertical dike. And then it becomes a pipe, and still a pipe, still shallower, and the last one is a dike, very shallow. This is a co-eruptive processing. So you see that with this very simple model, it's possible to follow the migration of the magma and to estimate the volume variation. And a remarkable thing is that the two last model have a different shape. So this is a pipe and this is a dike, but the volume variation is the same. And so it's quite coherent. So in this example, we had 8 days of a consistent precursor, a vertical migration of the source from a seal to shallow dike through intermediate pipe, and the last volume variation of 0.23 with maybe a 20% error, and a measure erupt lava flow, which is quite consistent with it. So with this first example, we are confident to apply to other volcanoes. So we make it at La Soufrière de Guadeloupe. So La Soufrière de Guadeloupe is quite a complex site because it's really three-dimensional with fractures, and so the topography plays an important role. And we have a phreatic shallow activity for years with a small deformation, but quite significant. And so what is the result of the tool on La Soufrière? So this is a screenshot I took a few days ago. And you see that the source of deformation is very shallow. It's a few hundred meters below the surface. And this example is for the two sources. So we have a main source here and a second source here, which are exactly positioned below the fumarole activity, the main fumarole activity. And the volume variation is very low. It's a few thousand cubic meter only. Okay. And one of the outputs of this system is to make time series of model. So 2 examples of screenshot. I took that this morning. Over 1 month, this is the volume variation of the model through time, and this is the depth of the source through time. And we make also a map of the different sources, also with the time scale here. And you can see that it's quite sensitive, and it's able to resolve some very small variation of the pressure source inside the volcano. Over a longer term, you can see this is 1 year. You can see here some signals that are usually are correlated with seismic activity, and sometimes at this point has a large error. But the main thing is to see a time series of real physical parameter and not look anymore to a simple amount of deformation like centimeters or tilt. And you see also that the map of the source of deformation, it looked like a seismic hypocenter, but actually it's very similar to it because it's just an inversion of the source of surface observation. Okay, let's move to Merapi. At Merapi, for 20 years now, we believe that there was 2 magma chambers, one shallow and one deeper. It was from GPS data, and the deeper chamber was gave evidence through the last 2010 eruption with a huge amount of magma. But before it, there was no such evidence of it. And since 2010, so this is also the result from the WebOps module. We had, for example, this is a small precursor, 1 day before this small phreatic eruption, with a very shallow probability of source here, with 150,000 cubic meter only. again, this is a screenshot. All these are not a posteriori interpretation, but they are a screenshot of real-time tool. Few months after, we had the eruption, magmatic eruption at Merapi with a very small lava dome, very effusive and without seismicity. And the models were at that time over 1 week of deformation, integration of deformation, a very shallow source of only 50,000 cubic meter, related to coherent with the extrusion of the lava dome. And if you look at the same time over 2 months of integration, we look at the deeper source, which is stronger than the shallower one in terms of magnitude. As you see, it's impossible to resolve deeper than I think it's 10 kilometers here, because the GPS network is not enough wide. So we plan to install some more station at maybe 10 kilometers from the Merapi, for the summit. And the last one of the last explosion 1 month ago, another example of screenshots that we had 3 days ago. 3 days before, sorry. 3 days before the explosion. So at BPPTK, we used to now use this kind of model to add a new argument to wait for an explosion. And it works quite good at Merapi. Okay, let's switch to Agung. So at Agung, it was a special case because I was not involved in the monitoring during the eruption, and the CVGHM asked me to process the data at the beginning of December, I think, 2017. And with Agung, the problem I met is there is only 5 stations. Okay, so 5 stations. And also the data format was different, but okay, I adapted quickly, and the result was to see a very nice inflation model. So this is the result for the precursor of the eruption right here. So before September, before the seismic crisis. And even at that time, there was only 2 stations remain. But so 2 stations is only 6 components. So it's actually it should be not possible to make a model. But in fact, the unsupervised model gave this result. So a very nice source below the summit, and fitting very well the data. So an inflation of about 30 million cubic meter before the seismic crisis. And if you make the same model over November and December, you look at a very nice deflation of a source at almost the same depth and of the same amount of volume. Same amount of volume. So this result was used by Indonesian to argue that all the magma came out into the crater, and they use this information also to step down the alert level in January. Okay, this is the evidence, the measurement of the volume variation in the crater. Okay, and after installing the web-op system, we had, and essentially Padevi had this tool to look at, and this is a time series of models, the volume variation and the depth, and this is the amount of deformation. And you see the system is quite stable. It shows no model during some time, and sometimes a deflation, and an inflation, a redeflation, and this corresponds to, this is explosion in July here, and at that time there was an eruption, effusive eruption of about 4 to 5 million cubic meter in the crater. So it was preceded by this huge inflation of about 4 million cubic meter from the GPS. Okay, so move to Mayotte. So Mayotte was also a a specific case because the volcano is here, and the station are 50 kilometers at the west of the volcano. So we installed the system, and we develop also new graphics. So this is the displacement observed at the station until yesterday, I think. So it is a graph to yesterday. And you can see also here a change of the angle of the displacement, essentially the vertical, which may be correlated to a vertical negation of the source. So Jean-Christophe shown one example of that. So you see that the resolution of the source is quite not so well constrained, but again, this is the probability of the source above the due to the GPS, and the time series are very meaningful because this is the magma flux expressed in cubic meters per second, and the evolution in time until now. So with this we can control the magma flux evolution in time, and one nice result that we have is that if we take the cumulated volume variation during the first 1 year of eruption, we had 5 cubic kilometers. Very concrete. Okay, so just a summary of the model volume variation and the erupted volume variations that we had, and we have above 6 orders of magnitude between La Soufrière, which is 5,000 cubic meter, and Mayotte, which is 5 cubic kilometers. So maybe one of the main conclusions of that is that we use elastic, homogeneous, and point source, very simple model, but the volume variations is very meaningful. Okay, so the tool is available, and it's an open source tool, which is available on the website IPGP, and it is currently used at several active volcanoes. Okay, so I will just finish with the action, the answer to VOBP question. So the action that have been key to success is to anticipate the development of tool. This is a web system, and adapting and applying a tool to many volcanoes and to compare with many volcanoes. Action now wish to have taken differently, maybe a better anticipation, not install the web system during the Agung crisis, for example. I was talking about that with Davy a few minutes ago. And improving the GPS network, more station and a better transmission for some. On the lesson, develop more quantitative and real-time model. I invite all scientists to try to make the same kind of simple model in their field. We talked about that with Roberto in geochemistry, for example. Make simple models will help for crisis management. And trust the physics and use further modeling. And the last one, if you need N station to make a significant model, for example 5 at Agung, please install 10 stations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francois. I thought that was 2n factorial there for a minute. That was out of ages. Okay, we've time for some questions, please. Oh, straight away.
Thank you. Very nice. I wonder, could you go back to your last slide, please?
Yep.
So I think just in terms of the lessons learned, the third last point, point 3, and the second point there, trust the physics and use first order modeling results. I think this is an important point, and I'd just like to ask you about the source in terms of calculating the source. So in order to do things quickly, we need to make approximations. So I guess you are making approximations about the structure, for example. It's homogeneous, so you don't have a full structural model. So to get quick results, you're using this. But at the same time, in the Indonesian case, you had estimated the source volume using those approximations, and then when they thought the caldera was full, everything was out. They said, hey, the thing is over. So you're actually making some very serious decisions based on that approximation, which looks fantastic in real time. So my question is, if you go back and you get a full structural model, do a numerical simulation in terms of this type of work, what are the uncertainties you get associated with the lack of that full information, that you're just using first order information to make very serious decisions?
Yeah, okay, so that's the key question, I think. The first answer is that we won't base decision on that. It's just one additional input for decision making. Okay, so the idea is not to say, oh, this is the truth, because we know it's wrong. All the models are wrong. Okay, so it's just to add a new, I take the example of the deformation, right? Instead of saying we have 1 centimeter per day of displacement on the volcano, okay, we keep that information to maybe to use at a level alert threshold, but instead of take this amount of deformation, we just take the volume variation. So it's just a transformation from displacement to volume variation. So it's quite straightforward. And of course, the structure is completely wrong. And I wrote many papers about that with at that Pinot de Natale about the effect of the discontinuities in the medium and so on. So I know very well the subject, but the volume variation will be still meaningful, because you just transform meters from cubic meters.
Thank you.
What will it take for a typical volcano observatory? Is this something that's available for people to use outside of you? I mean, if an observatory is interested in doing this, how much is this dependent on you at this point versus independent use by observatories? And what's the future?
Yeah, actually the objective is to make it fully available, so it's open source, so you can download in 5 minutes if you want and install it. But we are still working on the documentation and the paper also. I will submit it in a few weeks. So after the paper will be published and the documentation will be complete, you should install it by your own without asking me for help. That's the idea. But of course, we answer every solicitation from observatories, of course, as much as we can.
When I look into your eyes, yes, I know. What else? You mentioned right at the very beginning the revolutionary models. It was Nikud. Yes. I might have misunderstood something. That was actually used in these results. Okay, but are you able to? Do you just use them when you apply them? Are they applied? You just try all options, or would you actually find a preferred? Can you use these to actually find a preferred model of the choices?
You can use a priori parameters, of course. So you can select the model you want, if it was your question. But for the Agung and Merapi, there is not enough station to use the complex model. It's 9 parameters, the complex model. Mogi is only 4.
Stunned into silence. So, thank you very much, Francois. We now invite Danielle and Ade to just tell us more about communications at Cotopaxi during its 2015 eruption.
Hello, good morning. First, I would like to thank VDAP for giving us the opportunity to be here sharing with you our experiences with our volcano observatory. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about some communication issues that we have faced during the eruption and the unrest period of Cotopaxi that we witnessed in 2015. So my presentation has these three parts. First, an understanding of the context of the eruption in order to see which are the actors of communication and what needs to be communicated. Then a very, very quick description of the eruption. There is only 2 slides on monitoring data. And then some more discussion about the lessons that we learned and some questions that arose at the end of this crisis. So let's go to see the context very quickly. Well, most of you know Cotopaxi, I think. The main problem here is that we can have during an explosive event at Cotopaxi, a big explosive event, we could develop, it could develop primary lahars, which are very, very big. The volumes of these flows are in the orders of the tens of million of cubic meters. So this is the main concern. Cotopaxi has had the last time one of these events in 1877. And it's been 140 years ago since this happened last time, and we are well inside the recurrence period of this volcano. So this gives to the people in general, to the communities, to the decision makers, and to the volcanologists an idea that something similar to what happened in 1877 in several times in the past of the volcano it's close to happen again. And this is something that is floating in the air, I think, in the heads of people all around the endangered zones. So this is just for you to have an idea of the size of the endangered zones. That is Cotopaxi. This is Sangolquí, which is a town which is close to Quito, to the north of the volcano, where you can say that something like between 60 and 80,000 people are directly living inside the hazard zones. The same happens in Latacunga to the south, which is a city, an old city, has been impacted by this kind of events several times in the past. And also to the east, to the Amazonian basin, where the history is very, very recent. So like we can see these situations from closer. The gray zone, the gray polygon is the hazard zone related to primary lahar in Cotopaxi, and the yellow zones are urban zones that have been developed in the last, in this case, in the last 40, 50 years. This is the Sangolquí zone to the north of Cotopaxi. Something similar happens to the south. This is an abstract, a part of the hazards map. We can see the same as in the previous one, and here again is something like 50, 60,000 people directly exposed to the impact of these events in the case that the hazard map is reproduced in the future. So, yeah, this is just that we can have an idea of what is the hazard and what is at risk in the case of Cotopaxi. And what is the size of the community which is expecting, and what is the size of the people and the decisions that had to be made in this case if we go to an eruption. And this is something that we were seeing in 2015. We needed to keep communication with these actors. First of all, the Secretaría Nacional de Gestión de Riesgos, National Secretary for Risk Management, their role inside the Ecuadorian legal framework is to be like the National Directorate for Risk Management, and they should provide coordination when required. So they are expected to be overseeing the processes of risk management in Ecuador from high. The municipalities are the local actors. They are charged of doing things in the field, in their administrative regions for risk management. This is the more executive part of the duty that they are expected to be making, municipalities. So this is a kind of not central management scheme, but more like a decentralized system. Then we need also to be in communication with communities, which are also expected in the Ecuadorian legal framework to be, they are expected to be interested in their own safety, and they are expected to be asking questions to the municipalities and to the secretary about risk hazards, and also preparing themselves for future hazards. And finally, the media. So this is the four actors that we need to have conversations or communication with during crisis. And this is us, volcanologists, providing information about hazards. So what happened in 2015, very quickly, this is just for you to have an idea of the monitoring network at Cotopaxi. We consider this volcano to be a level 4. This is quite comprehensive network for monitoring, so this is not lacking in the volcano. It started long ago. We have data since the 80s, not the same amount, but baselines that come from that far. So we can feel ready to provide enough information during crisis periods. This is what happened in 2015. You can see here, this is the 1st February until the end of the year. And this is a very quick abstract or summary of the eruption on the crisis itself. So we can divide it into two segments. First, the unrest. The unrest are the two blue and yellow regions that we see here in these diagrams. And the eruption is this pinkish part. So what is important is that, well, the unrest can be divided into two segments. The first is the onset of the initial signs. This part here, this is number of seismic events identified. It started to increase at the beginning of April, very clearly, and much more higher than anything that we saw above before. At the end of May and the beginning of June, we started to see an increase. Please look at this diagram here, the top one. This is seismic energy, and this high seismic energy release is related to periods of tremor activity in the volcano. And at the same time that this happened, we started to see also increased levels of gas emissions. And it was those were the first surface manifestations of the volcano that were seen, and when the crisis started to become public. Then on 14 August, this is this red line here, we started the eruption with hydromagmatic explosions that occurred on that date. And after that, we witnessed 3 phases of ash venting, which are represented by these segments in the energy release diagram, here, here, and here, that were, each one was smaller than the previous. And after that, the eruption was finished. By December. The volcano went back to nearly levels close to before the crisis. So if you would like to see more details about this, you can read the paper of Silvana's paper. And this is, well, just to see the size of this eruption. This was a smaller eruption, a VA1 hydromagmatic eruption, just to summarize all that was presented before. So, yeah, what are the lessons that we learned? And then perhaps I forgot to put here some of the questions that arose after this or during this period, this crisis. So, well, the first, I think that if we would like to say something that we were successful on, is we think that the communications were timely. Were timely during these episodes. With the Secretary and the municipalities, they were having information from us. But this communication was probably not fluid, and the outcomes were not the ones that we would be expecting all the time. One important question, and this comes back to this morning's presentation about decision makings, is in the case of Cotopaxi, it was very clear, and it was established that the alert levels are, the changes in alert levels are political decisions. And this is something that we all learned, and although that when we hear this political decision, it gives us like, I don't know, we don't feel comfortable with that. This is the way it is, and it should be done because there are other things apart from volcanic informations that could influence decision making. This was very clear in the case of Cotopaxi. Once we provide some of the first advices, of some of the first reports informing on the unrest situation of the volcano, the authorities that received this information, they decided to change the level alert of the volcano. But this change in alert level lasted 1 day, and they decided to come back in their decision immediately. They justified their decision by one correct, I think, argument is that when they say, okay, let's change the alert level, they say, we are going to change it because the volcano is saying that it is different than in the previous days. Well, we change the level, and then we check in the protocols and in the books what should be done after the change in alert level. They realized that nobody was ready to do what they were supposed to do after the change in alert level. So they say, okay, we are not ready, we go back. But there were some other things that were interesting in this case, and nobody has made a study about that. This is perhaps something that can be, like, I don't know, not very clear, but around the same time that this was, around just a few weeks that when this was decided and then reverted, a few weeks later, the Pope Francis was scheduled to meet to go to Quito. So I think that this kind of events has also an influence on the decision making. The people realized that if they are going to change the alert level in Ecuador, the Pope was not going to come to Ecuador, certainly, and the authorities were not going to be able to take a picture with the Pope close to them. This was not recognized by anybody, but this is certainly something that has some influence in this decision making, and this is something that we need to be more interested in. Something additional is that some politicians tend to, or decision makers tend to support the idea of zero risk policies without realizing what that means. Zero risk policies have huge implications. In the case of Cotopaxi, it would be like kind of crazy to decide that zero risk policy, and this is something that is made, I think, not consciously. How we make decisions is not conscious, and this is kind of sometimes considered in a politic way. I don't want people to die, so zero risk, but then what is the implication of a zero risk policy? So, well, some positive things about this eruption was the use of probabilistic approaches. When we were issuing our forecast, we used what just Heather mentioned this morning, these event trees were very, very useful for us to put in order our data, to have internal discussions that were very rich and led us to be more sure about what we were looking at Cotopaxi. But, well, one negative thing is precisely how do you communicate probability? What is the meaning of these numbers, of these, even these ranges, low, medium, high? It's not easy all the time to communicate uncertainty. One another important lesson is that we should check and update our hazard maps often, more often than we do. Because hazard maps, at the end of the day, are used to prepare emergency response and are not used what they were designed for, which is land use planning. They have never been used for that. And when we prepare hazard maps for land use, we use scales that are not suitable for emergency response. This is something that happened in Ecuador. We decided to publish these polygons in a format that was useful to see in Google Maps, so everybody could see the hazard maps in their computers, in their cell phones and everything. But they quickly realized it, and we quickly realized that these polygons were made with cartography at the scales that was completely unsuitable for that purpose. And people who were looking at this information realized that there were contradictions in, for example, when you look at that in small scale, contradictions in the places where the rivers are installed and things like that. So in the hurry, we needed to prepare a new hazard map that was adapted for this purpose, emergency response, and not anymore for land use planning. So these channels of communication were not that bad, but these ones, we expected them to be a bit more fluid, or with previous experiences, we knew that we could have some problems. And here, something we expected to happen happened, but it was worse than we thought before. In Ecuador, we have an alternative scientific voice that usually has little attention from these actors, but keeps having these others very, very engaged. So we have an irresponsible colleague who is systematically contradicting our reports towards the public. Thanks God, he's not a good-looking guy. He's not handsome, like you said, Warner, in the film. But anyway, these channels give him a huge voice, and he started to interact here a lot. This gives place to another disruption in communication, because the information that he was having, his speech is we, people, communities, you don't need to trust in the volcanologists, because natural events are unpredictable, and you cannot trust in this information because they are unpredictable, and because the people who are doing that are not professional. They are amateurs, and they are very bad at doing that. What you should do, he was telling that to the communities, is build sabo dams to stop these lahars at Cotopaxi, and then you don't have to think about anymore about evacuation or hazards or risk and nothing. So when you are somebody who is living in these hazard zones and you don't have a high level of education, you want to believe this. And then this is completely disruptive, because at the end these are the final users and they don't believe here, here, and here. So, yeah, the lesson, this is very important. Keep yourself close to your endangered communities. This is something that we have forgotten, especially in the case of La Tacunga. We are trying to go and get close to these communities again. So just to finish, I think that these are some issues that have been mentioned before, and probably certainly not only in this conference, how to communicate uncertainty, how to understand political decisions, how to engage with the communities, how to manage short and long-term risk. This is something that we keep coming and presenting only to volcanologists, from one volcanologist to another volcanologist. And we won't find answers to that. If we keep having these questions to each other, we won't have any answer. If we want to communicate uncertainty, perhaps we need to invite some people who are specialists in communication. Here we would need to have a strategist of politics who will tell us how the policymakers work. Here we need to have social scientists and psychologists and I don't know what other profiles. Long-term, short-term risk, I would like to see people from the private sector, from insurance companies, from the financial sector. They are very good at assessing risk in both short and long term. They will help us because they also use huge amounts of data to do that. And yes, this is something that we really would need to consider for the future and to put perhaps in our checklists for the future. Thank you.
Excellent. We have time for questions now. Oh, hands up over. Can we start at the back first and then Varna second?
Hi, thank you, Daniel. Very interesting talk. I want to do one announcement and one question. The announcement is that the part of ALBO, we are going to have a virtual session next Tuesday, 26 at 16 hours, regarding this topic of how the risk perception or how the management of an observatory is affected by the context, socio-political context in the countries. I mean, we are, as may you already know, we postponed a meeting that we had theoretically in Chile 2 weeks ago to March because we have this social context very complicated right now in Chile. So it's not just for a meeting, but also for the continued functionality of the observatories, for example, in these Latin American territories. So all you are welcome in these virtual sessions. You can contact me even these days for the details. But regarding this topic, do you think that could be a good idea to implement in observatories some kind of continuous education program for politicians and for press, trying to avoid this kind of hate of the political decisions at some moments of the crisis?
Yeah. Well, I think that usually observatories are so busy that this is precisely why this is so difficult to make. And we really need to see somebody else to do that with us, with our advice, with our help, with our collaboration. But I think that when you're in a crisis, and even before the crisis, it's very difficult to find the time to do all these things. You need to really search teams of interdisciplinarity, really, going outside the physical sciences and going some other sciences that help you to do that. But not only on, don't put everything in the volcano observatories.
Sorry, I'm interested in how did you handle the zero risk policy? Because, for instance, what happened to me, I said, oh, that's easy. Every time that you have a tiny unrest, you evacuate all the city, because this is actually means the zero risk policy. And in this way, I could start engaging them in understanding that the risk cannot be set to zero. It has to be related to some acceptable risk. How did you handle this?
No, we have not handled that. It's some behaviors that we have seen that are common in politicians and in decision makers. It only means for me that they don't understand what risk management is and what assuming a risk means and how it can be, how you should deal with that. So when you don't understand and you are a typical politician that says, oh, I love my people and all that, I'm not going to let anybody die and things like that, okay, zero risk, and then huge problem behind. Yeah.
Thank you. Very great talk. Thank you. My question is about, do you have working with private sector when you communicate the information from the observatory? My experience, some places during unrest or crisis, the decisions, the political decisions made are very influenced by the private sector through the politicians and through the community also. Then my question is if you have any experiences.
Yeah, this is, again, it's similar to the other case of zero risk. We are witnessing behaviors. I remember an example from Chile where a private company did something amazing involving putting itself, a private sector, a big private company, putting itself as part of the community. And then the result is that they really developed a risk management plan that at the end of the day worked without the intervention even of the volcanologist. This is very interesting. And there are thousands of other examples where you can see how private companies behave in the worst possible way. They assess risks, certainly, because they are always assessing risks for their capitals, for their investments. There is always a risk assessment, but they are putting it outside everything else. So this is something that we should need to do more, try to engage more with the private companies and see how they can help us, because they can, I don't like that much the private sector, but they have some skills and some flexibility and some way of working that can be more dynamic for some things that can be for all this and for here. So they have some skills. So I think it's something that we should try to develop for the future. These are only some ideas. We haven't made, and when we have engaged a little bit with private sector, the result is really I don't know how to say that in English. Es vergonzoso. You feel shame for how they behave.
Hi, Daniel. Perhaps I missed that, but during the crisis, was there any restriction zone around the volcano? Because that usually has a lot of political and economic consequences.
Sorry, what did you say, Alvaro?
Restriction zone? Any restriction zone during the crisis?
In Cotopaxi? Yes, it was based on the hazards map, but this restriction zone was kind of symbolic because anyway, in the closermost part of Cotopaxi, nobody lives. So they did that. There was also an issue of restriction in the communications related to our Maverick. This produces such a big mess that at the end the government said nobody else in Ecuador is talking about this volcano except for myself. And that was another political decision. They were saying broadly what we were informing, but not even us, the Volcano Observatory, was able to say something. That is another political decision that we need to understand why these things happen. This was part of the explanation, but there is other things, like the case of the Pope that was visiting Quito. There were some other cases, things that were hidden underneath this decision that had a technical and apparently logical explanation, but there are things that are hidden underneath in decision making.
So I have a question. You said you have emphasized that the decision taken by the politician is you feel ashamed with that.
No, with the private sector. The
Private sector.
See, private sector, I can tell you horrible stories about that.
And but you said that they don't understand the risk.
The private sector?
No, these on the slide, the politicians.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't
Politicians usually don't understand what risk means and what are real the hazards.
And
yeah.
And I would like to know who is the best decision makers in your perception.
The best decision makers are certainly the private sector. The problem is that they only consider their capitals to do decision making. They don't consider themselves as being part of a wider community that they belong to and that where they interact with. They are very experienced in doing that because they want to protect their money. If their view would be wider and they consider themselves like part of something bigger, like in the case of Chile that was presented in Citizen Volcanoes when we were there, then things very special can happen. I tell you, this is an example where not even the volcano the volcanology was necessary in order to have a successful outcome.
Thank you very much, Danielle. So we've come to the final session, talk for this session. Richard Breton will be discussing all the things we're going to get into trouble with legally.
I've put at the front a checklist, which in fact I mentioned yesterday, and this is in effect a long introduction to the checklist, which I invite you to take after my talk and then perhaps consider before the panel session later in the day. And firstly, may I say this, thank you for inviting a lawyer amongst you. I suspect I'm the only lawyer in the room and therefore the best lawyer in the room. Very unusual. I'm also the worst scientist. These are the issues that I want to deal with briefly, and this won't be, I hope it won't be a boring legal talk, but it does deal hopefully light-heartedly with some important legal topics. Firstly, I want to address the question of 4D risk governance. I think there's some fundamental problems with the traditional way risk governance has been taught. Look at the realities of governance, the realities of scrutiny, then look at some strategies to avoid the risks, and then have a look at a brief case study, and then a checklist. Firstly, traditionally, and I know because I was recently an undergraduate, risk is described in terms of a physical hazard, something with temporal, spatial, and physical parameters, which it's your job usually to cunningly characterize. And obviously, not every hazard results in a risk. A volcano on Mars is hardly a risk to anything that we value. So we then introduced traditionally a societal dimension to risk, and that's usually explained in terms of exposures, and of those people and the infrastructure which is exposed, they may be vulnerable. Now, my view is that we should appreciate and teach that, in fact, risk is all about managing the future. There's no point in having the concept of risk unless you're talking about understanding the present and managing the future. And therefore, at the heart of our deliberations, there are decision makers, there are managers. But the managers do not manage in a vacuum. They're being watched. They're being scrutinized. Firstly, by lawyers, the human equivalent of vultures. You don't see them, but when there's somebody who's been harmed, there'll be plenty. But also scrutiny by at-risk communities, the media. So we have here, if I could work out how to do it, you have the volcano, the people around the volcano, managers, and then you have the managers being watched. And these are the realities of governance, that there are constraints. You have constraints, and particularly during a period of emerging unrest, time, resource, mandate constraints. You have to make choices when there is incomplete data, complexities, and uncertainties. And as soon as you attempt to ignore those complexities and uncertainties, you are potentially running into trouble. And of course, your practices involve actions, particularly in relation to characterizations and communications. You are being scrutinized after, occasionally before a crisis, by many, for many different purposes, and very rarely to pat you on the back. So what are the realities that we dealt with governance of scrutiny? Now, after the crisis, post-crisis scrutiny invariably involves this. And it matters not whether this is a legal process or the media, and this can be in real time. Most scrutiny processes involve what happened as far as the hazard, what, where, when. Who was involved? What were the impacts? Were there deaths? Were there injuries? Was there damage to infrastructure? That's a question of fact. Witnesses will be found. Photographs, videos, whatever will be found. And then another part of scrutiny is counterfactual. What could or should have happened? Now that isn't a question of fact, because in fact that fact didn't happen. So you then rely on experts and peer experts to design this thing that didn't happen. And then you then have a comparison between the two to identify any shortfalls. And then you have accountability when the shortfalls are then compared with some standards which will be found. Standards will be found. And then we then look at what the impact was, direct and indirect consequences of those shortfalls, and then we have blame. And you have the blame makers, and then you have the blame takers, and they will be found, and they will be named. And then in most scrutiny processes, even if it's an article, a newspaper, they want a name, and then obviously in other legal proceedings, you might have looking for apologies, punishments, compensation payments, resignations, and dismissals. This is my advice to you, which we've had so many times over the last 2 days. Firstly, study care. You should know your duty of care. What are your mandates, your roles, your responsibilities? And most probably the best place to look for these is laws, either primary laws or secondary regulations, which will mandate your observatory, the committees on which you sit, your role as an individual. I would advise you to look at your contract of employment, your contract of engagement if you're self-employed, and beware if you find nothing when you look into the cupboard, if it's informal, or as we say in England, it's on the back of a fag packet. So, you should know what your responsibilities are. We've again discussed this, and I'm sure we'll discuss this many times again. Is your duty merely to characterize hazard? Or is it to characterize hazard and then communicate that to somebody else? Or does it involve some element of risk? Is it also an element of identifying some mitigation options? Or not only identifying mitigating options, but also contributing or making the choices? So, in other words, which hurdles are you meant to be jumping? And then we've obviously got to discover what the height of the hurdles are, because you will be scrutinized carefully, openly, and after a crisis with knowledge of the records, because they will be looked at, of the actual event and the actual impacts with the benefit of hindsight. Unfair, but this is what happens. Now, you may suggest to me that those standards are subjective, that you set them yourself, and that you say, I did my honest best in good faith, and that will be sufficient. Now, if I had an operation on my knee about 7 weeks ago, and do you think I would be filled with great confidence if the orthopedic surgeon merely said that the standard I owe you, Richard, is that I'll do my best and in good faith? Obviously, we're therefore looking at objective standards which are dynamic, which change. And you'll see there a range there of from best to good to reasonable to bad to ugly. And we're reminded of that wonderful film, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Now, our title of our workshop is Best Practice, but I can tell you, if it's in any way reassuring, that the standard required by law is the reasonable standard, because obviously only one person can achieve the best practice. That's far too high. So what is reasonable is the legal test. Now, obviously, what is reasonable is dynamic and will be changed as a result of this workshop. The hurdle, I suspect, will go up a little bit, and quite rightly so, as a result of our deliberations. So here are the strategies that I recommend to you. Get better at contributing to the management of societal risks. And surely that's the long-term goal of our organization. Or you can get smarter by managing the risks that you have. Now, one of the strategies, like a Yogi Bear, is to get out, is to say, I'm not going to do this anymore. And after L'Aquila, that was the reaction in the scientific press. If we're going to go to prison, we're getting out of here. Or you can limit your roles. Merely say, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do only those volcanoes, this area, blah, blah, blah. Or you can say, no, I will remain exposed, but I will reduce my vulnerability, classic risk terminology, exposure vulnerability, by excluding or capping my liability, getting insurance, indemnity, immunity, and by keeping good records. Or you can get a lawyer. My card will be available later. So what I'm saying is this. These are the essentials for survival. As far as duties of care is concerned, mandates, keep in lane. Jump your hurdles. Don't jump somebody else's. Standards of care. Know the standard which you should be achieving. Target the best and the good. Achieve the reasonable and avoid the bad and the ugly. And remain competent. Now that may sound very insulting for me to say that, but any practicing lawyer in my country, we have to have continual education every year. And unless I can prove that I've done so many hours or whatever, then my practicing certificate ends at the end of the year. And that's a great discipline. I always thought that someone once said to me, Richard, you want to be the best, but to think you're the second best. and therefore continually improving. And if we've got enough time, I just want to quickly have a look at what might happen if, in relation to the post-crisis scrutiny of hazard communication. And obviously this was done in L'Aquila and in some litigation involving Mount Untucky. So what will be available to the scrutineers? All past and present records, diaries, logs, checklists, protocols, statements, emails. They're computer programs which you find every email within the organization, and in some of the cases I've been involved in, 3 or 4 million. Then you have an algorithm which searches against words. Emails, notes, reports, minutes will be found and analyzed, or if they're not there, that might say a lot or even more. And then looking at what actually happened, you'll say, what roles did you actually undertake, mandated and assumed? In other words, did you just jump your hurdles or attempt to, or did you try and jump somebody else's? Did you assume some roles, perhaps in relation to risk? And what was your actual performance? Who communicated with whom, when, what, and how? And then to look at the actual standards achieved. And what I would be looking for is to see whether the communication statements were based on evidence, whether they were independent, neutral, unbiased, objective, value-free, and balanced. Quite difficult. And apart from that, were they relevant to the people you were communicating with? Were they understandable? Were you still using the word lahar when that doesn't mean anything? Were they timely, and were they accessible? You can see that something could be understandable, timely, and accessible, but if it's relevant, there's absolutely no value whatsoever. And then as far as the counterfactual is concerned, that's your actual performance along the track. This is what the hurdles were. And we then look at everything. We look particularly at what your mandates were, and then we go through all this again. And if you took on some additional tasks, they will be scrutinized in very great detail. And then what was your actual performance? So in the time available to me, these are my messages to you. And I hope you won't be insulted that I've simplified them. They're things that I hope that you will remember after today. Keep in lane. Jump your own hurdles. Don't stray into somebody else's lane, particularly in a crisis when things are obviously very tense. Know the height of your hurdles. That should be an ongoing discussion. Keep fit, keep competent, and keep smart. There is a checklist there, which it's not the real deal. It's my first attempt, one lawyer on his own with a bottle of whiskey. You know, we can all contribute to it and make it better. And as Chris reminded us yesterday, why do we need checklists? We're human. We forget. And we need what I think they are. They're structured prompts. They're no more than prompts. They're saying, Richard, have you thought of that? Have you thought of that? Oh, yes, I had. And this checklist is offered for consideration and evolution during and after today. And that's roughly what it looks like, a colored version. Questions?
Thank you very much, Richard. The whiskey, was it full or empty, the bottle? Oh, I thought so. We have time for questions, please. practice your legal defense now.
Yeah, thank you. You motivate my thoughts. I was wondering if I think in the information that is produced by an observatory is a well-supported technical information with a lot of process, I mean hazard assessment, inventories, all this information that we know that is supported even with the uncertainty. And if this information arrives to a table when a decision is going to take, made by a politician or I don't know, a person, there are a lot of factors as the Pope or Madonna or elections or Sunday or a lot of context, a different context. So I was wondering if legally, is there any, I don't know, in one observatory in the world, is there any strategy, legally strategy to protect this information? I mean, to maintain the most pure, to implement some legal process to avoid the bad decision of the politician? I don't know if that exists.
No, because I think there are legal processes which will scrutinize the people who make those decisions. And if they make them on purely bogus, political, dishonest, irrational basis, they will be held to account. Now, as far as your hazard characterization is concerned, all you can do is to ensure that the hazard characterization, when cunningly communicated by me at the right time in the comprehensible, that it could not, well, not could be, this was reasonable. Hopefully it will be good, if not best. If when I hand this over, as I'm mandated to do, to somebody else, and they just go, as we were, or that's all very interesting, but that won't get me re-elected, or that's all fine and dandy, but I haven't got the resources, whatever, then that's their lookout. But as long as this is defensible, then what more can you do? That's your defense. Now, the problem is, as I said at the beginning, your jobs involve things which are non-linear, incomplete data, complex and uncertain. If you, when you hand this over, try to characterize the hazard as being simple, known, and certain and whatever, beyond the available evidence, you can see this is far from good or best or reasonable. It's rubbish. And you will be held to account for it because the decision maker may actually read it and rely upon it to everyone's detriment. So what I'm saying is, keep in lane, get this right, that if other people misuse it, there's not a lot that you can do, but hopefully other scrutiny processes can. That's a long answer to a very good question.
So perhaps to build on this, I think one way to mitigate those kind of issues is to be really transparent and public about our opinions. In many ways, it's a bit scary, but the politicians sometimes pulling the hurdles towards their camp, so that effectively what we end up doing is helping them rationalizing some of the decisions. So this is a huge source of pressure for scientists in many places. This is only really possible if the discussions and the messaging is going between closed doors. And what we found in some cases, by communicating more, I guess, and being very open about how we feel about those things, it gives a little bit less leeway for the politicians to pull the hurdle. So that would be my take.
I entirely agree with you. I'm not advocating saying, that's our report, I'm going to the beach. That's my report, and I'm very happy to discuss it with you and to contribute and for you to bounce ideas off, but I'm not going to do your job. I'm not going to jump your hurdles, make your decision. They will try, My clients always wanted me to say, oh, Richard, shall we go to court? And I say, that's your decision. I will give you certain data, and then you make that decision. Because I hope no one will be offended by this. What politicians and risk makers will attempt to do is what I call trying to get your fingerprints on the murder weapon. They'll say, if you hand that to me, they'll say, oh, Richard, this is the decision we're going to make, and it's all right, isn't it? And my fingerprints are all over it. And it's done in accountancy, lawyers, doctors, and whatever. That's, if I were in their position, perhaps I would as well. And I think that a useful analogy would be, again, for my recent operation, we had specialist anaesthetists, specialist surgeons, specialist nurses, or whatever, each bringing, hopefully, to it their competence. But they talked to each other, and that hopefully the anaesthetist didn't do the operation. And so you contribute pure, talent, your talent, to a mix of talents which hopefully together contribute to the decision maker making the decision. And I think I don't think that's a subtlety. I think that we can maintain the purity of demarcation within a wider risk governance process.
Richard, in many developing states, the laws are not updated to reflect, current realities. To what extent international best practices can be brought to bear to help resolve losses where local, legal, local laws don't offer enough clarity?
Well, it's such a good question that. You should look at your own local laws. Law is very siloed, and therefore the law in England and Wales does not, believe it or apply in Scotland. So you must look at your own local laws, and if they're inadequate, and I've looked at some recently in your part of the world where they are inadequate, then try and get them changed. So you have a sensible mandate, sensible resources and whatever. Sadly, international law doesn't help out that much on the actual detail. Most certainly, some of you may have heard me talk before about human rights law, which does give some basic human rights standards against which national legislation and processes can be judged. But don't think that international law is going to ride in, like Batman, or no, he doesn't ride, he flies, ride in and say, worry not, local population, international law will help you. That's a film yet to be made.
Yeah, thanks, Richard, for a very thought-provoking talk. And I just wanted to build on Nico's question, actually.
Talking, actually. Oh, sorry.
Yes, it's me.
Old age. Has nurse been round yet?
Yeah, so I just wanted to go back to what you were saying about not taking someone else's responsibility, which I totally agree with. But sometimes the reason why people take someone else's responsibility can be either for like ego or incompetence, but most of the time is to fill the gap, right? It's because someone else is not doing it, right? And the problem is that during crisis, I agree with you that you should say, no, this is not my job, you should do it, or someone else should do it. But during the crisis, sometimes you just don't have the time to force that on the people that actually should do that, right? So I've seen many situations where people do it because if someone else doesn't do it, someone has to do it, So this is why people feel the gap. And I agree with you that, that creates a lot of problems, and that creates also legal issues. But what's your take on that,
Well, it's a real dilemma, because in fact the person characterizing the hazard maybe the most experienced risk decision maker in the room, but that's not their mandate. But the legal position is that if you assume a role, you will then be judged by the standards that go with that role. So if I'm a doctor driving down a motorway and I then volunteer to stop and help someone on the side of the road, and I make a mess of it, I will be liable in most countries in law. Now, obviously, the standard of care will be a doctor in the middle of the night in darkness on the side of a road, and therefore the standard of care will be a hurdle very, very low. But if I have had the bottle of whiskey and I just do something which is totally crazy, then the law will hold me to account. So as soon as we go out of our lane and jump somebody else's hurdles, one has to appreciate that it doesn't mean assume role, no hurdles. There will be hurdles. And if you're not competent to jump them, then the purists would say, don't do it. But I do appreciate the realities are that you want to help. But you can see post-crisis scrutiny processes by lawyers and others may not be so forgiving to you. And I'm just putting out on my checklist a warning.
Just a very...
Many thanks. It was really eyes-opening for me because as Constanza said, most of the times we get pushed into something we don't even want to. What I would like to say is maybe that the solution for it is what was previously mentioned, that we should think about that before the hazard happens or before the unrest happens. And maybe that's my take-home message, that I will have to look for somebody who would take this decision that I cannot make and that I'm pushed into. And that's why really I want to thank you. But there's also a point, what somebody previously said, that it's also country depending. Laws can be bent. You can be like, in Latin American countries, everything is quite different, and also the truth can be bent, and everything can be bent. So there's more to it. But my take-home message will be this: I will look for this before it happens.
And I would agree. And I'm not going to, there are different cultural standards, which I'm obviously aware of. But most certainly, in peacetime, calmly discuss who's going to be running in which lane. And if there's any any confusion, let's talk about it now. And I'm a great believer, as someone mentioned yesterday, in simulation exercises. Because there you say, well, not in a race mode, let's just see whether we can, all of us, run down the course and keep in lane, talking to each other as necessary, and for there to be harmony. My view of simulation exercises is that they're at their best when it's a complete mess. Because let's have the mess now rather than with the smoking volcano in the selfie behind us. So, for us to have these really difficult conversations as to when it comes down to it, who is going to decide on the alert levels and activity levels. And just before I shut up, going back to an earlier bit, nature doesn't draw lines on maps or colors anything or gives anything a grading. Every time we put a line on a map or color it or give it a grading, someone did that. An individual or a committee. And post facto, I will say to them, why did you put the line there as opposed to there? Why was it 4 or 5? Why is it red or green? and there will be then a discussion as to what was the evidence behind it, what was the criteria for it, what are the politics behind the red line going like that around the golf course or the Hilton or whatever. So every time you draw a line, and it's probably as a scientist, every time you, on a model, decide on a parameter, it's proven myself to be an incredibly bad scientist again, but every time you make a decision on modeling, that's a subjective decision. You made that, and you may have to justify it.
Thank you, Richard. Right, well, we have a red line now. It's coffee. So thank you to Richard. Just two things. Please do remember to pick up copies of the checklist. Secondly, before we I'd like to thank Richie for having actually taken notes for the entire day. And we will reconvene.
Okay, please, everyone. Everyone that was supported by VDAP or paid his bill, and I didn't give a ticket to, please come to me now.
12:40 will
about best practices with respect to conducting research and characterizing hazards during crisis. I will wait 1 minute more. Okay, so the first talk is Laura Sandri, Operational Probabilistic Volcanic Hazard Assessment at Campi Flegrei during the simulation in 2014 and 2019.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning. I don't know if it's still morning. I will be presenting you what an INGV team has been carrying out during these two simulations exercises in 2014 and one in 2019, about 3 weeks ago at Campi Flegrei. I'm presenting this work, but of course there's many other people that have been contributing to this work. The outline of the talk is, first I will spend some time trying to explain why and how we tried to define a tool in peace times that could help us for eruption forecasting at Campi Flegrei. And then I will talk briefly what we've been doing during these simulation exercises, try to stress the similarities and the novelties in the last exercise. And then I'll spend some time on the lessons that I think we are learning. Okay, so first of all, we are in Campi Flegrei. It's a very famous caldera in the south of Italy, in the Campania region. It's characterized by two nested calderas with many centers of eruptions that the activity that have formed in the last 15,000 years after the last caldera forming event. And Campi Flegrei is in the Neapolitan volcanic district in between Vesuvio and Ischia active volcanoes. Campi Flegrei is one of the best monitored volcanoes in the world, probably. But still, we have many, many uncertainties, and some of them are really basic. Like, it's very hard to define what an unrest is as Campi Flegrei. And of course, then there are all other sorts of uncertainties that Heather also listed, very similar. Well, will the next eruption be? The caldera is 12 by 10 kilometers, so it's very large, and it could be anywhere. And then how large will be the eruption, and so on. And answering in a deterministic way to these questions is very, very difficult. So we thought the best way was to use probabilities to express our uncertainty on these answers. And to do that, we designed this event-tree scheme that doesn't go up to risk, but it goes up to, only to hazard assessment. And we can split it into three broad frames. One is about eruption forecasting, and it focuses on the probability of being in an arrest in a given time period, and the origin of the arrest, if it's magma or not, and if the magma will erupt. Then there is a we call eruptive scenario frame, in which we focus on the probability of where the vent will open and how large the eruption will be, or what type or what scale. And then the impact frame, so what eruptive hazards will occur during the eruption and how far they will go and where. So just to give an example, this is a very famous picture of the data that have been collected at Campi Flegrei. This plot here shows you the time series of uplift in the center of the caldera in a specific benchmark. By leveling and then by GPS in the last part from 1900. And as you can see, this scale is in meters, so there have been 3 major episodes of uplift. This one was the 1982-84 bradyseismic event, accompanied by many earthquakes that occurred on a large range of depth. And after that, there was a decrease in the uplift, or a decrease in the subsidence, and then since 2004, the the caldera has started inflating again. So what is an unrest at Campi Flegrei is really hard to tell, because are we in unrest since 1900 or since 2004? To answer some of the basic questions regarding eruption forecasting and scenario forecasting at Campi Flegrei, we decided to use an expert elicitation procedure. So what we did was not similar to what Heather was talking, because we involved a pool of experts. It was about 40 people, not fixed in time, because this process lasted 10 years, since 2005 to 2015. And what we asked to the experts was not directly the probabilities, but it was asking them, what parameters do you think are indicative of unrest, and above what thresholds you think there's an anomaly? And so given these anomalies, what other anomalies would you expect to tell if it's magma or not, and so on. So what we did was to try to pull together all these people that had a different view, but they are really, these are the people that monitor the volcano, so they have their own conceptual models in mind on what they are observing and what it means. And the result was this that is published in a paper in 2012, actually, when we only had 5 elicitation experiments at that time. And as you can see, these are the number of parameters at the different nodes, the first 3 nodes of the event tree: unrest, magmatic, and eruption, in different colors. And what we observe is that there is a general decrease in the number of selected parameters, because people, the way we did the elicitation process was to meet, to discuss what the level of monitoring was at that time, what was monitored routinely, and then we did our own elicitation. The last times we did it online at home after. We had time, like a month, to do it. And then we met again and we discussed the results, and we saw how they impacted on the event tree. So retrospectively applied these parameters and thresholds and saw how the probabilities would change. Okay, just as an example, this is a list. I'm sorry, it's in Italian, but it's very similar to English and Spanish in this case. So this is just an example of the list of parameters and their thresholds that came out of the last elicitation. That was in 2015. So it was after the first simulation exercise I'm telling you. And we also asked these experts in the elicitation to tell which of these anomalies they think are indicative of where the vent may open, so that we could use it to upgrade the vent opening probability map as anomalies are recognized. And so for the different nodes, we also had some of these parameters indicative of where the vent was opening. So we had this tool, and how about the impact of the eruption? Well, we focused on tephra fall. And what we did was to implement an automatic procedure to simulate twice a day, every 12 hours, 3 different simulations of tephra dispersal with full 3D model by fetching the most recent weather forecasting and run the simulation from the center of the caldera from 3 specific reference sizes: small, medium, and large explosive eruptions, which are in the literature, they are quite accepted as the explosive reference scenarios. So we had these, every day we have these 3 simulations twice a day. What we do, because they are from the center of the caldera, what we do is that we move the simulated deposit by considering all the possible vents, positions, each one with its own probability given by that tool. So we end up for every point on a grid with a hazard curve that is here. That tells you what is, given some thresholds in tephra load from 0 to 16 kilopascal, what is the probability of exceeding this tephra fall in the next 24 hours. And we do this also for if there's an eruption now for the 24 hours, if there's an eruption in 24 hours for the 24 hours after, and also for the 3rd day. And by cutting these hazard curves, we can draw hazard maps because we have one hazard curve for every grid point. So we can cut at a selected probability threshold, and we have an expected tephra law of being exceeded with that probability. So we can plot a hazard map. The scale is tephra load. Or the other way around. We cut as a selected threshold in tephra load, and we have a probability that we can contour in a probability map. Okay, so at the time of the first simulation at Campi Flegrei in 2014, we had this tool kind of not was really ready, so we implemented it for this tool for the tephra, I mean. We implemented it just for the simulation, and it was ready just before. This simulation was organized by INGV and the National Civil Protection, and it involved all the partners in a project that was the Volcano project. It was a European project involving also partners from Latin America. And the simulation was like that. There was a group of people playing the volcano like usually, but what they provided was a very, very detailed data set. There were 4 phases of the simulation, and at each phase what we got was a seismic catalog with location, magnitude, and origin time, and time series for the GPS stations in the caldera, data from geochemistry, very, very detailed data. The simulation lasted 4 phases in like 3 days, something like that, but it spanned a virtual period of 5 years. So eruption has yet to occur. It was supposed to occur in April 2021. And so at every phase, we use the tool that we implemented. These are some of the anomalies that were the most indicative at the different phases. This is an example of the data. As I said, it was very, very detailed data set that we got in the simulation. And these are the VT seismicity in the different phases. This is the long period seismicity, SO2, GPS, and so on. And in terms of eruption forecasting, we were able to provide, from the beginning of the phase, these 3 ones for the first phase show you the probability of unrest for a week, the first week after the bulletin came out for the first phase. The probability of magma causing the unrest, so it was 1. We were in unrest. The probability of magma given there was an unrest, it's a conditional probability, and the probability of eruption given there was magmatic unrest. And this is the vent map probability, the vent probability map. So this was for phase 2, just to show you. And so we provide these results in a bulletin, along with the bulletin of Osservatorio Vesuviano to the civil protection. And but actually, these data were not much used from the civil protection. This is for phase 4, just to show you. And we also produced the hazard maps, these ones, and hazard and probability maps for tephra dispersal. With the procedure I explained before. This was for the first day after the beginning of phase 3, for example, the first day, the second day, and the third day, using the weather forecast of the day of the simulation. So we provided all of these results and maps, but they were not used very much. Okay, then I moved to the other exercise that was 2 or 3 weeks ago in mid-October. This time it was organized by the civil protection, and the goal of this simulation was not actually to test our procedures as observatory. It was to test the communication flows from civil protection outward and to civil protection. But we took the chance to do this exercise again with updated information, what we could do updated. The problem was that this time the volcano didn't provide very detailed data. What we got was a table for every phase, saying every phase again was spanning a long period of time. It was again 4 phases. The first one was 18 months. And what we got was information on a seismic swarm occurred with about 30 events located near Pisciarelli, but no coordinates. they maybe give the maximum magnitude, but there was not the magnitude of all the events, so it was more difficult to use this data. We did our best. We basically concentrated all the data as they were on the first day of the simulation, because there was no date attached to the data we got. And so again, so the data are displayed in a bit different way, but this plot shows you the probability of unrest, that was 1 throughout the whole period, of magma and of eruption, the median probability in the different phases, A, B, C, D. You should take them as points. There's this line connecting them, but it doesn't mean anything. It should be just 4 points. And these ones show you the probability of magmatic unrest and of eruption with the uncertainty, the 80% uncertainty. Okay. We produced vent opening maps with the old method that we used in 2014, but also with the new method by some colleagues at INGV. And the results are not very different, as you can see. And we also produced, again, the hazard maps and probability maps for tephra fallout for different sizes, all the explosive sizes, and so on. And this time we also produced probability maps for the invasion of pyroclastic density currents. They are made with the box model according to the procedure by Augusto Neri in this paper. And the difference in the 4 maps is not very much, but what is different is the vent opening probability map. Yeah, they use the different vent opening probability maps and applied the model of the box model to obtain these probability maps for invasion. All of these maps I'm showing you, with the tephra and the pyroclastic density currents invasion, they have percentile maps that can tell you what is the uncertainty around our best guess. But going to the lessons that we learned, there is one lesson linked to all these maps that we produce, and I will go back to that in a bit. First of all, one lesson was regarding our link with decision makers. In 2014, they paid no attention to our assessments, not for the eruption forecasting and not for the tephra. That was our perception, at least. No one asked for more explanation and things like that. In 2019, on the contrary, in the first bulletin that we released, we put these assessments, but the director of Observatory Vesuviano, who is the one that relates to the Major Risk Commission, did not mention, because she had a limited time, and she did not mention the eruption forecasting probability and things like that. But that was the time when, instead, the civil protection asked for these numbers. So they expressed some interest. They only expressed interest, though, in the pre-eruptive products. That's what they said. That means they were interested in the probability of unrest and of eruption and in the spatial probability for the vent position. They were not interested, apparently, in the hazard maps. Maybe because there are too many, maybe because they're too complicated, maybe because we didn't explain them, I don't know. But that was one problem. In terms of our procedures, what we did during the simulations, because there was such a short time between the different simulation phases, it was one in the morning, one in the afternoon, we didn't have time to propagate the epistemic uncertainty, considering, for example, a range in the sizes in the eruption, but only 3 reference scenarios. And we needed more computational time that there was no, because it was too close to the second phase. Another problem that we found is that, as I said, the number of these maps from hazard assessment, they grow very rapidly if we consider different threshold in probability or intensity like tephra load. If you combine different scenarios, if you have more than one hazard, different percentiles, different vent opening maps. So it becomes something really too many maps, and that's not useful in a short time of exercise, and it may be not useful in a crisis. So I think one of the things we need to focus with civil protection is that, first of all, we should talk to them and maybe identify high, medium, and low priority maps that they may be interested or they may be not. And the other thing I think we should work soon on is to maybe run other elicitation experiments, because the last exercise was done with elicitation done in 2015, so it's 4-year-old, and maybe we should keep these things much more upgraded than they are.
Any question? We have time, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. How did you consider the possibility of having hydrothermally linked explosion? Because you seem to only consider that you could have explosive activity from a magmatic eruption or unrest. But what about the hydrothermal unrest?
That's another thing that is not currently in the scheme. It's a very likely and very dangerous event that is not in this scheme. You're right.
Thanks, Laura. Just a quick question and a comment about this. In 2014, you were saying that you were fetching the weather data, the current weather data for the dispersal of ash, but eventually you got a probabilistic maps. So then where was coming the statistics there?
Yeah, it was because we didn't consider only one vent position.
So then it was the probability of vent.
Yeah, because we consider also the probability of eruption.
Okay.
It was.
And the wind field was
idea is to consider also a range in the eruptive size, not only 3 reference scenarios. But that, as I said, we need high performance computing to do that in short time.
The comment is this one. So I think to have regular exercises is already a best practice that has been coming out from the previous VOBP. And even yesterday and today we have been discussing about the importance of the exercises. So I'm wondering if there should be a more clear actions that the VOBP should take in coming to design a kind of, not best practice, but real kind of guidelines or instructions about how to design, prepare, and run and debrief an exercise. I think there would be a good exercise for the VOBP to come with this kind of document, maybe, or yeah, something like that.
Thank you. In your hazard assessment, did you take account of the temporal evolution over time of the physical properties of the system due to heating, deformation, fracturing, of course, possibly intrusion of some magmatic stuff that could change the signal that could occur before the next eruption, the magmatic eruption. And this is applied to Campi Flegrei, but also to so many systems where sometimes we see 1 year before, 2 years before, very strong signals, and then slow signals that accelerate just in the short period before the event.
No, there was it's not accounted for. So if the only thing that is accounted for is that as more and more unrest or partial unrest we have, they go in the statistics, let's say, of the tool, but there's no physical modeling of the usage of the rocks. I don't know what's the word in English of this, fatigue or something like that. There was a discussion on this. Every time in the elicitation process, there was a discussion on this fatigue effect, but it's not included, no.
It's a question for you and for Warner as well. When we talk about Campi Flegrei.
Not about the cat. Not about the Schrödinger cat.
Finish. Discussion about the cat will continue later. Now, it's about 82, 84, because when we talk about Campi Flegrei, Flegrei fields, of course, well, we have 4 somehow to talk about the so-called predseismic crisis of 82-84. So what's the probabilistic? It's not about simulation, that's history, and there is a bulk of data, of course. What's the probabilistic, the retrospective probabilistic assessment for that crisis?
Maybe I have a slide in the, sorry. We did that exercise here. We did that exercise. It's in this paper by Jacopo Selva, Wagner, Paolo Papale, and myself on JAV. We did it in 2012 with the parameters and thresholds that were identified at that time. And this is I'm not sure you can see, but this is the 1882-84 unrest. And the probability of eruption was at a point, it was about 40%. I think it was in 1983. So it was that, high, low, I don't know. But yeah, we got that number. And this panel here shows you, you can't read can't read the scale, but it's in the paper. It shows you how dispersed that assessment is. So yeah, that is I think that is the median, the one in the upper plot, and then you have the dispersal of it around.
Because population is not aware, of course, of the concept of probability. So maybe this could be also a good example for population. Listen, this is what we can do, the way we deal with probability. Everyone, of course, reminds the 82-84 crisis because it had an impact on daily life. So people, look at it. It's a good way to explain the probability and how it works in this context. So maybe it should be better to take advantage of that. It's a good way to explain uncertainty.
Yes. I mean, I never have the chance to talk to people, so I don't know. But what I can tell you is that actually the daily tool that produced the tetrafall hazard maps, we did it as it's in the protocols with civil protection, but the deal is that it's not public. So every day we have these maps, but they're not shown to anyone except DPC, the civil protection, and INGV. I don't know, maybe it's a bit beyond my competence, this.
Not a question related to Campifigre. A question regarding expert elicitation component in your analysis there. So we tend to use that more and more because we really like what we get out of those things, but there is a huge overhead coming to that. It takes time for people and for our experts to elicit a problem, and the more complicated the problem, the more time it takes. So, and this can be a challenge, especially when you've got a rapidly evolving situation where you may actually have to run elicitation on a nearly daily basis rather than maybe once a week or once every month or something like this. My question to you is, from your experience, what are the perspectives in that space in terms of reducing the overhead, reducing the workload for our experts so that we don't spend our time doing elicitations, but also spend time looking at the data? I mean, I'm mixed generating, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we did it really like once every 2 years. So, but actually doing it online, it was easier for all of us. And actually there was a forum at that. At the point we started having this forum with people posting thoughts and ideas, and it was very lively. But it takes time, I know, it's true. Yes, so I don't know, I can't picture doing it every day. No, that's too much.
Excuse me, may I add something about, about this? Actually, we do elicitation always during quiet period, because we establish rules that can be run in real time during the sequence. So during the sequence, we don't have to make any expert elicitation. We decided what is the threshold for the people about, for instance, earthquake that expect to see if the intrusion is magmatic. We collect the threshold, and now the code is set with this threshold. We update the threshold during quiet period through expert elicitation, but we avoid to make expert elicitation during the crisis, if this was your question. We elicitate, we ask to the people what they know better. What do you expect to see if the intrusion is magmatic, if the arrest is magmatic, if the magma is coming out? So they give their opinion about what they expect to see. And we use this information to calibrate the codes. The codes run in real time during the sequence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Laura. So we'll go to the next speaker. So the characterization and description of tephra-related hazard by Costanza Bonatona.
Thanks, and thanks for this invitation. Today, I'd like to discuss some critical hazards which are associated with the tephra life cycle. And I will also show a couple of examples when academic institutions and operational institutions join the effort to advance together both in the science and in the mitigation of the impact associated with the tephra life cycle. So we'll briefly talk about atmospheric dispersal, tephra sedimentation. When we talk about tephra sedimentation, we shouldn't forget about also the sedimentation of ballistics, which is different. Also, when we want to do like a hazard assessment, numerically we have to treat it in a different way with respect to the more traditional sedimentation of ash and small to medium lapilli. But also these larger lapilli, mostly larger than 5 centimeters, that are entrained in the plume and they're actually sedimented from the margins and have similar impact to the small ballistics, but they actually affect a larger area because they're actually entrained in the buoyant plume. And then I will talk a little bit more about wind remobilization because this is often neglected hazard, but actually very impactful. And of course, there is also the water remobilization of tephra, which I'm not going to talk about. We know that it's important hazard, but I'm not going to talk about that here. Atmospheric dispersal is mostly a threat for aviation. Tephra sedimentation is mostly a threat for buildings, infrastructure, public health, ecosystem, economic sectors. And wind remobilization is a combination of both, because of course we are talking about remobilization of the ash into the atmosphere. But what it does, it also prolongs the impact of primary ash. And the concern with public health can actually be worse because the abrasion of the particles actually produces more PM10 particles. And also, the remobilization disaggregate the aggregates that are formed during the primary fallout. So why is it important to carry out research during crisis? So normally, of course, here I'm talking about tephra-related priorities. So the main priorities during the crisis management include the identification of hazard scenarios for both real-time ash dispersal forecasting and tephra ground sedimentation, but also the reduction of uncertainties through data assimilation, above all during long-lasting eruption. Whereas the main priorities of, let's say, academic institution is mostly the characterization of the volcanic system and a better understanding of the physical processes. Like in this case, for example, these studies that we carried out for particle aggregation, plume dynamics, but also what we did during the Eyjafjallajökull eruption to investigate strategies for real-time detection of grain size using Doppler radar. And normally, the priorities during crisis management and basically motivate some of the academic interest. And then the outcomes of the academic interest actually feed back into the crisis management because of course, the identification of the hazard scenarios require some work on the understanding of the physical processes, the characterization of the volcanic system. So let's say the two things go together. Plus some of these processes, like particle aggregation, plume dynamics, they really need to be studied during the event, because a lot of stuff cannot really be derived from deposits. So here, when talking about atmospheric dispersal, I'd like to show this example where academic institutions and operational institutions came together as a response to the AFL equator eruption and as a response to the need to improve our strategies for real-time atmospheric dispersal. I'm talking about these two UGG WMO workshops that took place in Geneva on ash dispersal forecasting civil aviation. And so the details are on our website, but here I'm just like to talk about two of the main research priorities that we identified. So here basically we had about 50 participants in the first and 100 participants in the second workshop, including volcanologists, geophysicists, modelers, meteorologists, and above all the 9 VACs. So that was actually the important thing. So the first priorities was that we needed a better description of the model physics, in particular particle sedimentation, and a better description of the source term. So when we talk about particle sedimentation, we have to talk about particle aggregation and also gravitational instabilities that form at the base of volcanic clouds. So these are two very important but complex processes that require an extensive academic effort. And in fact, we still haven't come out with a comprehensive parameterization for these two processes. But these are very important processes because as we characterized during the AFL equator eruption, aggregation and gravitational instabilities reduce by 1 to 3 orders of magnitude the residence time of particles in the atmosphere. So this is actually very important. So these processes need to be described into the operational models that we use for forecasting. But unfortunately, none of the VAX model right now includes any of these processes. So because of course they're complex, so we're still working on it. So this is still work in progress that require this collaboration between the operational institutions and academic institutions. Then in terms of source term, so what do we mean when we talk about source term? So we talk about plume height, for example. So the plume height, let's say, is the easiest of the source term parameters to derive. Normally, it's measures are derived from geophysical monitoring, remote sensing, and cameras, but it also has a little bit of an issue because plume height varies in time. So this is an example, for example, of the 10th of April 2011 Etna eruption. So sometimes observatories are reluctant to provide the height to the VACs because they don't know which height to give. So something that is still under discussion is like, which height do they have to give to the VACs and at which time interval? And also how much the height actually affects the outcomes of the dispersal model that the VACs use. So do we need to give like the variation of plume height like very kind of closely spaced in time or not? So this is still a little bit under discussion. Then the mass flow rate. The mass flow rate is very important, as you know. And that can be derived from plume height with empirical or theoretical equations and or from geophysical monitoring remote sensing. So in particular, we can combine a variety of sensors to come out with a mass flow rate. And then the erupted mass can be derived from the mass flow rate and duration. And then finally, the most difficult parameter to derive in real time, which in fact we haven't actually figured out yet how to do it in real time, is the particle characterization, in particular particle size. Right now, all the strategies require a detailed field and lab work. But we are exploring strategies for real-time detection, which are actually very important for real-time forecasting. As part of the Eurovolc project, we are working on this actually, on the determination of the mass flow rate, combining different sensors. But the first step that we need to do is actually to understand what these sensors actually see. Because these sensors can give you a mass flow rate, but what does it actually represent? So it's not clear. For example, the X-band weather radar is going to give you a mass flow rate. The L-band, the Voldera, for example, is going to give you a mass flow rate, but they don't actually mean the same thing. So now we are actually exploring to try and understand what they actually see, these sensors, and how we can best combine them to provide a comprehensive estimate of the mass flow rate. And then, of course, the grain size distribution. In this case, for sure, the sensors give you different information because they're actually sensitive to different sizes. So this is why one single sensor cannot give you the size in real time because actually cannot see all the sizes. So this is why we need to consider like a combination of these sensors to provide the best estimate of grain size. But this is still work in progress because it's still, I mean, it's quite complex thing to do. So this is something that we are addressing in the Aeroball, for example. So once we are able to detect these source parameters in real time, we can actually, using different sensors, we can actually feed that information into the models that I use for real-time forecasting. But then we can also feed models for tephra sedimentation. Like, for example, they're doing at the NSGU Catania daily. So basically, they run this model for tephra sedimentation daily using a given scenario and the day of the window of the day. So they do that both for the tephra, but also for the sedimentation of the large class, as I said before, because basically we need to use different models to describe the sedimentation of the tephra, and so the tephra meaning ash and small to medium lapilli, and the sedimentation of the large class. But then you can also do, let's say, more long-term assessments. So these are like probability maps using the same models, but in this case, basically, it's a probability assessment of the mean arrival of a hazardous threshold, like 2 milligrams per cubic meter, considering a pregnant eruption at Askja in Iceland. So in this case, for example, we can see that it's going to take 3 days for this concentration to reach UK, and it's going to persist in UK for about 6 to 12 hours. So this is kind of something that is interesting, some information which is that's interesting to know in advance. And then, of course, a more traditional probabilistic assessment of tephra ground load and sedimentation of the large class. In this case, again, these are probability maps, while the other ones were actually deterministic maps because they were using one scenario and one wind. When actually here we are using, in this particular case, one scenario and a variety of wind. In this particular case, we also show the overlapping with the infrastructures to understand what's the potential impact of this large class on the infrastructure. In this particular case, we're talking about Etna. So here we have hundreds to thousands of tourists that climb the volcano daily, in particular during the winter season. In this case, all this infrastructure is related, for example, to the ski resorts. So this is actually very important. It's not let's say, important for residents, but it's important for tourists. So in this case, this is relevant for volcanoes that are popular, let's say, with tourists. So that's something that we need to think about. Okay, so that was about atmospheric dispersal and tephra sedimentation. But what about ash remobilization? So wind remobilization of volcanic ash represents an often neglected hazard, but it's actually very common, as is shown in this map that shows all the reported wind remobilization in literature associated with deposits, fallout, and pyroclastic flow deposits of various age, from less than 10 years to more than 1,000 years. And it's widespread. So here are 2 examples of wind mobilization for the Calbuco eruption. So you can see there's a scale of, this is 50 kilometers, so basically the extent of the cloud is about 100 to 200 kilometers. And this other one is the cloud remobilized ash associated with the Eyjafjallajökull deposit. And again, this is a 25 kilometers scale, so also in this case it's pretty large. And it's also long-lasting. So this is, for example, this is an example of a remobilization event in 2017 in Iceland. In this case, it was kind of, it's still not clear whether it was associated with the Eyjafjallajökull, Grímsvötn deposit, or it was actually mineral dust, or a combination of both. And then, of course, the remobilization events that happened in Alaska associated with the 1912 deposit of Novarupta Katmai. So in this case, of course, it's the pyroclastic flow deposit, which is being remobilized even now, producing clouds up to 1 to 3 kilometers above the sea level. And of course, Also, in this case, the extension is pretty large. It reaches up to about 200, 250 kilometers, so it's pretty significant. And then, of course, it's impactful. So this is an example of the ash mobilization during the Cordon-Caille eruption in 2011. So this is Jacobazzi, which is about 300 kilometers from the volcano. That impacted both the local community. It basically collapsed the economic system that is based on agriculture, because basically most of the animals died. But it also affected the airport in Buenos Aires, which is it's actually more than 1,000 kilometers from the volcano because of visibility. Similar situation with Calbuco in 2015. In this case, is the Junín de los Andes that was affected. This is north, actually, of Calbuco. In this case, in order to keep the ash down, they used water tracks, because, again, the visibility was pretty bad. Anyway, so winter mobilization of ash is bad. So then we decided to come together in a workshop just a few weeks ago, actually, in Bariloche in Argentina. And we had 47 participants from 17 countries, and we have about half and half in between academic institutions and operational institutions. And so on our website, you can find the abstracts of the contribution, but we are still working on the consensual document. So here I'm just going to summarize some of the conclusions associated mostly with the operational, let's say, strategies. So we found that there's a large global variation in monitoring of remobilization events. In particular, there are 4 out of the 9 observatories that were present at this workshop that actually do carry out monitoring, but in different ways. For example, this is an example of what they do at the Alaska Volcano Observatory. They issue an information statement when they have a remobilization event. Or this is a VONA that is issued, for example, from the Instituto Geofísico of Peru. And this is, I mean, you can see in the red thing, basically, is a VONA that normally people use for volcanic activity when there is an eruption. But in this case, actually, they specify this remobilization. I just want to mention here that right now, this week, there is the VAC best practice meeting that is actually taking place in Washington, and they are discussing right now exactly that. So how they're going to modify the VONA to account for a remobilized event. So Sara Barsotti is actually going to talk more about that on Friday, because it's important for the observatory to understand how to treat that, because right now it's actually not clear. So this is what came out from our workshop. And I'm just going to mention here, but Sara will talk more about this, because that came out also in the discussion. People might not know, but in this ICAO official document, they talk about the cost recovery for issuance of a VONA. That means that basically, if you don't know observatories, you should think about sharing some of the costs associated with the issue of a VONA, so even instruments, for example, share that with the users. So we're talking about airlines, airports, and so on. So this is very important for people to know, because not many people know that, but Sara will talk about that. Okay, so we said 4 out of 9 are carrying out monitoring of wind remobilization, but all observatories confirm that remobilization is a common and concerning phenomenon associated with both recent and old deposits of fallout and pyroclastic flows, and has a strong seasonal variation, because of course it's more common during the dry season. Here are some examples from basically provided by the Buenos Aires VAC, where they showed all the events in 2019, and sometimes, you know, it was not clear whether it was an eruption, it was actually mobilization, like in the case of Jocos del Salado, for example. Well, they had this cloud, and it was not clear whether there was an eruption or it was actually mobilized ash. So it is important the observatory, of course, respecting the local needs and requirements, consider the implementation of remobilization monitoring for various reasons. First of all, events of ash remobilization produce a range of disruption, both in proximal and distal area. For example, this is a photo of Ben showing the Panamericana Road in Ecuador as a result of the resuspension of the ash associated with the 2015 eruption of Cotopaxi. But then, of course, we need to consider population concern. This was provided by Maria Luisa Monsalve from Colombia, that showed how in January this year they had this event of mobilization from Nevado de Ruiz. The people thought it was actually an eruption on the Vado del Ruiz. So there was kind of this problem, and they had to communicate also with the VAC that actually was not an eruption, was actually remobilization. So this is actually a very important aspect. And also, in 2016, the VAC best practice meeting already decided that they had to consider mobilization in the responsibilities, which means that they need source time parameters. So who provides that? So this is actually something that we need to discuss. So but something that it's important to consider is also that the initial challenge for the remobilization is actually to distinguish between remobilization event and eruption. So people do that with satellite images, but actually because the clouds are very low, it's difficult. So this is an example, again, in the Cordon Calle that was confirmed by OVDAS that there was actually remobilization. And something that was brought up actually by Mary Butwin, that did a PhD at the IMO, is the fact that the impact associated with mineral dust and volcanic ash is actually different, because volcanic ash is associated with lower melting temperature, which means that actually it's more of a hazard for aviation. So that's something to think about, whether it's mineral dust or volcanic ash has been remobilized. So finally, and I conclude here, is basically the parameters that control ash remobilization and that should be reported by observatories to help the VAC do the forecasting are priorities, basically location and extent of source area that should be provided in real time, and then in case of long-lasting event, extent and height of the cloud in order to do data simulation. Then these other parameters are also important, but like secondary at this moment, which is the volume properties of the source material, again, that can be done in real time, or as a kind of long-term study, effective precipitation, type and distribution of vegetation cover, wind friction velocity. But considering the lack of model complexity of most schemes that are used now for forecasting, that means that basically we have a large uncertainty. So these green parameters, as I say, are not that important right now. So what's actually really priority is the location extent of the source area. Then once emission schemes become more sophisticated, then the other parameters, the green parameters, will become also important. So I'm just going to give you a few take-home messages, which is basically the tephra, as you know, is associated with the complex life cycle, which is also associated with complex impact at different temporal and spatial scales. So in terms of atmospheric dispersal and sedimentation, they say the monitoring of volcanic plumes for determination of source parameters to feed dispersed sedimentation models plus data simulation, that's already in place. The current challenge is the multi-sensor determination of source parameters. But the monitoring wind remobilization event, that's something that is still under discussion, and protocols still need to be discussed within observatories, between observatories and VACs. So my final message is that for sure, we need these multidisciplinary strategies that involve both academic and operational institutions. Thank you.
How did you calculate the residence time of the distal ash?
Sorry, how do I calculate?
How did you calculate the residence time of the distal ash?
Yeah, using basically based on the size, or the characteristic of the particle, so size, density, shape, then we can calculate the terminal velocity, the settling velocity, let's say. So then we can see that the settling velocity associated with individual particle is different compared to the settling velocity associated with aggregates and of the particles which are actually entrained into these vertical gravitational instabilities.
For your presentation. Today, who are the responsibility to warn to the aviation? I mean, maybe the Volcanic Observatory has the opportunity to warn to the aviation authorities, but I know that VACs are doing that. So if today there is no coordination with the sending messages, who takes that responsibility?
Yeah, I think Sarah will discuss more about this, I think, but what I can tell you is that I agree with you. Right now there is a little bit of confusion. The VONA right now is a recommendation. They say it's not obligatory that the observatory actually provide the VONA. But of course, it's absolutely, extremely useful for the VACs because the VAC can run their model also without information from the observatory because they use their parameters. They're like height, like grain size from whatever other eruption, and so on. But in particular, for example, for the wind remobilization of ash, it's absolutely important that there is this kind of communication with the observatory because the VAC, like in the case of Buenos Aires VAC, they cannot know whether it is an eruption or whether it is remobilized ash. And the models used to do forecasting, they're different. So they cannot model, let's say, the cloud in the same way. So they need to know whether it is remobilized ash or it is an eruptive event. So that's why the communication is extremely important. Yes. But then Sarah will talk more about that, I think. To add something?
Yeah. Costanza, I think what you are asking somehow is in order to report remobilization of ash, it's a collaboration between the Volcano Observatory and the Institute of Meteorology. Just because our instruments are not necessarily pointing toward the deposits, are pointing toward the source of emission at first place. And what we are talking about is very fine particles that will remobilize. In most case scenario, we don't have the detection for very, very fine particles. The radars just can't do it. So this information, I think, is not in the hands of all volcano observatories, but way more about the Institute of Meteorology, which we may finally find information from satellite images and other stuff.
Well, but the thing is, I agree. I mean, it's not just observatory, but the communication with the observatory is important because I said before, the meteorological offices don't know whether it's remobilized ash or not. Because just with the satellite images, you cannot distinguish yet whether it is remobilized ash or not. So the observatory need to say yes, because the observatory know whether, at least they know better whether it is a volcanic eruption or not. So their communication is absolutely extremely important. And there is another important aspect that came out in the workshop. As I said, there was a study done in Iceland in association with the impact of mineral dust with respect to volcanic ash. So they found that volcanic ash might have a larger impact because of this more abrasion and lower melting temperature. So if you know, for example, that remobilization is happening in particular place where there is deposit or not, or maybe it's not a volcanic deposit, maybe it is like an area where you have like just mineral dust, that's important to tell the VAC that this is the case, because basically the operations might be different. So this communication is absolutely fundamental. Then I agree with you that right now, let's say we don't have in place strategies yet to correctly or comprehensively, let's say, detect remobilization events. But that's something that needs to be discussed. This is why what I said, Appendix G of this ICAO document says that you can actually get some more instruments, actually finance just for that. So that's something that, at least can be asked. Then whether it's financed or not, I don't know, but at least you can ask.
Just few things. Yeah, very quickly. So as this will be discussed further on Friday, ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, has designed a kind of procedure. So there is what is defined to be the International Airways Volcano Watch. It is a complex structure. It includes volcano observatories, meteorological offices, and the VACs and pilots. So there is a way, there is indeed a formal way how this information should be delivered. And again, I believe on Friday, the talk will be about the VONA itself, but we will discuss about the structure of this IAVW. So I believe a lot of discussion will be coming at that point.
Yes, I just want to ask, is resuspended ash an aviation hazard?
Yeah.
Has it been demonstrated as such? Has it happened?
Well, yes, it is for many reasons. It has happened, for example, as I told you, for visibility for sure. Buenos Aires airport has to be shut down because just they couldn't operate, so visibility for sure. And then, of course, it depends on where the cloud is. Because, if it is in proximity of the airport, it is. Because, as I said, like at the end, it's still remobilized. It's the same ash that was kind of like sedimented from the primary cloud. And if it is in proximity of the airport, then it's going to have the same effect that the volcanic cloud would have.
Well,
why I'm asking is that this was very common after Eyjafjallajökull, and then the going was that, well, they were not really concerned with this because this was usually in the lowermost 100, 200, 300 meters, and that was such low exposures that they weren't really too concerned about it. But of course, the visibility issue is very real.
Yeah, but it never, these clouds in Iceland, they never actually went to Keflavik. I mean, if let's say if you have low clouds, okay, that are actually going somewhere else, let's say not on the airport, then of course there's not going to be any concern. The problem is actually where you have low visibility at the airport and when you have volcanic, actually demobilized cloud at the airport. This is when you have a problem.
Well, this happened in Reykjavik airport and they didn't stop it, but this is obviously was not a very clever thing, but interesting to see where this goes.
Thank you. Let's go to the last talk of the session by Benoît Taine about conducting research on dealing with ash hazard during eruption.
All right, good afternoon, even though it's pre-lunch. Sounds always weird to say good afternoon. I think you forecasted this heated discussion because I have only 15 minutes in the program, so I'll try to fit in a timeline. It was a great introduction from Constanza to have the link between academic and operational. As you can see here, my main affiliation is actually an academic affiliation. The Earth Observatory of Singapore is only an observatory. It's in the name. There is no mandate to do anything. So why do we have interest on volcanoes in Singapore? I guess we saw this or variation of this multiple times. The 50 shades of orange are the density of populations. The red triangles are the active or potentially active volcanoes, and all those lines going across are air traffic routes. So based on that, the civil aviation of Singapore actually funded a project to asking a simple questions. What is the likelihood of getting ash in the atmosphere in a given 10 years, in any given 10 years? And the answer is, well, yeah, you will have ash. So it's not an if, but a when. The red scale, the color scale here is red is high likelihood of getting ash exceeding a peak concentration of 2 milligrams per cubic meter in any 10 years for a given elevation. So, with this map, what do? You know it will happen at some time, but then so what? So, and they actually knew that, right? They had ash in Singapore from Pinatubo, and I think Chris mentioned that, and other people mentioned that. Back in the days, I don't know if people will, nothing to worry about. I'm not sure they have the same statements now. They have more concern on the health, on the water, on the flight, and so on. So, but 28 years ago, things were more relaxed. So, okay, based on this red map, what can you do? So what we provided, and that will try to fit into this VOBP workshop, that was kind of our own crisis that we had to manage. In this case, out of this wealth of data that we produce for this project, we used 6 years of reanalyzed winds. We used 35 eruptive centers, 9 different eruptive scenarios, and we run eruptions every single day for all those data. And then there's multiple ways to ask questions to get answer out of this database. And one of the questions that they asked is, okay, we know there's an ongoing eruption at, let's say, Sinabung volcano. Okay, so what if there's an explosion in the month of, a typical month of November? So they can click, select the volcano, select the typical VI, select the month, and then they will have a map, a probabilistic view of the likely impacts. Another example that was kind of the crisis we've been involved to was for Agun volcano, for which the eruptions was it was in the news for multiple months before the eruption actually happened, and of course it was a concern for the aviation and for Singapore. So what if the eruption starts in the month of September, October, or in that case in the month of April. So we played this game and we provided data to the Met Service, which kind of to answer your questions, the Met Service in Singapore is the one that will produce the ash dispersal that will be used by the aviation. So we were in communication with them, trying to provide informations, trying to fine-tune the maps that we provide so they can actually use them. And those, how do you use that? This is not a forecast. So I put both the probabilistic view for typical month of April, and next to it is the actual forecast from the Met Service of Singapore for a given day, 20 of April 20. So the way the aviation or the Met Service will use those probabilistic maps is to be aware of the potential impact on given flight path. And then they can be ready to take actions. But those are not the forecast. So but that was part of the training and the discussion we had to tell them all the time. This is not a forecast. This is not going to replace what will come the day of the eruption. But you can use it to get ready and assess the likelihood of this flight path to be affected compared to this one. That was kind of the crisis we had to deal, even though we're based in Singapore. So we saw that in our version of that in Constanza's talk. What's the impact of volcanic ash? We had a lot of talks and beautiful pictures and videos for the first 10-ish kilometers. But as you go further away, the thickness of ash decreases, but there's still impact. And that will be the role of the stakeholder to understand the potential impact on his own infrastructure. He will have to decide on the action to be taken. Should I evacuate? Should I shut down my power plants? Should I do whatever I have to do? On our side, what we can say is, well, distance is also time. So if we can give the stakeholder enough time to take actions to mitigate the impact, then we play a role in the game, and that's where we will try to play a role here in this risk reductions cycle. So the next few slides that I want to present is, can we actually reduce the time between the events and when the information is actually pushed to the stakeholder, and then they can take action. So the sooner we provide this information, the more time they have to mitigate the impact. And since time is of the essence, I will show two examples of based on last year events in Salak Volcano 2018, which according to the VAX, which in the region is the authority to issue ash alert for the aviation, they stated there's an ongoing intense eruption at Salak Volcano. And they start, for those who know the color codes, they have different ways to issue the VAC. And the first one that was issued was a confirmed eruption. The official authority, the Darwin VAC, issued a confirmed eruption at Salak Volcano at 10:47 UTC. It takes them 3 hours to retract this and say, oops, it's actually not an eruption. Okay, and during those 3 hours, a couple of flights were cancelled. One flight was diverted, landed in Singapore, and turned back to Jakarta. Okay, that was a false alert. The color is a false color. Is kind of the brightness, temperature of the cloud, and this was a beautiful thermal anomaly. It's a convective cloud, but if you look at it, you know, everybody in this room will understand why someone pressed the red button. This is a beautiful circle. It's the only one across Java. So, you know, there's a rationale for that, but it went straight to confirmed eruption. On the other hand, we had Anak Krakatau, and in that case was alert from the Darwin VAC. The eruption actually started here. There's way more clouds. The visual from space is not that clear, and it's not on these time scales, but 24 hours after the start of the eruption, then they confirmed the eruption. So here, in terms of time, we have two examples. In one case, we had 3 hours of uncertainties with no eruption, and action were taken. costs were implied, flight cancelled, rerouted and everything. On the other side, we had 24 hours of potential for disaster. Okay? I don't think anything happened during those 24 hours, but what if? So we had 24 hours for potential for disaster in that case. And it was not just a one-off eruption, it was a sustained eruptions, as most of you might know from now. So where academic can we play a role? So in the case, at least for the Met Service of Singapore, and it's probably the case for different VACs and Met Services across the globe, they have one operational eruptive scenario. Okay, so when they know there is an eruption, they have the one eruptive scenario that they use. That's the green operational scenario. It could be an underestimate of the actual event, or it can be an overestimate of the actual events. Okay, but they use one single scenario. So of course, the questions, and that's nicely was introduced by Constanza, and you by now understood the implication of the source parameters, and that's where we tried to play a role. There's a wealth of data. There's satellite data, there's infrasound, there's social media, there's a lot of things that are floating around that are publicly available and that can be used to better characterize a volcanic event. And the aim is to reduce the uncertainties of the source parameters, and as a consequences, you increase the accuracy of the forecast. Here I'm not talking about forecast of an eruption, I'm talking about the forecast of when and how much ash can reach a given point. Okay, that's the forecast we're talking about here. And to do that, we will use social media, infrasound, and satellites. And a combination of those three together package in a nice, actionable product. And I will come back to this actionable product, something that is actually useful and the people that need to make decisions actually understand. And that was nicely mentioned earlier today. So for the social media analysis, it's been mentioned several times that the first things people do is actually take a selfie with a nice eruption at the background. And before running, they will actually tweet about it. And so we play this game, and using a search of different keywords, you can actually quite quickly identify an anomaly in the people tweeting about a given volcano. In that case, is Kelut 2014. You had typical, I have a nice picnic at Kelut. Okay, well, every 10 minutes, people will enjoy the sunset at Kelut. I'm driving along Kelut. Okay, those are the background tweets. And then, 20 minutes after the start of the event, the red line, you have this anomaly. Okay, there's more and more people tweeting about Kelut. And then that's probably the US waking up and retweeting about the event. So you have this secondary peak, and then people lost interest. Okay, so in terms of dynamic, is already quite interesting. But the information we gain here, which is kind of behind this thing, is we know where and when, which is already a good information for the input parameters. So we have the when and where. Now we want to gain more information. The infrasound, which works day, night, cloud, clear sky, whenever you need it, have been proven to be useful to answer the same question, when and where. But with academic research ongoing and a lot of collaborations, well, we can show that we can extract more from the infrasound. For once, we can extract how long. So in the case for Kelut 2014, we showed that the eruption was not just one boom, but it was intense for 2 hours. And then you gain information for the source parameters. When, where, at least 2 hours of intense injection. It was a clear, intense energetic signal in the infrasound. And also you can extract the plume height. And again, it was introduced earlier, based on the frequencies, the peak frequencies, the amplitude, knowing the source and the distance, you can gain information about the plume height. And this is the time of the eruptions from Sangya-Api, and the black dot and the whiskers are when the plume height could have been estimated based on the infrasound, including the uncertainties. And you can see that it actually came before the initial report from the VAC, and with actually within the uncertainties, capturing the actual plume height of the event. So now we have when, where, for how long, and how high. It's not the time evolution of the height, but at least you have a peak altitude with the uncertainties. So behind these little things, the priority curve will actually slightly narrow down, so we gain knowledge. And lastly, satellites. Again, Constanza mentioned that, but I still managed to say something. Here's the beautiful examples of something that never happened. You had a volcanic event, and one satellite, Calypso, that sliced it. Nearly never happens. It's a unique combination of events. Beautiful. We'd love to have that all the time, but we do not. Okay, and part of the things we actually here, we can also mention that we are kind of ad hoc users of space-based measurements that are not designed for our purpose. Okay, we usually they're designed for pollutions, for weather forecast, and so they are not designed for us. So what if, as a community, we actually dreamed about a space mission, being a fleet of CUBES satellites, being a more expensive geostationary satellites. Let's go crazy, build our own specifications. What is the recurrence time you want? Do you want to have a slight angle so you can extract the 3D structure of the plume, which is one of the key parameters that I'm not sure you mentioned. But where is the mass within the plume? Is it at base? Is it at top? So what if we could do that? And there is people that might be willing to pay for that. And that's a discussion we had with Thales Aerospace, because there is user for that. You know, airlines, one engine is what, $5 million of an aircraft? So, you know, they have money floating around. So again, behind these little things, boom, we gain even more knowledge and more certainties into the erosion parameters. So, you know, what would be the framework? Combining all of this information, you do your work, you do your data simulations, you analyze, you refine the range of eruptive scenarios, and then you communicate with the end users. End users being the partners in the region, the air traffic management, the civil aviations, the med services, engine manufacturers, airline, insurance and reinsurance that might be willing to use the information to assess the need to inject money in after a given crisis. So what if this was in place? So if we go back to those two events, the Salak and the Ana Krakatoa events, in the Salak, I actually had to track back the thermal anomaly. So let's assume the start of the eruptions was 9 UTC. That's the the fake start of the eruption at 9, hypothetical start of the eruption at 9 UTC. You can see the dashed lines here are infrasound stations in the region that should have picked up such an energetic event as described by the VAC. We checked those, there's absolutely nothing. This volcano is 60 meters away from Jakarta. People would have been crazy on social media. So, based on those remote and publicly available data, we should have two clear red flags from infrasound and social media. Yes, the satellite is a red flag if you look at it this way, but the other two would not be red flags. So this probably won't be a confirmed, could have been an unlikely eruption, and then the alert would have been raised, potentially. For the Ana Krakatoa events, so we played this game as well. The red dashed lines are clear detections on infrasound stations, and it's clearly not a single boom. It's sustained. It's coming from the right direction. It's all the checklist for volcanic infrasound is actually there, and that came way before the official confirmed eruption from the VAC. So impact on Singapore and how to improve in smart cities. The thing is, and we showed the example of Pinatubo, 2,500 kilometers away, but it took 2 days for the ash to reach Singapore. And in 2 days, there's a lot of things you can do. Even in 12 hours, even in 6 hours, there's a lot of things you can do. You can stop your MRTs in stations. You can distribute respiratory mask to the elderlies. You can put people inside, like bring people inside and so on and so forth. There's a lot of things you can do if you have time to do it. And this, I really tried to answer those questions, but again, as an academic perspective, it was not easy. So the crisis that I mentioned was the Agun crisis. There was an internal crisis because we had to provide information to the people that are actually paying us. Okay, that's not our mandate, but when the people paying you is knocking at the door and asking for information, you have to provide information. So that was kind of a crisis. So the success was good communications with the med service and the aviation. We created good links there. That was good. And another good thing is not communicating with the press. And that was not easy. That was not easy because there is internal pressures as well as external pressure. But being where we are, with the link with CVHM, with FIVOX, there is clearly in our agreements with colleagues in the region, we do not speak to the press. And we stick to that, and we actually use the IFC best practices to explain that this is a volcanic crisis, we do not speak to the press. And that might come with frustrations, but we stick to that, and that was, I think, a success that we managed to resist the external and internal pressure. Something we missed, though, is the post-crisis debrief with the Met Service and the aviation. What could have been improved? What did we miss? That's something we clearly missed. We never went back all together after Agun crisis was done and just brainstorm about what can be improved. And finally, 3 lessons. I think the actionable product is important, and that comes with time, an iterative process between you and people that will use your product, and make sure you speak the same language. Might take a few rounds, but you want to provide an actionable product. Otherwise, they look at it and they put it on the side. Pre-crisis procedure, so as a standard operating procedure checklist for the emergency importation of instruments. This is something that we don't have the scale of VDAP, obviously, but we close enough to partners in the region, and we sometimes have instruments available. And it's frustrating because we don't have a scheme to quickly import the instruments, and that could be extremely frustrating. And then, as soon as in your academic research you have a useful operational ready tool, make sure that this tool is shared and there's training associated to it. And I put useful into quotes because sometimes what looks useful for us behind the desk is just a distraction during a crisis. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions if we have time.
Sorry, thanks for the presentation. First thing, awesome to see some products which are designed to be directly usable. I think we don't do that enough, so awesome job there. One question for you is, where do you think the Volcano observatories fit into the picture? Because that's one word that I haven't seen anywhere in your presentation.
So in this presentation, I tried to step back and use publicly available data. And what can be used and what people are actually doing with that, and how we can more clear. I think, I put partners somewhere, but I should have put Volcano observatories to push the information. But then when do you offload the observatories, or when do you give them useful information? This is the discussions that need to be done.
I guess my question follows on from Nico's. I don't know if you know if there were VONAs issued in either the false Salak case or in the Krakatau case.
So for Salak, there is like no VONA issued. It was triggered by Darwin VAC. I'm looking at Davy to see if if you want comments, you're welcome to comment maybe on the Salak false alarm.
Yeah, in fact, if you see the magma web, we, in fact, since 2015, we have built protocols for different agencies. So the volcanology and also the MWO and also the VAC. And we have, in fact, also built a new system. So it is, we called it a CDM, Volcano CDM. It's a collaborative decision-making system, so that we push fauna, and then the other agencies like the MWO, they will make the modelings, the VAG, volcanic ash graphics, and also the other agencies to publish ash TAM and NOTAM. And for Salak case, we were at that time, we have also, beside that system, we have the communication in WhatsApp, and they ask if there is an eruption in at Salak. And at that time, the observers didn't send any VONA because there was no VONA, and there was no eruptions. But they didn't, because we didn't respond on the WhatsApp group, because we have we had some things in Yogyakarta at that time. So they thought that we were, we were dealing with the explosions, but then when we read on the message, so we responded. There was no eruptions, and you can access from our seismogram, because we put it on live, and there was no VONA sent, and we have all the because for you, if you want to access the VONA, it is freely available, and you can subscribe, and you can, even now we have also the volcanic explosion eruption notice. So if you install it on your app, you can get the notifications, the plume height, and others. So for Salak, it was the case with that the problem was with the VAC, I think. And for Krakatau, we sent several also VONAs.
Many thanks. Maybe I've missed something, but this tweet thing is a bit confusing me. So you are saying that you have three main input or source of information: the tweet, the infrasound, and the satellite, right? And then my question is, are you weighting them differently? I mean, what if you are getting thousands of tweets, but no infrasound in detection and no satellite? Are you still activating an alert? Or what if you don't have tweet, but you have, you know, how does it work?
Yeah, so if you have a lot of tweets and nothing on infrasound, when we do the infrasound analysis, we have a detection capability every single day, so we know what will be the minimum plume height we can actually detect. So if there's a lot of tweets and no infrasound detection, the plume height is likely to be below our detection capability, and we can play the same game with the satellites because we have the weather cloud height. So it could be a small eruption. For the case of Salak, though, it's also a fruit, so it could be a festival around the fruit of Salak. That's another story.
But it's not an automatic system, so you are evaluating the.
That will be. It's not in place yet. So this is a project that we are pushing. Yeah.
Can we close the session now?
I had a question, just a short one. Just a short one. What was this thermal anomaly? What was it? I did not understand. Yeah, what was it? The origin of the thermal anomaly?
It was a cloud. It was a weather anomaly. It's a thermal cloud that grows, but just above one volcano. And usually at this time of the day, they have the full line of the full. We leave the full volcanoes that actually, have those thermal clouds coming up. But it was centered on one volcano, extremely fast growing, and it was a thermal cloud anomaly. Like
it was several degrees difference, like several degrees difference?
Yeah, it grows fast and entered the upper layer of the atmosphere. So it was seen as an anomaly.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
So let's see, it's 2:15 right now. Ramon, we're still not ready for lunch, is that right? 2:30, yeah, okay. So that we'll still stick with that? Okay, if that's the case. Anna Lillian, who just left, wanted us to know that there is a table outside provided by the Institute of Geophysics. From UNAM that has some free materials and some that are available for a very low cost, and people should just go check them out. Yeah, from Sepuruco? Yeah, okay, great. And I guess we will, who's taking it from here? If we're gonna continue with the next, well, we could probably start it and do it for 15 minutes anyway.
Yes, I will.
Okay. All right. So he says we can start the meal now. So how about, sorry about that. I think people will probably like, wait a second. Wait, let's decide on a time to come back. The lunch is supposed to be till 3:30, but let's do it till 3:15. We'll come back and we'll start with this thing. So 3:15, come back. Okay.
that and how they should be interpreted. The second part of that is regarding, is it best practice, or is it recommended practice, or is it acceptable practice? And I think it's one of the things perhaps we could flag in the conversation, whether we're aiming at best practice or whether we are, which is the glass ceiling, basically the gold standard.
Reasonable.
Or whether we are using reasonable or acceptable practice as well. And I think it would help frame some of the conversation.
So, do you have any comments on that in the audience? Yes.
I just would like to add one thing that was said in the morning. Was adding the best practice for drill operation or for simulation. I don't see it in the list, and I think it's something that's interesting to discuss.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, I agree.
I want to make a couple of comments about point number one, the threat assessment and gap analysis. We've done quite a few of these in VDAP in some of the countries of people in this room. One of the things you find when you do a threat assessment, when you combine hazard with threat, there are some surprises. Many observatory or people who work, have worked for a long time in a country think that they know exactly what the priorities are. Sometimes there are surprises related to threat that bring up new ideas. The other thing is that a gap analysis can be utilized for much more than just monitoring infrastructure. In several of the countries that we've worked in, we've also worked on a knowledge gap, the kinds of research that needs to be done in order to bring understanding of individual volcanoes up to a level similar to the sort of scheme that's proposed for instrumentation. And the third point that I wanted to bring up is that these formalized tagas, that's what we call them, in countries that are normally the target of receiving aid, when these are done in a formalized and well-documented ways, they're very useful for helping direct aid that's coming into the country, whether it's a government-to-government aid or whether it's university research projects. So it helps to empower the recipients of aid to be more full partners about what's needed in the country versus what just happens to come and be available or proposed.
To assess, yes.
I just wanted to follow up on Jeff's comment about knowledge gap analysis. The last slide of Seth's talk had a bunch of other ideas for places that gap analysis could be done. One was communication. I can't remember what the other ones were, but that slide in and of itself seemed like a provocative discussion forum for other things that could be assessed.
Eruptive history, I think you mentioned, outreach products.
Oh, yeah.
In crisis plans, yeah, preparedness.
May I? I think that, I don't know where exactly, but probably I would like to reinforce the message that probably has been already said yesterday about the protocols. Because again, for instance, Costanza today raised a good point, because now, in the real time, there is gap that are usually felt by volcanologists. If you write a protocol in quiet period, you also minimize this kind of gap. So it is a way to write down in a quiet period of time what we should do, and also a very good way to interact with all the other partners, because it is just to shape a language or something like that.
Yeah, and if I can just add a comment going back to the point about exercise, volcano crisis exercise. If you do that in real time, that will involve all what you say, and you can have test one scenario, and that will make arise all the data gaps in the history of the volcano, the uncertainties, what the governor or the agency would like you to do and what you think you should do. And so it's a practical way, tool to address many of these issues that we discussed this morning. So we did that in Guadeloupe last year, the first one ever since the crisis in '76. And both at the observatory and with the authorities, it was very useful. It was just a table exercise, but it was very useful, and it's a way forward, actually.
A very quick question. The session 2A is for protocols for use within observatories during crisis. And if you look at this list, I really believe that very few points apply to the during crisis phase. So the exercise to access, I mean, that's this link to what Warner is saying. I believe there are a lot of good points that still should be addressed, but in quiet times. And few of those, I believe, really would apply to the during crisis framework, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you're right, but except again, if you do a volcano crisis exercise in peacetime, you will simulate what will happen during the crisis, and you'll go through those motions. So you need to define it, and you need to play it out, and that will help you improve your during crisis action. So I think it's linked to. I mean, you can respond to your comment by doing a return experience on previous crises, and then you can also progress by elaborating the scenario for the next crisis and exercising that. And so you imagine a scenario and you play the scenario out, and you see if that would break down in the crisis or not.
Yeah, I think factors that contribute to recurring costs are very significant and should be taken into consideration in the analysis in number one. Say, for example, communication. Some countries and regions, there are several volcanoes distributed over hundreds of kilometers. So communications, for example, could be the second largest budget item. So, and that will actually make and break you in times when revenues are low.
I was just kind of building on Warner's actually comment about the data gap to investigate in peacetime, let's say, in kind of these exercises. But I think it's also, going back to all the discussion we had, it's also responsibility gap, and not only data gap. It's actually understanding what data is missing, but then also at the point, identify who is going to fill that gap in kind of quiet time. I think that's fundamental, I think.
I was just going to point out that an early draft of the agenda that I saw was organized very differently, in that it was what you should do before the crisis on the first day. I think the second day was during the crisis, and the third day was after the crisis. And I think the point kind of what we see up here is fundamentally almost everything that you do during the crisis is comes down to what you've done before the crisis. All of the programs you've set up, the monitoring you've set up, the testing, the scenarios, the models, the so it just it's something that you have to plan for, prepare for, get your checklist ready, and then when the crisis comes, you're ready.
Chris?
Sorry, I want to. Do you mind, Verona? Do you want? You can follow that well. Are you going to stay on the same topic?
Okay. No. I think that probably during a crisis, you just simply have to follow something. We don't have to invent something, because otherwise we expose ourselves to heavy critiques. For this reason, I like the idea to work a lot in quiet period with simulations, exercise, because we have to be ready. Because during a crisis, you can't change anything basically, because
For
otherwise...
degrees of freedom, yeah. I agree.
Right. Well, actually,
can I have a small? But we need to also to think about unexpected crisis. So when you have no preparations on things, and how do we respond to these situations? For example, Chaitan, or another volcano when you don't prepare anything before, and how we deal with this during the crisis. So we need to also consider this kind of situation.
So, well, it's really a question for the observatories more than anything else, and it does follow on from the previous three comments, and that is the public really haven't appeared a great deal in the talks of the last 2 days. We've been sort of a lot of interagency communication. So my question regarding point 6, observatories should ensure they maintain close connections with the community. How do observatories that are responsible for big cities, how do they maintain this? Is it possible? So Quito or Naples or Mexico City. I mean, what are the challenges that the observatories face there, keeping contact with the population, not with the civil protection or the politicians, but with the population itself? Is it an easy thing to do, or is it something that's just not practical? So that's a question too. All right. Well, there's no answer. So, I can say quite categorically. I'll talk about Campi-Flegrei then. No. I'll answer my own question a little bit. The deal is this: in Campi-Flegrei, there's virtually no connection whatsoever with the general public. I know this because I live among the public, and they know much less than it's perceived in some of these simulations, because the simulations are weighted towards the agencies that are going to be responsible for organizing the evacuation or what have you. And I think it's a very difficult task. If you've got hundreds of thousands or millions of people to deal with, how do you keep being close to the community as opposed to sort of scattered villages? So that's really my question. Is there a way, are there plans to sort of improve this?
I can say something about Campi-Flegrei. It's not my job, so I don't know, but it used to be true what you are saying, that it was completely disconnected from the population. But in the last, I would say, 10 years, there have been more initiatives, both from the civil protection and also involving INGV, and I'm not sure if other institutes, in which there has been some activity with schools, with some local residents. Of course, it's very difficult because there's so many people, but there's a bit more awareness, I would say. And every year there is this campaign that is done all over Italy from civil protection to raise awareness on natural risk. It's called Io non rischio, I don't risk, and they do it regularly. And actually the last simulation in October was held that week, because that was the week of the civil protection, and there were many initiatives with local communities to raise awareness on natural risks. So in Campi-Flegrei it was about volcanic risk.
I would like to try to answer to your question how to keep close to the community during crisis, because that's really important. At the end, our work, if we don't have communication with the communities, with authorities and public, it is worthless. So with our experience, and not necessarily with volcano, but with earthquakes also, for example, press conference is a very important tool if it's properly prepared. And also now social media allows you to have a communication, a two-way communication. You can publish a report and you have comments on the report, and you can react on the comments. So, for example, we had a seismic crisis in Quito about three months ago, and we did a press conference, and from the press conference there were a lot of questions on social medias, and based on this question we prepared a FAQ sheet, and we did a different video on YouTube and Facebook, and so I think that's the way the community knows that you care about what they are living and what they are experiencing.
Yes, perhaps not on best practices for observatories, but this issue about communication, isn't it true that that will be a topic of tomorrow? But that's in Iceland we have some experience from recent events, and these are not we don't have experience of these large cities or anything, but what I think is very important is this engagement with the local community, and let's say that engagement is mainly in Iceland run by the local civil protection, and in South Iceland they're very active. For example, ask us to come, and we come to meetings, and then we go to meetings and meet the people, and it's usually always full house. And this is perhaps something to do for as much as possible, and if the more people that have met you, talk to you, when you come on television and say this is happening, they are much more likely that they believe you. And it's a question of, again, of building trust. So engagement with the local communities is very important, but it probably has to be driven by civil protection.
Just play devil's advocate. Let's say there is a dialogue between the observatory and members of the public. Is that dialogue confined to the hazard, explaining the parameters of the hazard? What happens when the member of the public wants to go on to discuss risk and what's going to happen when the thing goes boof? How's that dealt with in peacetime, and how does that dialogue then undermine the totally different duties of the civil protection authorities? Because it may be that you will build up this rapport of trust, which then, in times of emergency, they will turn to the observatory for risk solutions, which is not their mandate, and which your views on risk may differ from those of the Civil Protection Authority. Or am I just dreaming up problems for the sake of it?
So I'll just. Do you mind if I just jump in here? So I think it comes back to the point number 2 we've got on the screen up there, and what we talk about here is about distinction of responsibilities and roles between scientists and authorities. What we've got up there is basically the distinction that Richard just talked about. Now, what I would argue is that actually this is context dependent. I don't think necessarily we should be prescriptive in terms of what the observatories should or should not be doing. It really depends on what is the legal framework in their own countries and what has been agreed between various parts of the governments and the observatories. So there could be some circumstances where the observatories have a role to play in the risk space. So I'll take a very practical example here. In New Zealand, for instance, we've always had that very strong separation. And our organization provides advice in the tsunami space as well, and earthquakes. Well, very recently, we've been engaging with the governments and in terms of who actually delivers the warnings, who delivers those things associated directly with actions. In the past, we used to actually really distance ourselves from that, stating, look, we're just providing advice. The authorities are delivering the warnings and all the things related to actions. Now, actually, the situation is quite as clear-cut as it is. So I guess what I would argue here in the point number 2 is that we should really perhaps rephrase that, and instead of actually being prescriptive about what the roles should be for the observatories, is making sure that all of us as observatories are really aware of the legal framework we're actually working with, and that there is a clear joint understanding of the roles and responsibilities between the government and the observatories. And in many cases, there may well be a clear demarcation between hazards and risk. In some others, I don't think that necessarily be the case. That would be my take on that.
Just a few words. I'd like to go back to the point discussed by Chris, the close connection with the public. So based at least on my experience, I should make a distinction between observatories located in big towns, such as Naples, for example, and other observatories. For those observatories in big towns, there is only, I'll say in my opinion, one major possibility to explain, which is organizing, for example, information days, doing dissemination and outreach in collaboration with the local university or the local universities. In the case of the Campania region, there are 7 universities. That's the only way that you can boost the interest of the public, not only of the public, but also of the authorities and all the representatives of the professional, the big professional communities, engineers, geologists, architects, which are highly, I would say, impacted by all this. All the community involved in, I would say, land use, land management. The few times it has been done for volcanic risk has worked very well, much more than something organized directly between the observatory and the authority. And the many times it has been done, for example, for the seismic risk or for the hydrogeological risk of flooding, it worked exceptionally well. And so for big towns, this is, in my opinion, the only way to do. So a close connection also with universities. For observatories located in much smaller authorities, of course, it's important to keep a direct connection with the authorities. And so it's also up to the authority to boost the outreach and dissemination. And Jean-Christophe knows we have a very good example in Guadeloupe.
I would like to make a couple of
I don't even know if I'm holding the thing. Yeah, I guess I was just going to wrap up on that and just say that we are observatory personnel often, but many of us are also researchers in an organization like the USGS, where many of us are research scientists. We have responsibilities with observatories as well. We have expertise on the impacts of eruptions. That's kind of what we do. We know more than the rest of the public about what can happen during eruptions. We can talk theoretically about the impacts or impacts of past eruptions. So without actually trying to say that when this happens, this will be the result, which is kind of direct and getting in the wrong lane, we can talk more generically about what happens during volcanic eruptions, and we're the best people to do it. Another thing I could just say is that the USGS really encourages us to get into the risk milieu, and we do these big scenarios. We've had the tradition of doing them for the big Southern California earthquake or the big storm that hits California for a month and drops 20 inches of rain. And in those we work with economists, emergency responders, the people who do the infrastructure, and try to come up with dollar estimates on what would be lost and what would be the impacts of specific big events. Tsunami was another one of these. And so those, we're not getting out of our lane, but we're working with people so that we can really give the public a real eye-opening understanding of what can happen during big geologic events.
Actually, my comment was very similar to what he said, because I see a lot of advantage to communicate the hazard, not necessarily the risk, because the risk is different depending on the end user. Again, a civil protection want to have the societal risk. Me, as a citizen, I want to have the individual risk. Other people would like to have other kind of risk assessment. So if you communicate the hazard, you allow people to decide by themselves what they want to do. It's not only, you don't have only to suggest mandatory action, but when you communicate about the hazard, people can decide by themselves. For instance, with the earthquake, we have seen that with the same level of risk, level hazard, a young woman with the children have a very low acceptable risk. So they want to do something. 18 male, they They think that they can live forever, so they don't care at all. But the risk is exactly the same. For this reason, I think that it is very important, as I said, just to communicate the hazard. This is what may happen, the impact that may have, in order to allow people also to be the decision maker for them, their family.
Can I just make one point? Maybe we should abandon the use of the word end user. That's a very old-fashioned linear model, is that I've developed something and then give it to the end user. No, it's up there, end user. And that's a very old-fashioned model. They are equal to the person giving the message, and we should be speaking to them about their needs and their understandings. And I think end user is perhaps a term which we might want to revisit. Stakeholder is much better, but end user looks like the old way is, I've decided what we're going to do, and I'm going to teach you do as you're told. And I think we'd all agree we've moved beyond that.
Okay, so the second session was on best practices with respect to conducting research and characterization of hazards during crises. Perhaps one point is that we can get back perhaps to the original agenda and do this on the last day, is try to summarize pre-sin and post-crisis rather than doing it. So there's a few points here that have been listed for the first talk about uncertainties and the use of probability scheme based on hazard analysis. So I think we had a lot of scroll, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, can you puedes bajar un poco? Yes. Okay, so I'll just, anyone wants to comment on that rather than me reading? ¿Puedes bajar otra vez más? Ya.
The other one needed screwed along too, actually. But in terms of what we're doing, my understanding was, and there were I think eight talks this morning in total. Right. And each of them have, at the end of them, essentially a lot of detail. And I think what takers are attempting to do is to sort of synthesize quite quickly what is said. So in the notes that you have on the left is just one point from each talk, essentially. And the language could be tweaked. I assume that was going to be done at some point, is that you're going to go through all the talks, essentially, and try to do that. And I think what we are trying to do is make it easier for whoever has to do that. Because to trawl through all of these is difficult. Yeah.
Something to the list. Sorry, I gotta change the topic a tiny bit. So I guess one thing I was really hoping to get today or this morning was more specifics about what observatories actually do during a response, with or without a lot of protocols, with or without a lot of peacetime practice or whatever. You know that at least in the U.S., we don't run 24/7 all the time. We, like Jake said, much of our time is doing research, and when we're in response mode, we just put on a different hat. And so I just wonder if, I mean, this is maybe not the right place to do it, but maybe we could put together some kind of a repository for people to put examples of different response coordination teams, however you want to call them. I know that in Alaska, we have many different protocols for different types of eruptions. Long-term eruptions, short larger eruptions, and just very specific checklists really on what we're doing and how we're doing it. And those I think could be really useful. I would love to see examples from other observatories because we're all trying to save time and not exhaust ourselves. And with the internet and all of technology, it seems that we're doing so much more from our phones and our desktops and home and not necessarily in crisis operations rooms anymore. And everyone's constantly looking at the data. And so maybe people have ideas on use of alarms and things like this so that people can just chill out a little bit and not be constantly responding and exhausting themselves. So anyway, maybe one result from this meeting is to come up with some kind of a folder or repository where people can dump those things into and just peruse them to say, oh, that's a good idea, maybe we could adopt that. Especially places where they have a lot of practice, they might have some good ideas. Just wanted to. And then one other idea, just on the second part of today is, maybe a topic for a future Volcano Observatory best practice meeting is coordination of volcano observatories and academia and how to make that work. We all recognize it needs to work. These two entities are always interacting, but is it working? And how can we come up with best practices to make it work?
I think that will be in tomorrow's session. Yeah. Okay, any other comments, especially for this slide?
Yeah, I will add something to what you were saying. Somehow links to my very bad comments I had. That the comments about during crisis or before crisis. I agree with you. Even my understanding was that we would have been looking more into how to react. So what our reality is in our home, in our country, we are really, working, what we are doing, and how well, how quickly, and what is helping us in fulfilling all these things. So I kind of agree with your suggestion that this would be a good exercise or whatever to gather if there are any of these guidelines or checklists or contingency plans or whatever, just to share them and see, if we can learn each other. About this other list, there was a comment I was even saying to Laura already about this fact that during the second exercise, the civil protection apparently was not interested in the hazard maps. And I was raising this comment that maybe that exercise was not really focused for them to look into this kind of thing. So, and this goes back to the idea of looking into exercises. There are different types of exercises. So it might be that one was more focused on internal procedures of civil protections. There are other exercises looking into scientific data interpretation, other looking to communications. And again, I raise again this idea or topic or whatever of investigating if it could be of interest for the VOBP into designing exercise.
Changing the focus a little bit, I'm just reflecting on somebody made a comment that the public really wasn't in this discussion today. Daniel had a Facebook icon and talked about one particularly fraught issue that popped up in Ecuador with Cotopaxi in 2015. In social media, we all know it's a new feature, and we have to be out there in social media, and to be out there and to be relevant, you have to be sort of doing it right as things are happening. Wendy's got a poster about social media out in the lobby, but there's some pretty fraught issues about how you do social media in a crisis when you're also talking with civil patrol stakeholders and also scientists within the observatory. And there's some real tricky questions about when do you tell people about something. And one thing that we know is that our emergency managers do not want to hear about something through social media that they should have heard from us first. And so there is a communication protocol that needs to get thought through, and it's a much tighter time frame than it used to be with social media. And if you're not filling the void, somebody else will. And if you're not out there responding to rumors, then the rumors will take off. So there's an imperative on one side to be in the game and responding as quickly as you can, but also at the same time being mindful that there's certain information that cannot go out that way, that has to go through the proper channels. And figuring out which one is which in a crisis is a pretty hard problem.
Before we continue, we are running out of time.
I'm going to give an example for during a crisis. I'm going to talk about during a crisis. So social media during a crisis, we figured it out on the fly. We did not have a plan going in for the Kilauea response. And there were some snafus and errors along the way. One thing that happened was we were trying to mimic information as it was. We weren't putting any new information out unless it was available on the website. But people were asking us, why aren't you telling us what's going on? We know that things are changing. We're hearing it from these other sources. You're hiding stuff from us. And so we were immediately getting flack from the public about not being fast enough. And so we had discussions internally of how we were going to go about changing that. And so we kind of flipped the script. We decided we had this internal communication channel, Mattermost, similar to Slack, and we were able to communicate amongst ourselves, but we created a specific channel for communication. And when people were importing photos, we would get them checked from someone within the observatory that was designated as the person to say it was okay to put these photos out into the public. And we would immediately put them out into the public and with captions that were approved internally on the Slack channel. And then we put them on the website. But that loop has to be closed in social media as well. If you're a responsible agency, you have to make sure that whatever you're putting out to the public can be searchable and easily discoverable later, because social media things vanish and you might be on the hook from some litigation thing that comes along, and without that accountability measure, then you're lost.
I think as scientists we need to exercise a certain amount of discretion. I've been in the hot seat, and I've been in briefings where the other three senior persons on the other side of the table are like diplomats who has no experience in risk and hazard, an agronomist, and an economist. And I couldn't draw a line in the sand when certain information was asked, which if I know I don't give that information would lead to dysfunction. I had to exercise discretion and be flexible. So I just think that as scientists, there are times, especially when time is of essence, that you really need to exercise discretion.
You're 4 hours past 4 minutes past 4, so we're finished. In fact, we need to continue to get to the next session. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's poster time. Not that one. Okay. I think there was maybe there was somebody that didn't send me their poster slides, but instead gave them to the booth up there. Maybe we'll do yours last, so apologies for that. I have a list of people again, and if you would come down, you can sit down instead of standing up here, but I thought it kind of worked well to go through quickly. So Avard, last name Avard, Chris Bean, Diego Gomez, Nia, Ramon Hernandez, Chris Kilburn, Setsuya Nakata, Renato Solidum Jr., Benoit Tasny, Heather Wright, Nick Varley. These are in alphabetical order. Yeah, so I'm going to use this. I'm going to use that, actually. I'm going to use that, but I'm only going to do a 1-minute thing. So when you've gone through and you have 1 minute left, I'll let you know, because everything's 3 minutes. Okay.
Hi. So my name is Geoffroy Ava. I work in Costa Rica. And so Martin will present tomorrow Turrialba, which was a volcano that did a long reactivation crisis and so a long scenario. And here what I'm talking about is Poas. Poas is another volcano that we have. And we are used since 2006 for about some phreatic activity, sometimes of medium size, pretty good. So that's what we see on the left. And in 2007, we had a small intrusion, magnetic intrusion. And it has created a new situation for us. However, we didn't realize right away. The point is, between the first sign of intrusion and the climax eruption occurred 21 days. That's fine. However, we didn't have real-time process data really available. And so it took us several days to realize. And so between the time we suspected that something was abnormal to the time we had the first damage, it was about 10 days. And a whole week of it was actually the Holy Week where we were, most of us, in vacations. So that has been creating a situation. This next one. Next one. Yes. So that created a situation where we were not particularly very reactive to that situation. So I would say I regret it. I'm not sure it was a wrong decision, but we took the decision of not taking any decision. And so we didn't follow very well the protocol. And the reason is because we were tired from months of high level of monitoring the Turrialba volcano and managing the crisis. And so as we were on top of that used to frequent phreatic activity, we did not exactly measure in real time how dangerous the volcano became. And so we didn't really follow the full protocol on saying, well, we should be implemented a higher level of monitoring, for instance, 24/7 or whatever. So we did not do it. And it ended up pretty well, but I'm not sure it would have been that it was exactly the smartest decision we took, or absence of decision. So we learned a few things from that experience. First of all, that it's very important to have real-time process data in order to take decision and realize in real time as soon as possible about the first signs of something unusual on your volcano. And we need to have a great circulation of the information. Second is our network got affected quickly, and we did not have the capacity of right away implementing new equipment to be able to keep track on what was going on. So we had a network that got reduced rather quickly, and that affected our capacity of monitoring, obviously. And finally, I would recommend to be suspicious. Every time you see something, be suspicious about your volcano. Boas is a restless volcano. We are used to frequent activity, and so we see something just a little above the normal, whatever, we wait for next day and see what's going on. No, please be suspicious. So from those lessons, we've been able to implement a few rules, and we had such a success as in 2019, this year, Volcano did a new crisis. And we've been able to apply those lessons 1 and 3, particularly with protocols and decrease of vulnerability on site in order to be able to manage better this new crisis. And crisis became finally a frequent way of managing our monitoring. And so we've been able to go implement crisis management and then reduce crisis, etc., and be way more reactive. So I think that's a success. Thank you very much.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Chris Bean, and I'm working in Dublin, Ireland. And so this poster is more to try to convince you to adopt seismic array technology as a standard operational tool. And we've seen over the last couple of days that there's been a lot of talk about reduction of uncertainty. And so there are two ways of doing that. One is to maybe use a phenomenological approach where we just look at patterns that happen on a volcano And if the volcano has some sort of characteristic behavior, we can actually just track those patterns in time. And I would suggest we can actually do that with a suboptimal network. But the other approach, if the volcano is not behaving itself, doing what it's supposed to do, we end up on the other side where we go a physics-based approach, where we have to understand the process. In that case, following Seth's talk, I would also say that we cannot really do this in detail unless we understand the detail of the process that's going on. That requires us capturing the details of the outputs of that process. So in seismology, that can mean capturing VT events, LP events, and tremor. So this is quite tricky for a standard seismic network. It's not really designed for tracking, for example, long duration, emergent signals and what they do. And seismic arrays are really good at doing that. So we installed a seismic array as part of a project in Iceland with the Icelandic Met Office some time back. And we installed a few arrays around Vatnajökull glacier, so there's the glacier. And the idea was twofold, really. We wanted to try to understand, could we discriminate between tremor associated with floods, subglacial floods, which can be very, very dangerous, and tremor associated with magma migration. So what is a seismic array, and what does this mean? The details on the poster, but basically what it is, it's a cluster of stations. There's 1 kilometer scale bar. A cluster of stations or an antenna that sits outside your area of interest. So this is your area of interest here, where you think something's going to happen. You sit to the side here with this cluster of stations, and they allow you to actually track where the seismic is moving in both horizontally and vertically by looking at a thing called a slowness. The detail is on the poster. So what's the advantage of this? The advantage is you can track continuous signal, and you can actually you can get the depth as well. So what did we learn? That we were able to discriminate between subglacial floods, magma migration, dike propagation, and we think lava flow just from having an array analysis, which we don't think we could do with a very sparse seismic network. So just to this slide here, just to show you what this is just a glance example, just to see. Here's an 80-day array analysis. The details of what's on this doesn't really matter, except that this is the angle that the array is looking at relative to a cauldron on the glacier. So here's the array looking at the cauldron. Then at this particular time on this array, you can see that things are tracking sideways. And on this particular time on this array, you can also see that things are tracking sideways. These are 2 subglacial floods that were seen here in detail as you see the thing tracking as you move from left to right here. This gave us up to 20 hours advanced early warning, where we knew the process was at play with water flowing beneath the glacier 20 hours earlier than would have been traditionally the capture time of this event through a hydrological change in the Skapta River, which is the normal way of actually tracking these events. So I'd just like you to come have a look at the poster. We're developing a tool for the real-time analysis of array data, and we think that this is a really interesting prospect as an operational tool. Thank you.
So good afternoon. I am Diego from the Colombian Geological Service. As Marta told you, outside is a poster about Chile's and Cerro Negro volcanoes, so let me tell you something about these volcanoes. These are active volcanoes located in the border between Colombia and Ecuador. And literally, we share the volcano. So half of the volcano belongs to Colombia and the other half to Ecuador. And they are just 4 kilometers apart. So besides this, since 2013, we have a really drastic increase in the seismicity. So up to now, we have nearly 800,000 BT events mostly, but we have also long period events. Please don't read that yet. And we have the maximum event was 5.6 in magnitude, and we have several crises related with events, BT events felt by the people, but no eruption up to now. We have changes in the formation. We have these BLP events in the area. We have also some changes in the fumarolic in the hot springs area also, but we are still waiting what is going on with this volcano. So let's move to the questions made by the organizers. So in this case, we think that the success points are related with the three in the board. So one is an efficient and very strong collaboration between the two institutions and two countries. So in this case, the Instituto Geofísico del Ecuador and the Colombian Geological Service, and to continuously monitoring these two volcanoes since these almost 6 years, thinking in provide appropriate information to the community and the stakeholders and the decision makers. And because the technology let us to share the information in real time, this is also a good success now, because we can we have the information from Ecuador in real time in our observatory, and they have also our information. So we can share, and we have a combined network for monitoring these two volcanoes. In the case of, in both cases, but principally in Colombia, the region is dominated by indigenous communities. So we need to keep in mind working with them in a social appropriation process. Otherwise, it will be very hard to work with this kind of research or monitoring. And the next one. So what we forgot, so we think that to seek more strategies or activities to work with the indigenous community. They have a different belief of la Pachamama, or what they think about the cosmogony. So we need to think about, and it will be much better if we work together with the Ecuadorians. And finally, the lessons. So in the Colombian case, we use the volcanic activity level. We think that even we have uncertainties on those, to use that, let the stakeholders, the authorities, to make more easy decisions. So this is okay for us. Sharing information in spaces like this, or with expertise, with people who has expertise in different kind of volcanic activity, it will be very important for us, especially when volcanoes with volcanoes that doesn't have recent volcanic eruptions. And finally, monitoring and assessing a prolonged period of activity, particularly without any eruption, remains as a great challenge, not only for the institutions in charge of the scientific part, but the institutions in charge of the crisis management, but of course for the communities. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Nia, I am from TPGSM. I want to share about our experience about some crisis in volcano in western region of Indonesia. I will start with the Anak Krakatau volcano. I will not talk about the eruption mechanism or any other related with the tsunami formation. I want to highlight the implication related to the event. That now we kind of dealing with the competition with the highest level institution who has authorities in earthquake and tsunami monitoring. They want us to start to monitor the submarine volcanoes and volcano island that has potential for tsunami formation. They also ask us to integrate our monitoring system into their system. They also ask us to give more rapid warning and also want us to challenge us to improve our monitoring system. To answer that, we add additional equipment in Anak Krakatau volcano. We add the CCTV, the infrasound, the seismometer broadband, and transmit the data directly into our main office in Bandung. In case of Sinabung, we face different problem with the local government. They want us to kind of synchronize the alert level with their project of rehabilitation. When the volcano is on highest alert level, the government give them the budget to build the settlement, to a kind of rehabilitation project. And when the volcano activity is decreased and we want to downgrade the alert level, they come to us and kind of negotiate can you wait until we finish with the project? And recently, the local government come to our office. It is the different, the contradictory situation. Now they want us to downgrade the level of the volcano. I don't know the reason yet, but we stick on our decision that now the volcano alert level is still on alert level 3 due to the possibility of the volcanic pyroclastic flow hazard. In Tangkuban Parahu, we face different problem because the eruption is kind of phreatic. We have difficulties to raise our alert level, and we have bad argue with the tourist company and the local vendor. They made to us because we give the recommendation not to have activity around the crater. So they lost money, they lost job, and they come to us, force us to downgrade the alert level. In Bromo, also the same problem. There are ballistic about around 1 kilometer from the crater, but the people keep coming close to the crater. In Kerinci, we have a problem because our equipment is standard, only 2 seismic stations. There were eruption in March 2019, and at that time, both station is carry off. So we took about 1 day walk to make repairing because the volcano is so large. In Slamet, until now, there are crises. Since August 2019, there are increase in seismicity and tilt meter tend to inflate, but no eruption. Yeah, I hope no. And recently, before I depart here, there are crises in Lamongan. There are swarm of local tectonic and fault shock. This is when we asked the agency of climatology where is the source earthquake location. They could not give us data because they only work with the magnitude of 5 and above. So we send response teams from a subdivision of volcano, and another division also send and also the earthquake division send the response team. So it's kind of redundant. There are 2 response team who dealing with the local tectonic earthquakes because we have no kind of regulation who is more has authority to dealing with the tectonic earthquake that happen near the volcano. Next, please. So I can resume the problem what we face. There are in western part of Indonesia there are 10 more pressure, very sensitive. Pak Jeb said that small eruption will be big problem in western Indonesia, and also volcano as source area in western part of Indonesia, and there are many population. So we are dealing with volcanic hazard zone and spatial planning, and we have to face fake news. Example in Slamet there are no eruption, but people keep posting the eruption from 2014. So we have to clarify the news, and also the rapid distribution of information. In case of Tangkuban Parahu, the eruption first uploaded by the local visitor. So when we are trying to clarify, people keep asking us about the eruption. And also the society awareness is getting high. They want to know about the development of volcanic activity. To answer that, we did some action, like addition of volcano monitoring equipment, and also we keep inform the volcanic activity, and we keep inform about our institution, because there are frequently mismatch about our institution, CPGHM, with the institution that has authority in earthquake and tsunami. In Indonesia, we are VVMBG and frequently mixed match with BMKG. So we keep information about our institution. And also we keep communication with local government, and as internal effort, we enhance our equipment, human resource, and data analysis. And also in case of Anak Krakatau, the government arranged about enhancement in earthquake and tsunami information system. So for 3 questions, our key to success is keep communication of volcanic hazard to local government, related institution, community and society and student. It become our regular activity. And we continue for intensive monitoring system with the data, and also keep the work about the scientists and volcano observer, and information also through media, and develop monitoring system. Maybe we can add addition if necessary, and also we already the protocol of volcano alert level. In case of Tangkuban Parahu eruption, we wish that there are any monitoring method that can predict precursor of phreatic eruption, if possible. Because in case of Tangkuban Parahu, the increase of activity is already detected a month before the first eruption in 26 July, but at that time, we are not increased the alert level yet. We only give the report to the local government and related institution, then there are indication of increase in activity. So lesson learned is there is a challenge to improve future monitoring system to get more rapid response and early warning. We already create a system that connect the monitoring data into Android system. Now we can see the 2 meter data near real time in our cell phone, and before that we have success to put our CCTV data into cell phone, so we can see everywhere with the cell phone. And in case of the institution, we collaborate with other institutions or create regulation on data sharing and region authority, mostly to dealing with the earthquake and tsunami monitoring. And number 3 is we should more aware to long-term precursor. This is related to Sinabung eruption in 9 June because before the eruption there are no seismicity, but 3 months before the eruption there are dissolvity detected. So this is a kind of long-term precursor. Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry, my Spanish is no good, as I speak in Spanish. En el estado de Chiapas existen 2 volcanes activos, el volcán Chichón y el volcán Tacaná. La Universidad de Ciencias y Artes de Chiapas ha generado un instituto de investigación en la gestión de riesgos y cambio climático, y creemos que son 2 fortalezas muy importantes que están contribuyendo mucho a la reducción de la gestión de riesgos de desastres, en el caso específico del volcán Chichón y Tacaná. La siguiente, por favor. Como todos ustedes conocen, el volcán Chichón en el siglo pasado constituyó uno de los procesos volcánicos más graves que ha tenido México. Más de 2.500 personas quedaron sepultadas por los flujos piroclásticos del volcán. A partir de ese año se iniciaron los esfuerzos para contribuir al monitoreo del volcán, así que a partir del 2004 propiamente se tiene la red sísmica en el volcán Chichón, y a partir del 2010 se fortalece el monitoreo del volcán. Y algo muy importante que tiene ya este esfuerzo es que se generó un instituto de investigación en gestión de riesgos y cambio climático en la Universidad de Ciencias y Artes de Chiapas, y se crea ya un programa de una nueva carrera, una licenciatura en Ciencias de la Tierra y una maestría en Gestión de Riesgos y Cambio Climático, 2 procesos educativos que son reconocidos por su alta calidad académica en la entidad. En tanto, en el volcán Tacaná, que también muchos de ustedes conocen porque es un volcán también muy estudiado, es un volcán fronterizo entre los límites de Guatemala, México. En el caso del lado mexicano se ha instrumentado desde 1998, se fortaleció este monitoreo también en el 2000 y actualmente se tiene una red sísmica con estaciones de banda ancha en la que se tiene esta información permanente del estado de actividad. El siguiente, por favor. Entonces, a partir del 2010, el gobierno del estado, el CONACYT, y la propia Universidad de Ciencias y de Artes de Chiapas gestionó recursos para la construcción de este instituto de investigación. Dentro de este instituto de investigación se constituyó, o más bien se fortaleció el Centro de Monitoreo Volcánico, en el cual estamos trabajando 4 investigadores, volcanólogos, sismólogos, técnicos en instrumentación, y prácticamente ya es un referente muy importante de formación de recurso humano local. Creo que una parte de lo que se ha estado trabajando estos días aquí en este importante taller es que vemos la necesidad de que en nuestras regiones se formen los recursos humanos locales. Una vez que todos nosotros que hemos iniciado procesos de monitoreo y vigilancia de volcanes nos vayamos, como algún día tendrá que ser, entonces vienen procesos de renovación de estas generaciones y necesitamos formar a recurso humano nuevo local, y así este instituto está formando jóvenes chiapanecos y también mexicanos para el monitoreo volcánico y sísmico en la entidad. Igualmente, algo muy positivo y muy valioso de este esfuerzo es que tenemos prácticas multidisciplinarias trabajando en el volcán, con prácticas de educación y de intervención en comunidades para favorecer este proceso de preparación en el tema del riesgo volcánico. Seguimos trabajando mucho, estamos haciendo convenios con instituciones nacionales e internacionales, y pues hoy mismo platicábamos con los compañeros y colegas del INSIBUME de Guatemala que es muy importante hacer este convenio de colaboración para participar estas 2 instituciones en el monitoreo y vigilancia del volcán Tacaná. Y bueno, pues pensamos que a pesar de que en México los recursos son limitados, los centros de monitoreo de volcanes activos están en universidades y centros de investigación, y que poco a poco pues se van fortaleciendo estos esfuerzos con más recursos, pero seguiremos necesitando más recursos. Pero por hoy el que estos esfuerzos estén en entidades académicas y de investigación es muy valioso. Y así, bueno, les compartimos estos esfuerzos, y qué bueno que estamos en esta reunión para seguir colaborando con todos ustedes, y que también conozcan los logros, pero también los retos que tiene este proceso, porque son al final recursos. Gracias.
Okay, thank you. The poster we'd like to present today is just to give some results of recent work we've been conducting at the Hazard Centre at University College London in collaboration with the INGV Vesuvius Observatory. And really, I think it's just the key point is that I think we feel that we're at a stage now when we can start to integrate deterministic models with statistical interpretations of precursory signals. And we're going to focus on the use of volcano tectonic seismicity and deformation, because as we've seen in the previous 2 days, it's common to plot the variations of these precursors with time. However, if you plot them against each other, this gives us a direct measure of the changing stress levels in the crust as the crust is stretched to the point of rupture. So I think just sort of 2 or 3 points to emphasize here. These are not, the approach is not to replace existing methods, it's just to add new criteria to your checklist of things that we can look for. But also, they are very simply, the methodology is very, very simple to use in an emergency under stress. And we've actually applied it as real-time analyses in 2 cases at Cotopaxi in 2015 and Agung in 2017, not as part of the actual response plan, but in liaison with the teams on both those volcanoes. And in both cases, we were able to anticipate the major rupturing of the crust about a few days beforehand. However, what the analyses have shown is there is not a unique connection between when the crust ruptures and when the eruption begins. And that was brought home 2 days ago on the discussion about the Agung eruption. So I think really, for now, what we would appeal to all of you is actually to get to try out this new methodology in your observatories, and actually to get confidence in using it under emergency conditions and see how useful it is to you, and then come back to us to see how we can improve it and make it even better. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. I'm Nakada Setsuya, and I'm employed by the NIED 1 year and a half ago. So the NIED is a National Research Institute for Science and Disaster Resilience. So our institute developed a monitoring system covering throughout Japan. The number of seismic stations counted about 22,000, so including ocean bottom seismometers. So among them, VNet volcanological network, is developed on the 16 active volcanoes in Japan from north to south. So when I asked researchers of our institute, colleague, what is the best lesson during from this institute for the decades. So they said this is high sensitivity, the tiltmeter result. So the lower right indicate the system of VNet, each station. This has a specification consisting of a borehole, high sensitive the tiltmeter and short period seismometer. This is at depth as large as about 200 meters, and the shallow broadband seismometer, and also GNSS on the ground. This is a set of every station covering 16 volcanoes. So next, please. So those show some example. Left-hand side show the in case of eruption is Oshima 1986. So the tiltmeter tilt change indicates a very beautiful inflation and deflation just before the eruption and after the eruption. So middle is the case of Miyakijima eruption. At that time, magma migrated before the eruption from summit to outside. The eruption occurred offshore. So the tilt change is very strange. So the showing the deformation due to the migration of magma near surface. But after that, so magma migrated, so that story is different. So both two cases, the closed conduit system. This is the good example. Right-hand side is different. This is the case of the open conduit system. This is the eruption Shimoedake. Shimoedake is one of volcano in the Kirishima volcanic group. So we experienced subplinium eruption 2011, and 2018 we have another eruption which made lava dome and lava flow. So when we look at the tilt change, so before the eruption, nothing happened. Something very noisy, so very difficult to say. But soon after the eruption, tilt drastically changed. So when we determine the source of change, deformation, is at the magma chamber as deep as 10 kilometers. So in the case of open conduit system, tilt change indicate the change of magma chamber directly. The deformation reflected the style of the eruption. So tilt change strongly related to the volume change. So if we look at the deformation rate, so we can say what happened at the crater. So the rate was high, the very explosive Plinian eruption occurred, but in the immediate, in the case, the lava flow occurred. So that very suggestive we can know the real-time change of eruption style by high sensitive tilt change. So we are now developing the national project to which the all Japanese university volcano observatory and National Institute join. So this is a 10-year project. We already passed 4 years. I'm a leader of the center promoting this project. So the purpose of this project, I explain tomorrow detail. So the one purpose is centralizing all volcanological data, including monitoring data, so including data from JMA. And so this is used for the promoting research among the researchers. This is a sort of open system, open data. And this looks like WOWDAT. And the second purpose is transmission, very visible and understandable information to local stakeholders. So the right-hand side is one of the simulation we can carrying out. This shows the temporal change of accumulation, the area, temporal change. So in the metropolitan area, in the assumption of Mount Fuji eruption. Okay, please come to see.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. I'm Winchell Sevilla from the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology. Our poster highlights Mayon Volcano. It's the most active volcano in the Philippines. And its activities from 2013 to 2018 characterized by the May 7, 2013 phreatic explosion, the 2014 Summit Dome building event, and its 2018 magmatic eruption. Next slide, please. So basically in our poster, we emphasize our institute response to this, to Mayon's unrest, and also the lessons that we learned in crafting effective and efficient measures as our institution's response. With regards to our answers to the 3 questions provided at the early part, so which of our actions have been key to success in our crisis response or simulation with regards to Mayon eruptions? So basically, very important, I think it's very obvious that 24/7 monitoring Mayon volcano. To be effective, we have to ensure that all our equipments are fully maintained and in excellent conditions. Actually, this played a really significant role in monitoring Mayon volcano, and we have a huge amount of data that help us to make informed decisions of what we're going to do and what we're going to say to our partners or stakeholders, especially the local government units. In addition to that, we also have scheduled campaign surveys, for example, FlySpec, GPS surveys, water well surveys, precise levelings, and others to augment our daily monitoring activities. We also ensure that we provide timely and accurate provision of and communication of information. So we catered basically we catered to all the information or media interviews requests, because we have to ensure that we don't create a information vacuum, just because we think that if there will be an information vacuum, the people will look for other sources of information. So we have to ensure that we are always available for any media interviews or inquiries. Of course, close coordination with the national government, local government units, media. So we ensure that every time we raise the alert level in Mayon, we have to inform first the local government units, officers, so that they will not get surprised whenever if we see any changes in the volcanoes. Were there any actions that you forgot now we should have taken, and what did you do differently? So basically for us, for the 2014 and 2015 events, we consider that as successful because there were no casualties recorded. Although the thing is, we have institutional safeguards that are in place for such events. We suggest that the following initiatives can be instituted in the light of phreatic explosions, which typically have no precursors. The thing is, during the phreatic explosions, 2013, there were 5 casualties. So basically, they were caught. They were hikers that were, unfortunately, they were caught during the eruption. So I guess to minimize or totally eliminate that event in the future, we suggest that we have to implement more stringent measures in permanent danger zones in coordination of course, with local government units. And we have to ensure that R&D investment to maintain state-of-the-art technologies for volcanic monitoring and eruption prediction. Next slide, please. And the last, if you have to choose 3 lessons to take home and consider as the basis for best practices, number 1 is we should always be proactive in volcanic disaster risk reduction and management. We have to be proactive in crafting or executing volcanic disaster risk reduction and management plans. Communication process flows. Of course, we have to do it in close coordination with our stakeholders, in particular the local government units. Another important thing is we have to do massive information education campaigns so that, in the future we can eliminate those people that are, we think if we have enough information that being provided with the public, we can eliminate somehow those hikers or future hikers that are trying to scale Mayon volcano. And of course, continuous capacity building for personnel in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary settings, considering hazard assessment, computational and communication technologies advancement, coupled with modern volcanic monitoring and eruption prediction facilities. Thank you very much.
So for the poster for today, I kind of follow Chris and Chris. There will be 2 techniques that are present in this poster that we developed and were applied in some cases in real time and in some cases after the fact. And we show how potentially they can be used on real-time data, continuous data. Not as a single technique, and that has been stressed already, but as an other tool to have an automated alert that say, okay, watch out, something is changing. One of the techniques is to check if there is any migration of seismicity. It could be hydrothermal, could be magmatic, but it will be just a red flag telling you something is on the move. And the latest paper came out recently in JVGR. And in the next slide, it's an ongoing development. Yeah, we struggled a lot to find a name for this one. I'm not really proud of it. I don't have the excuse of a bottle of whiskey for the name of this one, but maybe I should. Anyway, so the same philosophy, trying to find ways to find and identify subtle changes in the monitoring data. And that's part of a PhD to look for bias in design, choice of instruments, and choice of technique used to identify precursor. We heard wind chill just now, and we heard that in the last 2 days, and I heard that before. I do not believe there is no precursory signal. I do believe we have the wrong design or the wrong instrument at the wrong place, or we don't use the right tools. But I do not believe there is no precursory. So I think this should be stressed, and there's the challenge of the phratics that were mentioned earlier, and the 2013 in Mayon. Was it a lack of instruments close to the vents? Was it a different type of techniques used from different places? And getting a bunch of data sets all together from phatic in particular, and test what Winchell is testing on other database, what David is testing on other database, and do all those different tests and see which technique, which distance, which instruments are key to detect those precursors, because I do not think there is no precursor in any type of activity. So please, if you want to continue the discussion, join me at the poster. Thanks.
Good afternoon. There's actually going to be a talk on Friday, which was a late addition to the program, which will be given by my colleague Raul, but there's a poster also outside. Talking about Volcán de Colima, we've had, at the moment it's very quiet there, but we had some interesting activity in the last few years. We had 2 fairly large eruptions, one in 2015 and one in 2016. They were different. The first one in 2015 involved 2 very rapid ascents of magma. Sometimes I forget English. I've been in Mexico too long. Seriously. And this, there was actually very poor observation at the time. It was very cloudy and at night time. But there was 2 major collapses of these domes. You can see the seismic signal on the left. There was 16 hours between the 2 different events. Produced a very mobile PDC, which actually went out to 10 kilometers. It was very lucky that there was no casualties in that event. It did kill some animals, but fortunately no people. The photograph on the right there, you can see what was the remains of a Doppler radar system that we had out there, which had only just started working particularly well when that happened to it. The site it was actually positioned in, we only thought was going to be vulnerable for a subplinian eruption, but this PDC that was produced was particularly large. In 2016, it was another eruption. This time, there wasn't any large PDCs formed. There was another dome grew, not as fast as the previous year. We were worried that the same thing may happen. So there was evacuations of villages, but it never did. It just turned into a lava flow. But one thing that was interesting in that particular episode was a new hazard that we'd never really seen before, which was the hazard of acid rain, which had quite a large impact for the local farming population. There's a lot of crops were lost. Next one. So, what are the lessons that we've made from these 2 episodes that we had at Colima? I can't really read it from where I'm standing. I have to move over here. So the first time we just heard about talking about precursors. We didn't really pick up on any precursors for that eruption in 2015. There was an evacuation made before the second pulse, but not before the first one. And really, at the time, people were looking too much at previous scenarios and weren't expecting something that was a fairly new scenario for the volcano. So I think the lesson there was to expect the unexpected from the volcano. Another thing was the lack of organization within the rota applied. We're a very small number of people in Colima, and it was realized after the event that we weren't all very well organized in watching for the signals, watching the seismic signals coming in, etc. So that's something that needs to be improved. And here we have the protocols. It's been the message that's come across from very many different crises during this workshop. It's something that also we now realize is lacking, and we need to spend some time working on that. And the next one is reports to the public. Again, communication is something that we need to think about. I think there's a lot of people during these last couple of days have started to think about some more, and how to use social media to our advantage rather than it being a pain in the ass, which it often is. Next one, please. So yeah, the 3 lessons. So the first one is don't underestimate the hazards. We had this particularly very mobile PDC that occurred from this collapse event. Expect the unexpected. The second one, efficient communication with civil protection or the decision makers. There's an example of a meeting in the top photograph there. That's something we feel we do quite well in Colima. We're quite a small city. We have a very, very close relationship with the protected civil authorities. One thing that's not on here, which I'll just mention now actually, that just occurred to me, that hasn't really come up. Sylvia was talking about Tacana volcano being on the border between Guatemala and Mexico. In Colima, we have the volcano on the border between 2 states, between Jalisco and Colima. And this does generate problems, and it has done for a long time, and it still is. In this particular meeting, there are members from both civil protection groups. It's something that we're looking at to try and sort out the differences. There's been 2 alert systems, for example, one from Jalisco, one from Colima, which is obviously crazy, but that's being looked at. This is the new alert system that we've developed in Colima, which is a basic 4-color system. So the last one is, we feel that we really do need a member of staff dedicated to communication, particularly during crises, because the other volcanologists, we really just don't have time. The data's coming in. We're trying to make decisions or interpretations of the data And it's really important to have somebody who can dedicate themselves to the media and the social networks. Thank you.
I'm Heather Wright, and I have a poster that is providing an update on progress from the IAVC Commission on Volcanic Hazards and Risk Working Group on Hazard Maps that's co-led by Jan Lindsay and Eliza Calder. Two big points of update. The first is progress on a book that's being written called Guidelines and Considerations for Volcanic Hazard Map Creation. There's progress there, a summary document essentially from a series of seven different workshops that have been convened by this working group with information relevant to drawing lines on maps and presentation of maps for all different types of volcanic hazards. On the right-hand side, I have a shortened versions of some of the best practices, which include there's no one-size-fits-all for hazard maps in general. Eruptive history studies form the basis, the foundation for hazard maps, but models can complement field study and are constrained also by geologic information. A stakeholder needs assessment can help allow map content to be fit to the audience, but also map design, so that is the product that you create, affects the way that users engage with that content. Uncertainty communication is an important consideration in creation of these maps. Also, a hazard map is never complete and revisions should be expected. Different versions of the map are appropriate for different audiences, and when a crisis starts, a new map may be created. Also, maps are part of a suite of products, a suite of hazard assessment products, and that's also a consideration in the creation. The second update I have is that we have now created a new website that allows users to search on the metadata for over 600 volcanic hazard maps from around the world. I just show some screenshots of some pull-down menus that allow you to search on different features. For example, you can look for all hazard maps that, for example, are crisis maps. You can see their time scale, or hazard maps that include evacuation zones, or hazard maps that include annual probability as a probability definition. The intention of this tool is so that as a community, we can have a resource for looking at examples of different hazard maps with different features. We might also use this for stakeholder engagement to show stakeholders some possibilities of different kinds of hazard maps. This will be released sometime early next year. Next slide. And then I thought, because this meeting is specifically focused on volcanic crisis management, there is also a section on the poster on crisis maps, where crisis maps can be crisis hazard maps. They can be maps updating the position of lava flows on a daily basis. They can be administrative maps that show correspondence between alert level and different restriction zones. There are lots of different versions of crisis maps, and there are more and more examples of observatories that are producing new products on a continual daily or even semi-daily time scale. Some considerations: the forecast can inform hazard map boundaries where there's maybe a change in forecast, a change in wind, a change in topography from eruptions, and this might all change the spatial distribution of expected events. Consider a version for social media, a version perhaps for mobile phone applications, and adding a date or timestamp to these rapidly updated maps. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's all from the main. There's one other presentation, I think. I'm not sure whose it is. Did somebody take there's 2 slides up to the booth today? We'll find out. You will be known. That one. Oh, never mind. Jake, thanks, Jake. Thanks for. Or do you want to do this now? Oh, no, that's later.
So now we're going to start on the last part of the day, before the posters, of course, and that is the global topics session. And Patrick Collard will be giving a talk in a moment. It says on the calendar that I'm supposed to give a update on global calendar. So global calendar, I guess, means that there is a COV meeting in Crete in May 2020. If you are really excited, you could then hop over to Japan, where the CCVG meeting will be sponsored. That's the gas geochemistry meeting that will happen there also in 2020 in May. Then there's the YAVSE meeting in Rotorua the following year, and it's also worth noting that the ALVO meeting, Latin America Volcanology meeting, has been moved from this November to March of 2020. If there's anybody else who wants to, Wendy announced the Distributed Volcanism meeting. That's a Chapman conference next year. If anybody wants to yell out another meeting that they want us to know about. Sarah.
Many thanks, yes. It will be in Iceland, the International Workshop on Volcanic Ash. And so I believe this will be, how to say, good, advertised soon, but this will be, it will be in Iceland in next October.
Okay. Chris? Sure, we can do that, yeah. I mean, it's on the YAVSE website, all of this. All of these meetings are pretty much on. I just looked at the YAVSE website, made some quick notes so I could talk intelligently about the calendar. Or maybe that's overstating what I just was. I did receive slides from, Nico.
Just putting Ryan on the spot out there. There is a conference coming up in July next year at in Montserrat as an anniversary of the eruption. So I don't know whether, Graham, you want to mention anything else, but if you've got questions, here's your man.
That's what Nico said. It's the Slippery Hills Volcano 25 Years On conference. July 20th, I think it starts, 20th to 24th. And, 2020. So, come along.
Okay, and then, so Matt Pritchard did send a couple slides, so I was just going to say that there is going to be a workshop at the COV meeting that is on volcano monitoring infrastructure on the ground and in space. So this is mostly a group of remote sensing experts who are interested in talking with volcano observatories about how to better serve them. And that means interpretation of data. It also means understanding where the monitoring is terrestrially so that they can make better choices about where to focus in terms of remote sensing. So I think that's pretty much what it said. They would like to create this database, this global volcano monitoring infrastructure database that all the observatories could contribute to, and it would be open, and you would be able to see where all the instruments are on all the volcanoes of the world. And there will be tutorials, make recommendations to the space agencies and international volcano community. I think there's another slide. Next slide, if there is one. Yes? No? Why attend? Benefits to observatories. So again, to see instrumentation at other analogous volcanoes, help design and justify their own networks, an easy way for observatories to track current network and optimize performance. I guess that remains to be seen in terms of how that software is developed. Identify gap volcanoes, make connections. So that the whole concept is that you could be better served. And so if you're going to the COV meeting, might be a good workshop to attend. I will stop that there, and I will say that we're about to have a talk by our new YAVSE president. We have two YAVSE presidents in this meeting, with Setsuya Nakata being here as well. Maybe we'll have, would you like to give the talk instead? No, Patrick is going to give the talk, and Patrick is, other than being the YAVSE president, he's a very productive gas geochemist and petrologist, and has done a huge amount of work over the years at IPGP and IPGP. And here.
Okay, thank you very much to be here late. Thank you very much, Jake, for your comments. And I'd like to start to thank again John Palliser and Paolo Papale, who were not here, and who were kindly invited me to contribute, attend, and participate to this meeting very early in the schedule. My talk will be quite unusual for me, in the sense that, given my new functions within HIFSA and the topic of the workshop here, the VOBP4, I'll have a talk more on the science policy rather than the science itself. And this is a different type of talk for me. So, from the title, you immediately realize that there might be some problem somewhere. The title indicates you immediately that HIFSA would like to renew, restructure, reactivate, let's say, its linkage with global volcano observatories through this structure that most of you know, which is called WOVO, the World Organization of Volcano Observatories. And this is a major commission of HIFSA. And I'll explain why and how these problems could be resolved or not. Resolving these problems, or reactivating this linkage between HIFSA and global volcano observatories, is one key priority of the new executive committee elected for 2019 to 2023. And here you recognize, okay, where's the pointer? You recognize Masato Higuchi-san, he's the vice president, he's just here. Unfortunately, Jane Lindsay, who was expected to come, couldn't attend the meeting here. Roberto Supizio is our fantastic general secretary. It's a very painful, don't tell him, very painful job. And this is for 8 years, while president is only for 4 years. Don Dingwell was our former president. And we have 4 elected scientific counselors here. Vidal Costa from Singapore, Eisuko Fujita from Japan, Lisette Rodriguez from Puerto Rico, Jose Viramonte from Argentina, and this young lady from France, who is the representative for early career researcher. In addition, we have non-elected but 2 very important persons that are our webmaster, Eugenio Nicotra here, and the editor-in-chief of Bulletin of Volcanology, which has a strange thing on the nose, but you can recognize Andy Harris, I guess. Okay. So, why we'd like to reactivate our linkage between the international associations and the global network of volcano observatories. All of us will face, and particularly those of you working in volcano observatories, will face the global challenges that are ongoing in the 21st centuries, that are the increase in demographic growth and the urbanization increase as well, which combined with the impact of climate change will certainly, most certainly, fuel increasing exposure and vulnerability to volcanic hazards of huge amount of people, thereby enhancing risks, the frequency of emergencies, and the probability of disasters. The graph here you can see on to the left shows you the The increase is United Nations data. The increase in population, this is 2015, when most all of you know that about 800 million people were already living within less than 100 kilometers of an active volcano. And you see the increase, the expected increase in population growth over the next decades. So even though the rate of increase of the worldwide population is decreasing, the total amount of human populations on Earth will continue to increase. And so the exposure of people to any natural hazards, but in particular to volcanic eruptions. And the same for the change of people, the change of life from agriculture, from landscape to big cities, urbanization. This is a very good news for our colleagues from the city of Volcanoes, of course, but this would not be a fantastic issue in the sense that the risk volcanic threat to big cities will continue to increase. So, the implications. First one is that within the global policies of disaster risk reductions and sustainable development at the global scale, volcanologists will be increasingly requested not only to do science, basic science, understand how volcanoes work, which is fundamental, of course, but also to demonstrate and realize our capability to forecast eruptions and reduce volcanic risks. We'll suddenly be more and more exposed to a threat, to pressure from the society and from decision makers. The second issue here is just IFSA itself will strongly need to reinforce its international capacity building and improve. That's the reason why also we want to improve, sorry, I have my voice a little bit cut, its interactions with global volcano observatories, and especially in direction of low to medium income countries, economic income. So, just before going on, a brief remarks about IFSA, because probably some of you know little about IFSA, even though it's a very old association, born in sorry, the one behind, no, no. Wow. Back. Is it back? Right? No? Okay. Let's go. Right, no? All right. Yes, very old association who just celebrated its first centennial in last July, born in 1919. IFSA is one of the 8 association in earth sciences composing the IUGG, the International Union of Geophysics and Geodesy. It's a member of the International Science Council. IFSA is the international focus not only for basic science, basic research on volcanology and volcanic processes, but also in applied volcanology towards efforts to mitigate volcanic disasters and assess volcanic hazards. This is reflected in the official goal. You can go to the website and see this. I didn't want to list all these motivations, but also in the diversity of its thematic commissions, working groups, and networks, plus the collaboration with other international organizations. I remember you that IFSA published an international journal about volcanology, newsletter, guidelines, and so on. Have one general assembly every 4 years. 4 years, alternated at midterm with the scientific assembly, and also attributes scientific awards and medal. Here, in particular, I mention you the new award that was created, that we created in the previous mandate to honor, which is strongly related to volcano observatories here, which honored people having made remarkable contributions to the mitigation of volcanic hazards or volcanic risks in volcano observatories or other institutions responsible for volcano monitoring. And the first winner were PVM BG, our Indonesian colleagues, in 2018, last year. I remember here that January 20, sorry. Okay, January 20 is the submission deadline for the nomination to the next 2020 award that will be attributed during the COV 11. Okay. So, I already mentioned you that I have composed a lot of series, too many, but this is not the problem today. Thematic commissions, working groups, and networks. They are the driving force of the association. One in particular, which is of interest today, is the World Organization of Volcano Observatories, WOVO. WOVO has been created in 1981, so quite a long time. And this, you can see here, the first executive board. And the current leaders now, Nico Fournier, Jill Jolly, and Cesara Falsaperla. Theoretically, WOVO is composed by about a series of 73 volcano observatories and institutions worldwide, plus 9 VACs, the 9 VACs, the network of VACs. WOVO, the main objectives are summarized here. WOVO is typically an organization that has been created for volcanic observatories of the world. The members are institutions, observatories, and institutions responsible for warning authorities and the public about hazardous volcanic events. The general goals are here. You know them or you can read them. They're directly related to the matter and the topic discussed here during the VOPP4. In particular, to refer communications, assistance in case of a member observatory needing temporary scientific reinforcement, and so on. WOVO is also, has, let's say, chartered links, connections with 3 programs. The creation, development of the WOVODAT database for volcano signal volcano data that are collected by observatories and now hosted and funded by the Earth Observatory in Singapore. Also a connection with the program chartered on volcanic ash and aviation hazards with the classical, with the VACs in particular, through the VACs, and more recently with VOBP. VOBP is one component that contributes or can contribute to the activity of WOVO. So, why the need for renewal? Because WOVO is such a big and complete entity. Despite very good, willing, and efforts of successive leaders, the activity of WOVO and the production of WOVO has not reached the expected level, mainly for a series of structural weaknesses. The first one is that WOVO has been created initially as a kind of, I have to say, commission, like many other commissions, kind of scientific commissions, whereas it is essentially composed of non-academic members, but observatories, institutions, engaged into mitigating, monitoring volcanoes and mitigating hazards. So different from scientific commissions. Secondly, with respect to this first point, the WOVO has worked on a purely volunteer-based management. without well-defined responsibilities, which for a network of volcano observatories in institutions dealing with risk and hazards doesn't work. There's something not adequate there. And finally, WOWO never had a dedicated funding to work and to continue working on this, in this line. And so even applying to find, let's say, funding from research agencies was considered like something too applied for compared to applied research, with objective to applied. So over time, the consequences have been that there have been weak and weaker activity, operational capability, a weak, poor update of the website, the members of the directory, weaker interest in interactivity of volcano observatories themselves, and which has justified that other people thought of other alternative initiatives in order to substitute for some missing activity of WOWO. Okay. Therefore, WOWO renewal is really badly needed. So here, this slide, I show you a series of proposals that we can make for thinking about renew WOWO in the next years, hopefully quite rapidly, in order to revitalize its activity and its interest. First point, we consider that HIAPSA, which has always been the house umbrella of WOWO, is happy that WOWO remains a natural entity through which reinforcing the linkage interactions with volcano global observatories will happen. Second point, within HIAPSA WOWO, we propose that WOWO change status from a purely scientific commission to a true international network. Three, WOWO is clearly for us the adequate framework or entity in which aggregating and developing the substructures already connected, such as, but to be developed, such as WOWODAT, the issues with volcanic ash, aviation hazard connections, VOBP recommendations and product workshops recommendations, which are very useful, important, and perhaps a new proposed network called INVOLC, the scope of which is more dedicated to volcanology collaborations with low-income countries. Okay? Of course, fourth point, the management of WOWO must be revised with definition of an executive leadership, help with a secretary and a board composed of leaders, substructures. I would add maybe this board may also be reinforced by, let's say, leaders of regional centers in which WOWO could apply people from ALVO or from ACV in Asia, for instance. That would be useful. And finally, 2.5, to become operational, WOWO will need to get some funding, some recurrent funding, in order to work possibly with a permanent person, for instance. So the IAPSA will evaluate. Sorry. Come on. Hey. All right. So IAPSA is now discussing, evaluating the no. Sorry, no, it's too fast. Okay. No. I didn't touch it. Okay, stop. Okay. And yes, the funding, in order to be operational, WOWO will need to be funded. The IFSA is discussing and evaluating the possibility to attribute a dedicated amount of money per year to help WOWO to pay, for instance, secretary or something else. Other funding source could be searched, and obviously immediately comes to our mind that due to the connection between WOWO and the volcanic ash and the VAX and the volcanic ash aviation hazard committees, airlines, and the countries interested in volcanic ash warning should contribute even variable amount, of course, but should contribute to maintaining this connection, plus international agencies in case that would be possible. IFSA can found something, but the IFSA is a non-profit association, and just show you the the flow chart of how IFSA budget evolves or is constituted. The budget arises essentially with incomes from the annual, let's say, credit from IUGG, which is something like 22 euros per year. The membership fees, you see, more or less the same amount, and the royalties on published material, and essentially the incomes from the scientific assembly and the COVE meeting. That's the main issue where we can get some money. But it depends on how many participants how many members will participate and so on. And in expenses, we have, I have to say, provide anticipate funding to organize the workshops, the assembly, provide individual support for researchers, funding of workshops, schools, and different regional associations. Okay, so more or less, the budget is stable, but it depends also on the variability of attendance to the workshops and the meetings and the assembly. I've say on his own side proposed some complementary efforts. In particular, we decided to render IFSA more professional. IFSA is a volunteer-based association again, but we want to make it more professional, more comparable to the big, let's say, association like AGU or AGU, who have professional services, such as in particular for our communication, our website, and our financial management. This is already engaged. Second point, we want to better co-involve people working in volcano observatories worldwide. Many of you here in some way, or because we want, of course, promote these linkage, these correlations, by facilitating attendance to workshops and meetings through dedicated supports, but also maybe a key point that Chris Newell raised several times before, that would be to help. Very often in the observatory you have young students in PhD that have difficulty to conclude their PhD because they're very busy with the monitoring duties, and they have little resources, and sometimes they stop before getting the PhD because they are involved in the Volcano Observatory. So that would be a case where IFSA could help contribute, help these countries and observatories to maintain people having their degree and continuing working in their country. We also want to promote professional training, workshops with the professional support given to events organized in countries with low to medium income. In here, I think especially of Africa, which is dramatically missing from our institution, and which strongly need our help to, let's say, to develop community representative of the different countries in Africa that are concerned with volcanoes and that could play their role in the international institution. And also, that's the proposal that has to be discussed, evaluate the interest or feasibility to create a kind of IFSA task force for international assistance to the volcano observatories to a country in case of major volcano emergency. Such a task force, of course, composed of well-identified experts with anticipated relationship, different competences, instrumentations, combined with analytical platforms, could be activated upon official request. Let's consider it as a potential complement to international complement to the VDAP. That might be of interest. It's open to discussion. Okay, to finish, just as a maybe more provocative approach, a step further. This, what I presented you until now, is a renewal of IFSA interaction with volcano observatories through the World Organization of Volcano Observatories, WOWO. Technical improvements, let's say funding improvements on this seems like small cooking. Small. Why not minding from the IFSA point of view, but also from the community point of view, why not minding about a bigger international program? I mean, why not contacting the big international funding agency, the World Bank, and so on, to create what we could call an international network for reducing volcanic disaster, implying worldwide volcano observatories and, of course, research institution. A kind of analog for volcanoes of the network that have been already set up for earthquakes, for geodetic survey, for tsunami warning, but also for meteorology, GMA and other big institutions in Iceland, Met Office, they act as a kind of envelope for such a permanent and funded institution. Here, I'm talking of something not a national scale, international scale, and I'm talking about many things we discussed, that were discussed during these first 2 days about how better react, how better interpret before crisis, during crisis, after crisis, and how exchange, how communicate, and so on. So that would concern not only training, recruitment, but instrumentations, protocols, international rules, and so on. But with funding, with large funding, and maybe the IFSA umbrella, which is given the IFSA representativity. Financial source, I already mentioned, could be the World Bank with support of the United Nations. And of course, you just refer to the Sendai Framework United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction, which is ongoing, forecasting and reducing volcanic hazards, definitely contribute to disaster reduction and sustainable development. That's totally within the framework, international framework of global development. And of course, there are other initiatives ongoing that we could coordinate with other projects and reinforce the action in that direction, developed national and international scale. Okay. If I'm not wrong with this, I would say thank you very much, and I show you here the photos of the four pioneers who decided in 1990 to create the first international association of volcanology that was just called Section of Volcanology in IUGG, which later on became IFSA. These four guys were remarkable. 2 Italians, 1 French, and 1 American. Washington, of course. Thank you very much. that's a matter to discuss.
Thanks, Patrick. Maybe just a few clarification, if you don't mind me just jumping in.
Yeah.
And probably more for the audience benefit rather than maybe necessarily for you yourself. So first of all, awesome to see some interest from the IFSA to support a live WOVO. I think it's much needed. So thanks for that. I think it's really appreciated.
It's an option. It's not a decision. I'm not alone to decide. We have to. That's a discussion.
At least in terms of demonstrating support.
Yes.
A couple of clarifications, perhaps. The first one is you mentioned a few names. I'm not quite sure where some of the information came from there, so maybe just an opportunity to clarify things. The current leaders of the WOVO, I'm not one of them, right?
You know more?
My name is Nico, for people who don't know me. I'm not one of them, right? So
no? You're not the same Nico.
Yeah, but my name is Nico indeed. So the current leaders are Jill Joly indeed, Susana Falsapella from INGV, and the third one is Armando Sabayo from Nicaragua.
Yes, but Susana told me that she just resigned or something like that.
So all this is very speculative at this stage, so I think some of the facts that were put up there are perhaps still very much for discussion, right?
Okay.
The only thing I would say is that over the past couple of years, a few of us have been perhaps questioning why WOVO wasn't maybe doing as much as it could, perhaps, and I think we all recognize that it has been maybe a little bit of a lull over the past few years. So we've been trying to actually get some progress in that space, and that's how a few of us became involved in discussions, trying to bring back together what might have been perhaps some slightly disjointed efforts, and by nobody's fault, it's just the nature of the beast. So as a result, we've had further discussions, and you mentioned 3 programs that could fall under WOVO. And those are, again, just coming out from discussions with just a number of people. So John Pallister, Paolo Papale, Chris Newhall was involved as well. So I guess the point here I'm trying to make is those are discussions, and I think now we're getting to a stage where we can finally have some really good conversation. But right now, right here, and actually I would argue at this meeting, we've got a really good opportunity to get everybody's input into what WOVO could be. Yeah. So to summarize my verbal diarrhea, if you'll excuse me here, I think the point is that all these are bits and pieces that have happened in discussions, but really WOVO belongs to observatories, and observatories should have a say in how this actually operates, and hopefully we can have some constructive discussions here. I don't know whether some of my colleagues want to comment on that.
Chris, would you add something?
I guess I would second Nico's comment that this is indeed a golden opportunity for discussion among the observatories on what they would like to see from WOVO. I think it is fair to say that WOVO has been rather inactive lately, to the point where it is, as you said, raising some doubts about its utility. And yet, I think if we look at the original goals of WOVO, those are still very much valid. And so I too would like to see serious discussion here, and we have this golden opportunity because VOBP brings together the directors of the observatories of the world. Not every last one, but most of them, so we have many. I'll stop at that.
If I could, I think I have the mic before you. So, no, but I think it's just endorsing what's been said before. I mean, I've been coming to these meetings, and I've also been going to conferences, and well, until about a month ago, I used to be the head of seismic for a long, long time, and I always was concerned about what WOVO is really about. I'm glad that IFC put some effort into it. I think it's kind of, frankly, long overdue. I think WOVO, to me, one of the problems is sort of how it's structured. It was never clear to me as one of the leaders in the observatory committee how it actually functions and who is actually leadership. And I always found it quite strange who were, well, in fact, how the leaders were chosen, who was involved. And I think as a reflection of that, the participation from the observatories is partly a reflection of the structure. I think as much as, I think I agree that this gathering offers an opportunity to take the discussion forward. I'm glad that the new executive from IFC has some interest. I think one of the things that drives these things, yes, is the structure, but also is the funding aspect and how you actually make it work. Most people who work in observatories don't really have a lot of time to spend doing other than what they're actually poorly resourced to do already. So I think the structure has to be one that allows them to participate without requiring them to dedicate too much resources to make that participation happen.
For sure.
So I'm just saying, it's good. It's a good idea. Great. Keep it going.
Maybe I can just make a brief answer to these 2 points. When I'm trying to find which observatory is still active on the list of observatories on the website of WOWO, I find observatories are no more active in the world. Only a house are closed. There's no one inside, or have been dismantled. So there's no update. There's no activity. We must be honest. That's the reason why I wanted to present you these things here. Not all people like to do this, so I'm sure I take some risk explaining all that stuff. But I think it's important to face the problem. To answer your question about your point, the idea is not to require observatories to lose time to contribute to WOWO. To the contrary, that would be that the World Organization of Volcano Observatories works, but efficiently works for networking volcano observatories worldwide and provide assistance and various aspects, of course, to be discussed with volcano observatories and also with the funding potential of IFC and other agencies, of course.
I just wanted to add to the discussion. You listed a couple of possible financing options, including the World Bank and the UN. But it strikes me that the largest global private industry that's a stakeholder has a vested interest in global volcanic eruption issues is the aviation industry. And so then that, can we explore funding sources there? And that also leads to the question of one possible function, if there were a paid member of WOWO, of the function of trying to help observatories around the world to find, to use the ICAO structure to get funding for issuing VONAs. And I know that's going to be partially talked about tomorrow, but is that one of the things that could be a function of the group?
Absolutely.
That was a fantastic idea. I think that the idea of a global volcano observatory is a really great opportunity. Obviously, if the funds can be made, can be found. But one thing that I think that we should keep in mind is that perhaps there's an opportunity there to really help the observatories that have the least, particularly places, as you mentioned, in Africa, like the Goma volcano.
Yeah. Typically, I mentioned in my first slide that the plan for these efforts, for these renewal, I had it especially targeting countries with low to medium income. Africa, of course, but Southeast Asia, Papua New Guinea makes part of those areas that need to be helped and supported. Yeah.
I would, I guess, point out that I think the growth of VOBP over the last 6 years or so since it started up is really a reflection of the lack of the presence of WOWO, and yet it really sits it should, I mean, you listed a structure for WOVO, which is actually a proposed structure, but I think it's a logical one. There's the WOVO-DAT, and there's these meetings, and then the whole Ash and Aviation, all of which is sort of begging for somebody to coordinate. And yeah, just having a part-time staff member even would greatly facilitate just the simple things like the fact that there is no list of volcano observatories. Would help that the volcano monitoring infrastructure database if it were to exist. All sorts of things could happen with just a little bit of funding, not even a whole lot. So otherwise you're relying on volunteers, and that can work for a while and then doesn't always keep going. We should take a couple questions, but we do have posters and we're leaving here at 6:30, so probably need to wrap it up. But Chris.
Just a point, even here. Yeah, just very quickly. I agree with what has been discussed and said until now. I think the volcano observatories, they need WOVO. And so I really believe it's also a matter of identity, right? I mean, Roberto, he was saying who we are, what are we doing? So, and I believe we should start really from there. And I agree, the VOBP, they really demonstrated that we are facing the same issues. We have common problems, and we need to coordinate our work. So, and I really believe this should be done within WOVO. I don't think that we should look for any other places except that. And it is true, the ICAO issue is something that somehow could be a place that, not a place, but again, a source of potential, support in terms of money eventually. And again, we will discuss on Friday on that, but this is a real opportunity. So thanks for that.
Yeah, just very briefly, I answer both of you. When you face a big problem at home or in a family or with your car, I don't know, you say, okay, I try to repair it, or I throw it and I buy a new one. So sometimes seeing the situation, I wonder myself, it's better to start from scratch. Okay, but maybe not, because we have only one international association of volcanology, and only one world organization of volcano observatory. And second and last comment, answer, there's plenty of good willings and initiatives in the world at national level, international level. VOBP is wonderful. I think we'll be stronger being integrated, converging all together, rather than playing each one is separate joke. Game, sorry.
Oh, it's not, well, I don't, last word. It was just to follow up this idea of convergence. Is there also a possibility that YAVSE might be able to help provide encourage resources, not new ones, but encourage national agencies, say at research level, to fund or favour driving pure research into operational procedures, so that actually that provides additional support to the observatories themselves, but also encourages a greater contribution from the broader scientific community, because we struggle with this sometimes into obtaining funding.
Absolutely. I have say, I can speak in name of international volcanology. It's not a bank that instead can promote, recommend, and ask for the support. That's why I mentioned that forecasting eruption, reducing mitigate hazards during the 21st century is a target of United Nations disaster reduction. So IFSA can be the official association promoting this message toward the government everywhere. So we could make such a kind of official declaration of and such a move, but with the agreement of the community. We cannot do it only at the executive committee level, of course. Thank you.